Mrs. Trish.
Hello.
Good morning, maybe in your time.
Yeah, good evening. How are you all?
We are fine. We already complete the opening of the conference under coverage of the Jordanian Minister of Environment and
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Yaqub. It's my pleasure to be here, and assalamu alaikum to you all. What I'm going to talk about today,
we want to mention that we have each participant will select the language. Mrs. Trish, the voice.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready for my presentation?
Yeah. Ready.
Okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you today at the first Jordanian conference, and thank you for the invitation. Just very briefly, I'd like to acknowledge the members of the Safety Centre, because without their membership, we could not do the work that we do. And we also work with a lot of universities around the world, and that is very important to try and improve education for the future as well. What I want to talk about today is all about the human element of process safety. And you'll see the framework I have here on the screen is all about that human element. So leadership is the core part of it, and there are other things that are important, but human factors is there and very, very important. And it is something we need to continually work on to make sure that we address human factors issues. And the challenge we have is that sometimes humans make mistakes, and we will continue to make mistakes. What we need to do is make sure those mistakes don't cause an incident. And as Trevor Kletz once said, for a long time, people were saying that most accidents were due to human error. And this is true in a sense, but it's not very helpful. It's a bit like saying falls are due to gravity. So humans will make mistakes. We need to accept that. We need to make sure our systems are resilient to cope with those mistakes. So if we think about the human side, we adapt to the environment that we're in all the time. But that means we become used to what we see, and we don't always see when something is wrong if we're used to seeing it. And this is what we call normalization of deviance. And I would like to talk to you about normalization of deviance and give you an example of an incident where that occurred. So what is normalization of deviance? Basically, this is where we stop seeing what is going wrong. We don't notice the small little thing that has changed. Tiny changes happen all the time. And sometimes they lead to an incident if we don't notice them. So sometimes we talk about it's useful to see a cold eyes review of something, or fresh eyes. We want someone else to take a look at something. This is so that we can try and avoid the normalization of deviance that we might see. The case study I'm going to talk about today is actually nothing to do with traditional process safety. I want to talk about a space shuttle, the Columbia Space Shuttle, in fact. Now, on the 1st of February, 2003, the Columbia Space Shuttle disintegrated, broke up, coming back into Earth's orbit after its mission in space. And all 7 astronauts died on that mission. During the launch, a bit of foam came off one of the tanks and hit the wing. This caused damage to the wing, and it damaged what's called the heat shield, the thermal reinforced carbon-carbon shield. And this led to the overheating in the wing, which caused it to disintegrate. If we look at the history of NASA's space shuttle launches, the important thing here is from the normalization of deviance, what we notice is there is a lot of evidence of debris or foam hitting the shuttle on launch. There was a long list of incidents where it had happened. And in fact, this one that's highlighted here was a substantial impact that occurred. There was a near burn through. So the shuttle almost didn't make it back to Earth, but it did land. And so people decided that the shuttle was very strong. It wasn't going to have a problem. So they became more used to the idea that foam strikes were okay. It was no longer a deviance. It was no longer a problem. It was normal. It was just what happened. So if we think about the history of how that happened, there was a lot of history of incidents where the shuttle got hit. There was very little work done to try and learn how to fix a tile if it got damaged, though. So they couldn't have fixed the tile even if they knew it was damaged. And there was some history of the tiles being broken and causing safety issues for them. So this just shows you a picture of the space shuttle. And what you can see is where the spit-circled bipod ramp, that's where the foam came from when the shuttle separated from the tank. That's where the damage came from. We need to understand a little bit of history as to why this created a problem, though. So after the Apollo missions, NASA in the US decided they wanted reusable spacecraft. So the design was so these spacecraft could do 50 flights a year. But at the best, they only ever got 24 flights, and it cost more than they anticipated. This became a problem for them because it was not delivering the expected outcome they were after. And the fact was, the shuttle was still being continually modified all the way through its life. If we look at the history of normalization that we have, as I said, there were previous incidents, but the one that they are most known for prior to Columbia was the Challenger space shuttle. In this instance, the Challenger space shuttle disintegrated on launch. And that was because, again, normalization of deviance occurred with an O-ring problem in their solid rocket boosters. The engineers didn't want to launch that day because they were worried about the O-rings, but they had no evidence to suggest it was really a problem. So the launch went ahead, and an investigation found that the engineers had been overruled in this instance. If we look at what changed after Challenger happened, so there were a lot of changes made to the structure, the organization in NASA to try and prevent this normalization of deviance occurring and the cultural issues that they found. But they didn't change the part of NASA that managed human spaceflight, where the shuttles were. So they didn't actually change the part where they were having the problem. So by the time it came to launch Columbia, they had not learnt the lessons of Challenger. They had just not learned. It's interesting when we think about what the change was, what the small creeping change was that occurred. So there was a design requirement that no debris, no foam broke off anything on launch, but they couldn't achieve that. So they started to just accept it. The fact that they were able to return to Earth without problems, they assumed it was all okay, rather than focusing on maybe it not being okay. With the debris strike, they had actually normalized it to the point that it was a no safety of flight issue. It was an acceptable risk. There was no safety issue at all. They had discounted the idea that there was ever going to be a problem. And there were 7 instances of major foam strikes that occurred. And so this became a problem for them, but they just kept justifying that it was okay. So think about your facilities here. How many times do you have a near miss on something? The incident doesn't quite happen. You need to learn from that, not think, well, the incident didn't happen, this is good. It is good the incident didn't happen, but the fact is it could easily still happen if you're having the near miss. So what can you do to notice what we call these weak signals and prevent them becoming a problem? There was one major debris strike that occurred before Columbia though, and it was a big near miss, a very big near miss. It was on Atlantis and it damaged the heat shield. And when Atlantis landed, its wing had almost burnt through, but they managed to land okay. They celebrated this as a success because they landed and it was great. What that did was reinforce to people that they could land with foam strikes. It was not a problem anymore. This reinforced the normalization of deviance. And this is actually a photo of Atlantis after its last flight. And you can see here that the tiles are damaged from the flight as well. And that continued to happen on every flight that took place. When we look at what happened with Columbia, they did a review after launch, as they do every launch. They looked at what happened. They look at the video, they look at the photos. But whilst they saw something hit the shuttle, they saw the foam hit the space shuttle, they didn't think it was going to be a problem. They were concerned about the damage, and the engineers asked for more detailed photos, but they weren't able to get them. And so this meant they couldn't tell the damage that had occurred to the space shuttle. Something else that occurs in normalization of deviance, though. Columbia was 22 years old when this incident happened. It was the oldest of all the space shuttles. It was the first one built. And it had a lot of instruments and gauges and measurement devices inside it. But they weren't needed anymore because they were built for the first flights to understand how the space shuttle worked. They weren't being maintained though. So of 181 sensors in the wing, only 55 had already failed. Now what this meant is when mission control started to get indication back from the shuttle, they started to see results that they didn't believe because they get false alarms on these things. But they were actually real alarms telling them that the space shuttle was burning up. It was too hot. So again, think about your facilities. Do you have equipment in your facilities that you don't use very much anymore? So it's not maintained or looked after very much. And people start to think it only gives you false alarms. That is a normalization of deviance problem in your facility. You start to ignore the false alarms. You don't do anything about the false alarm because you think it's false, but it's not. It might be a real alarm, and that is a problem. That is the issue that we start to see. There are many other examples of normalization of deviance that have occurred, and I'll quickly go through a couple more. I mentioned Challenger Space Shuttle already. So this is the one where the O-rings failed. Now, they knew that the O-rings became brittle at cold temperature, but they didn't know how consistently that happened. They didn't have the data. Without the information, they had to make decisions, so they assumed things were okay. They normalized that it should be okay. And what happened was the O-ring failed, the rocket exploded, and it killed those 7 astronauts as well. If we think about the Gretley coal mine disaster, this was a coal mine, an underground coal mine, and they were digging close to an abandoned mine. And that abandoned mine had been flooded. It was full of water. One day, because they assumed everything was okay and that they weren't anywhere near the flooded old mine, they broke through the wall and it flooded out through the mine they were working in, and it killed 4 people when that mine flooded. They assumed that because there was water leaking into the mine, that was just because the mine was always wet. There was always water. They normalized seeing water in the mine and didn't notice that it was a problem for them. The Texas City refinery explosion. Again, this is where they were overfilling the raffinate tower on startup. And they overfilled that raffinate tower every startup because they didn't want to trip out the pumps. And their experience told them if they didn't overfill it, the pumps tripped sometimes. They normalized overfilling the pump, overfilling the tower was normal, and that is how you start it up. Sadly, in this instance, 15 workers were killed in the explosion after that tower overfilled, leaked out, and found an ignition source and exploded. If we think about the Macondo blowout in 2010 in the Gulf of Mexico, they had normalized that the abandonment activities were working okay. So they assumed when they were doing the cement job that it worked. But in fact, the cement job hadn't worked. They assumed that it had. The well then blew out. The blowout preventer failed to work. And 11 workers were killed in that incident, as well as the contamination in the Gulf of Mexico with the oil leaking for 87 days. Another coal mine example. So a little bit different. It's a coal mine. This was a coal mine in New Zealand. And it was an underground coal mine. There was a lot of methane in this coal. Now, methane is explosive. The problem they had was the methane built up underground and then found an ignition source and exploded. When it exploded, 29 miners were killed in that explosion. The miners had started to bypass the methane alarms because the methane alarms kept going off and stopping the mining machines. So they wanted to keep mining. They were being pressured to keep mining. So they normalized that it was okay to turn off the methane detectors. They didn't detect that the methane was building up to such an extent that it could explode. And it caused that tragic, significant explosion. Another example of where people ignored the alarms because they assumed the alarms were all false is actually the DuPont Bell toxic chemical release that happened in 2010. So over a 2-day period, there had been 3 separate chemical releases at the facility, but they assumed that they were false alarms because they assumed the equipment was faulty because it had always been faulty in the past. So that 3rd release resulted in 1 worker dying due to that release of toxic chemicals. So assuming an alarm is false is a big problem that we need to try and avoid when we're working in our facilities. And the last example on this screen is from 2012, and it is a cruise ship. So this was a Costa Concordia that ran aground and then sunk close to islands. Now, the ship was deliberately sailing very close to the islands in what they call a high-speed sail-by. So it was to provide excitement for the people on land and for the people on the ship to sail close to the land very fast. But they should not have been doing it. It was not part of the procedure, but it was normalized. It was accepted. It was done every cruise. And that led to the captain thinking it was okay. Sadly, that ship sank and 32 lives were lost when that ship sank because the captain normalized a high-speed sail-by. So the fact is that normalization of deviance is a very dangerous thing that we can do. And as humans, we do it all the time. It's that little creeping change that we keep doing, and then we stop even noticing that we're doing it. So it might be that little bit going over the speed limit, just a little bit each time. You don't get caught, nothing happens. You keep doing it just a little bit each time. One day you might not be able to stop in time because you're a little bit over the speed limit. So the problem we've got is when we accept deviations from what we should be doing as normal, it prevents us from seeing the real issues. We lose the weak signals of something almost going wrong, but not quite. So what can we do? What can you do in your workplace to look out for these weak signals and make sure that you can focus on avoiding them? How do you make sure you don't normalize these changes? What can you do to prevent that? Some ideas are have a conversation with someone from a different part of your plant. Take them for a walk in your plant. What do they notice that you don't see anymore? Bringing in those fresh eyes of someone else is really useful to try and challenge what you're doing. If you're doing something that you think is correct, explain it to someone else that's not involved. Does it sound right to them, or do they think there might be a slight change to that as well? So they're just some examples of normalization of deviance. It's a complex area, but we just need to make sure we focus on looking for the small changes when they occur, so they don't just become normal and what we do every day. Thank you for your attention. I hope this was useful for you. I see that it is being recorded, so hopefully you'll be able to get access to it if you wish later. Please reach out to me or the Safety Centre on social media. We're happy to talk to you about how we may be able to help you or any issues that you may be having. So thank you very much. I will now see if we have any questions that have come in. Okay, I've got a question here. Where are we? Okay, so the emphasis is on weak signals and normalization of deviance. The examples you have noted are of large, well-established organizations. But if the culture on site is not safety driven due to commercial issues, how do you reverse that? Would small changes be sufficient? That is a very good question, and it comes down to how you deal with the culture on the site. I would suggest, even on a small site where money is difficult to get, the little tasks, as you mentioned, the small things that you do every day to just make sure you're looking at what's going on is very important. So as I said, take someone with you on a walk on your site visit. They can walk through. What do they see? What can they notice? That is a really useful way for you to focus on what is in front of your eyes that you don't see anymore. And the other thing is for you to practice each day the little things that you do to make sure you do your job right. So whether it is checking something that you're doing, whether it is when you walk through the facility, you clean up and make sure there's no rubbish, those sorts of things. That's a good way to try and keep your mind focused on it. Another question here, what about the causes of Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island and Bhopal? Yes, they all had normalization of deviance associated with them as well. It pretty much, it occurs in many, many incidents all over the world. They are usual, it usually is part of the incident that occurs in many ways. Just looking through some of the other questions. I can't see any other questions yet that have come through, so I might pass back to Mr. Yaqub. Question, hang on. Can you connect the topic with human factors engineering, and can you brief about the new trends in process safety, big data, AI analytics, dynamic risk studies using mathematical models? That is a very big question with lots of parts to it. Normalization of deviance is part of human factors management. So you do need to focus on human factors management, and that will help you deal with normalization of deviance in your facility. In terms of the new trend, big data is very significant. It is emerging. There is a lot of potential for it to be very good into the future, but I think we still have a lot of work to do to get it right yet. AI, or artificial intelligence, again, artificial intelligence does not remove human factors issues because we don't yet have true artificial intelligence that can design and build itself. A human is still designing it and building it and programming it and maintaining it. So artificial intelligence is useful in some areas, but it doesn't eliminate the human. And dynamic risk assessments, there is a lot of work going on there, particularly in some of the mathematical models. I know that the Texas A&M University have been doing some work, I believe, with ExxonMobil in Doha on that particular topic. So, as well as some of their work in Texas. So there's a lot of activity happening in that area. One last question. Can you please comment on the common problem with almost all safety incidents, which is how to change the culture, behavior of the people? The key thing to do here is you have to have your leaders engaged to want to change the culture in the organization, because people will follow their leaders. So I think the short answer is for you to focus on making sure your leaders want the change, because they can lead the change from the top. It's very hard to change the culture from the bottom only. You need the top as well. So I might leave it there, Mr. Yaqub, and hand back to you. Thank you.
Presentation and about the human performance and the process safety. Normalization of a lot of thanks. Very useful presentation, and we hope that everybody will be learn from you. You are one of the a leader in the world in the process safety. Thank you, Mrs. Trish. The next Central of Chemical Process Safety of USA. The title of this speak will be about the roadmap to process safety excellence. Mr. Shakil, the mic with you.
Unmute. Can you hear me all?
Yeah, very clear.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris, for reminding everyone about the Columbia shuttle disaster. I have my vivid memories there about 2 weeks before this disaster happened with 50 of my colleagues, and let me see if I can start my video too. So good reminder. Basically we learned a lot from that disaster, and it became actually the culture program for CCPS. So thanks again for a good reminder. A good day to all of you. I hope and wish all of you and your loved ones are keeping well. It is my pleasure to speak at the first Jordanian International Chemical Process Safety Virtual Conference. Wonderful work so far, and I hope you find this all the topics interesting. I compliment the organizers for taking this initiative and inviting leaders from around the world to provide their perspective on improving process safety in the region. The topic I have selected today is still work in progress and will be completed this year, but I thought it would be important to share with all of you. I hope when completed, it would be very beneficial to many who are starting their journey in leading or executing process safety management for their organization. Okay, why am I not moving the slide? Just hang on. Okay, my slide is not moving somehow. Okay, good. All of you have seen my bio, so I'm not going to talk about myself. Just wanted to kind of focus on a couple of things here. I had about 36 years of experience, boots on the ground in a company, going from the engineering, from the process technology to the operation, and then ultimately leading the global process safety. And the task I'm talking about today, I could have used some help there. CCPS, I got involved with them many years ago, and I'm pleased that I have the opportunity now to leading this organization globally. So let me start with a sober reminder. We all are aiming to reduce process safety incidents for many years. And I think we have done some improvement. There is more awareness around process safety globally. Actually, this conference is an example. However, we are still not making enough progress to eliminate significant process safety incidents. We need to continue to do such collaborative efforts. I wanted to share one of that approach that my organization has been working for several years. But let me start with some of these reminders. CCPS actually started to catalog significant incidents beginning 2019 because our members really felt that it would be a good initiative to raise the sense of vulnerability. I have included only about 25 incidents here. They are not all complete, but just the idea was to recognize that. You may recognize some of them. The United States certainly had major share of the major incidents. Actually, in China, I experienced a tragic incident killing 78 people in 2019. Of course, we also saw an entire refinery demolished in an incident, and that was in Philadelphia. 2020, we cataloged almost 64 incidents occurring in 19 countries, and I'm sure people had a lot more challenges to deal with because of the pandemic. India specifically experienced significant number of incidents, and they had 32 major incidents claiming about 75 lives. And we saw the styrene release in India that was reminiscent of the Bhopal incident of 1984. And this incident also killed several people and put hundreds in the hospital with breathing difficulty. We also experienced a horrific process safety incident, and people saw that in many videos around the world. This is the ammonium nitrate incident in Beirut, and at least 137 people were killed and over 5,000 or so wounded in this massive explosion. You know, I can go on and on that we really need to make some improvement. And then just yesterday, Petroleum refinery fire. Many of you probably already saw on YouTube that the incident happened. So my intention was to just again raise the sense of vulnerability and remind we all must have a desire and intent on process safety improvement. So let me briefly talk about the CCPS for those who are not familiar with the Center for Chemical Process Safety. It was formed on 23rd March 1985. It was industry's response to the Bhopal gas tragedy, really with the intent that we don't want to have this repeated incident in the future. It's a not-for-profit organization and it's part of American Institute of Chemical Engineers. Corporately supported, it's a global scope and mission, focused preventing process safety incidents, fire, explosion, toxic releases. We really cover a diverse gamut of industry sector, and we are headquartered in New York with offices around the world. So as of end of December, we closed the year with 227 members from 42 countries. About 50% of the members are located outside of the USA. And I'm happy to inform that Jordan Engineers Association became a CCPS member in 2020. And we are very pleased with their engagement and also extremely delighted to really that they have taken this type of initiative to collect a mass to listen to the process safety stories. Our membership is fairly diverse, includes large, medium, and small size companies in chemicals, petroleum, pharmaceuticals, metals, mining, non-manufacturing, consulting, industry association like JEA, and government agencies. And the product and services developed and offered by CCPS are as a result of the collaborative effort of these members. There's nobody sitting in the CCPS office writing all this thing. It's all done by the members. So what is our vision? It's very simple: to protect people, property, and environment by bringing the best process safety knowledge and practices to industry, academia, the government, the public around the world through collective wisdom, tools, training, and expertise. What is our mission? It's very simple. That was the remit we started with: eliminate process safety incidents in all industry globally. And we do that by advancing global process safety technologies, culture, and management practices, serving as premier worldwide resource of process safety, fostering knowledge and understanding of process safety, promoting process safety as a key societal value and expectation, and establishing process safety as foundation for responsible operation. This slide basically captures some of the product and services. I'm not going to dwell on this thing. Hopefully you can all get most of this information from our website. But again, I wanted to focus on we really the product and services are really developed by the members. So let me actually move to the topic at hand. What is the roadmap to process safety excellence? I strongly believe this roadmap will help leaders to understand what they need to do in process safety management, help them assess how they are doing with their process safety management and identify gaps, and then provide them with resources so that they can start the improvement process. So this is really the big picture here. CCPS has been on this roadmap journey since 1985, since its inception. The effort I'm going to talk about is really in the last several years. The three key components that are part of the roadmap here are, one, the CCPS risk-based process safety guideline that was developed and published in 2007. Second, risk-based process safety 20 elements that are part of this guideline. And the third one is the CCPS Vision 2020. These three components have been developed to answer, what do I need to do? We have developed assessment tool that will help to answer, how am I doing? And I'll plan to review how we have used the content of these components to develop these assessment protocols. And to ensure that appropriate resources are available to address gaps as part of this roadmap, resources have been linked with this assessment tool to help answer, where do I have to start to improve? Risk-based process safety. The first key component is the guideline, and that is this book. It provides guidelines for industries that manufacture, consume, or handles chemicals by focusing on new ways to design, correct, or improve process safety management practices. This framework about process safety integrates industry lessons learned, utilizes applicable total quality principles like the plan, do, check, and act, and organize it in a way that will be useful for all organizations, even those with relatively lower hazard activity throughout the life cycle of the company. The purpose of the RBPS guideline is to provide tools that will help process safety professionals build and operate more efficient process safety management system. This guideline provides guidance in three areas: how to design a process safety management system, correct a deficient system, and improve process safety management practices. And I'm glad to tell you that this guidelines have been used around the world now. The key part of this guideline, or what I would call the foundations, are the 20 elements or the 4 pillars. I'm not going to go in detail with all the elements here, but let me just briefly talk about the 4 pillars the book is developed on. Leadership and commitment, a very important part of the pillar to process safety, is the key building block for pursuit of process safety excellence. Leaders who walk the talk will send a consistent message to do the right thing in the right way at the right times, even when no one is looking. Understanding hazards and evaluating risk is necessary for an organization to know where to apply its limited resources to help ensure that accidents do not occur. Managing risk involves a focus on operating and maintaining processes that pose the risk, controlling changes to those processes to avoid inadvertent risk increases, and preparing for responding to and managing incidents that do occur. And at the end, learning from incidents or experience, which we still have to do more. In spite of our best effort, things don't always work out as planned. So organizations must be ready to turn its mistakes and those by others into opportunities or improvement. This slide actually is the starting of the protocols we have starting to develop. It's developed on the 20 risk-based process safety element. Each assessment protocol looks at what are the key essential features of that element that must achieve It gives various work activity that demonstrates that you are implementing this feature and at what level. It provides an opportunity to rate yourself on this key requirement based on your implementation progress or KPIs. We have linked several resources with each protocol that will help the assessor to identify an improvement plan to improve implementation of that element. These assessment protocols are being developed using input from multiple industry process safety leaders globally. The scoring method is very simple. As you have seen, it's like always means there is an evidence that activity occurs consistently. When it says any minor gaps are corrected by the established corporate management system, most of the time means there is evidence that the activity is executed. Some of the time
الماشين مش موجود بقى ما بدي من عنده ماشين انا خلص بدي انا بعرف قلت له لا قلت له بس انا مش هنعمل قلت له انا هرجع 3 من يوم يعني.
Can you please mute? Thank you very much.
Please complete.
And infrequent or never means the activity is missing. So these are basically the key trigger we ask, and each trigger will have the specific comments included, what you can see as the evidence and degree of evidence. And basically we took this for all 20 elements. This is the other 10 elements, and each elements have similar detail. And you can see that on the top, you will see what are the key requirements, and on the bottom, you will see what are the key resources available. So what do I mean by resources here? Here I have included a selection of resources here. First, the biggest resource we have is the publication we developed. Over 130 or so process safety guideline books have been out since the inception of CCPS. This is actually the largest resource of body of knowledge on process safety. We have a variety of web tools like chemical reactivity worksheet, golden rules, process safety incident database, specific process safety videos, and so forth. And of course, we have nearly 20 years worth of process safety beacons. Most of you are aware of that. Along with those resources, we also link a lot of our process safety training for professionals, for undergraduate education, for faculty members, and so forth is included as part of this. And also many of the training developed for individual components. So these are really kind of the sources we have. So this is for individual process safety element improvement. But the question always comes as, okay, so I'm improving based on this guideline, how well I'm doing with the industry. And this is the same questions we asked almost about 10 years ago. As a background, since 1985, CCPS has been collaborating with its stakeholders. In 2011, the CCPS started beginning to think about how can we significantly improve our process safety performance. And that's where the project called Vision 2020 came about. So what is this project? In this project, participants worked hard to envision the process safety future and ask what will be the characteristics of the companies with great process safety performance in the future. What will distinguish the companies with fewer process safety incidents from those with more process safety incidents? How can we work together in companies like those with all the stakeholders to future process safety performance? So basically what we are trying to do is really bring the best to rest. The Vision 2020 developed by CCPS looks into the not too distant future to demonstrate that perfect process safety will look like when it is championed by industry, driven by 5 tenets, which are the best practices we found, and enhanced by community passion and global societal themes that we developed. And I'll discuss them in the next couple of slides. In this project, we were trying to answer a couple of key questions. Many best-in-class companies have achieved great process safety performance. What are the key principal characteristics or tenets that allowed them to achieve such best industry class performance? And what additional impact in this improvement can be achieved if industry and public work more closely together? What are the key teams they would work closely with? So these are your 5 industry tenets. And let me just briefly outline what we mean by that. In a committed culture, executive involves themselves personally. And again, these are all based on the characteristic of the best-in-class company we interviewed. Executive involves themselves personally. Managers and supervisors drive excellent execution every day, and all employees maintain a sense of vulnerability and vigilance. Vibrant management systems are ingrained throughout the organization. Vibrant systems readily adapt to the organization's varying operations and risk. Its structure clearly defines expectation for all systems that impact process safety performance. Disciplined adherence to standards means company and/or industry standards rigorously followed. Systems to ensure that existing equipment meets company minimum expectation, and risk decision-making is used when applicable standards do not exist. Intentional competency ensures that all employees who impact process safety are fully capable of meeting the technical and behavioral requirement of their job. And finally, enhanced application and sharing lesson learned communicates critical knowledge in a focused manner that satisfies the thirst of learning. Again, we developed a similar assessment tool for the 5 industry tenants. It integrates to help in the company assess its current implementation against Vision 2020 elements. So what we are trying to do here is, once you do your internal look, start looking at external view and compare that. So really, that's where I would definitely achieve better performance. The next is for societal teams. First one is this enhanced stakeholder knowledge allows the public to effectively challenge industry to prevent process safety incidents. And same holds true for industry challenging the public to understand process safety risk. Responsible collaboration, a very important part of this whole effort, means technical, government, labor, community, scientific, academic, and industry organization are working together. And we have to really, when I talk about responsible, it has to be a two-way door here. Since standards can come from many sources, standards can be confusing and conflicting. Harmonized standards provide consistent guidance for design, operation, and maintenance to support effective understanding of process safety risks. And finally, company uses various assessment techniques to assume their process safety management systems are working as intended. Third party, including public and non-government organization, evaluate implementation of process safety program. And we created the assessment tool of this four societal teams here. So let me bring all this together. And to kind of bring this to my personal experience, let me take you back about 20 years when I started my role as the Global Process Safety Director at my previous company. As I was entering this new organization, I thought that, and people also thought that I had actually good technical background to take care of this job. However, I knew very well I lacked the global organizational and external industry perspective. Some of the thoughts that came to me at that time when I started this job were, what is the state of process safety management of my company globally? Where will I get help from these improvements if I have any gaps in my company? How my process safety management compare with those best in class? I wished I had the tool that we are working on. I intend that hopefully this tool will answer some of those questions. And I would be happy to answer any question you may have at this point. I think our time is pretty close to end. So let me end this at this point.
Mr. Shakil Kadri, a lot of thanks for this important presentations and focusing on publications of Central of Chemical Process Safety, also the body of knowledge and the 5 industry patents. Maybe we can answer the questions maybe in the open discussions.
Okay.
If anyone participants have any questions, please list it down in Q&A. The next conference paper will be with Mr. David Hatch, the process safety analyst from BSI UK. The title of the paper will be Process Safety Cards, a Good Dealer Safer. Mr. David Hatch, please, the mic with you.
Thank you, Yaqub. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and thank you to the Jordanian Chemical Process Safety Engineering Society for allowing me to share this simple but hopefully effective concept. So what I'd like to share with you is an approach really targeting process safety from the bottom up and to help exploit the knowledge that we already have in a low-tech but high reach or wide reach approach. So starting off with what Shakil has recognized and Trish has recognized, it's sad that in the 21st year of the 21st century, we are still experiencing process safety incidents. We are still experiencing casualties. And Trevor Kletz said in his book, you know, things are still going wrong. Things are still going wrong today. And we have better technology, we have bigger data, but we are still experiencing these tragedies. So are we perhaps focusing on the wrong protection measures? Are we perhaps focusing on the wrong people when we're trying to improve our process safety performance? We have many great institutions, many great initiatives, from Trish at the ICME Safety Centre, Shakil at the CCPS, Tees at the European Process Safety Centre, Lee at the Energy Institute. So we have collateral, we have material, we have the knowledge, but sometimes that knowledge doesn't reach the people who are potentially impacted or potentially contributing to these incidents. If you look at the CSB investigations, over 100 investigations, sadly over 200 fatalities, around 40% of those casualties were outside the organization, either contractors or other third parties. That doesn't mean they were to blame, not at all, but it's still a significant portion that may fall outside these familiar strategies. So what we need to do is to try and engage the workforce, the ones who are actually on the front line. And now we look at new ideas like gamification, try to make learning more powerful, more effective, more interesting. But gamification has its challenges. Many people don't have the time. You're not able to exploit these ideas on the plant because perhaps you need tablets or other components. So gamification is not always as effective as it could be. But now if we could focus on micro-learning, so these third parties, other stakeholders who don't have the time, give them short bursts of information or knowledge to help them acquire and retain key learning. So what we're aiming to do with the process safety card is to put the knowledge into the right hands, the hands of the people, as I said, who may contribute to or be impacted by these loss of containment. To use simple principles, simple visual concepts, they can remember events, they can recognize the causes or threats that initiate those events. Really importantly, to respect the barriers that are put in place to prevent or mitigate those events and report any concerns that they experience. The stakeholder or the duty holder, owner, operator has an obligation and expectation to take that feedback from the front line and respond to it, and really critically to make amends, to try and recover the protection as quickly as possible, because without that protection, then the facility, the assets, the personnel are vulnerable. So we've developed these simple playing cards. So it's a handy, familiar deck of cards. Currently, there are 52 separate loss of containment events, and they're easily accessible to a wide community of personnel. But really, the core of these cards is knowing your enemy. Hazards are not the enemy. If you're operating a hydrocarbon facility or a power station, you need your materials to be combustible. That's a hazard that's part of your business, but you control or you contain that hazard. What is your enemy is loss of containment. And we have to inform everyone of the enemy. So we've taken the 52 cards, we've split them into 4 possible suits. So we have degradation, where it indicates failure within the design conditions, discharge, an open route to atmosphere, for example, damage, external impact, for example, some NATEC event, and finally, deviation going beyond the design envelope. And the cards are aimed to capture curiosity, to make people interested in what can go wrong. And you'll see here that we've represented these in familiar playing card format, but if your culture or your company forbids such gambling or such gaming, we can remove these to make them look much simpler and much more acceptable. I would like to thank Amro Kash, Jakob Banataha, and Dr. Sami for helping with the Arabic translation. So you'll see here we can make cards in a variety of familiar languages to suit the audience, to suit the jurisdiction. So how might the cards be used in practice? So starting off with operational opportunities, you could, if you're allowed to, play games, just regular games with the cards. So you've got this passive learning opportunity to acquire that knowledge simply by playing the cards that you recognize. We could use them for toolbox talks. Take a card and one or everyone talks about their experience of the card that's been dealt, whether it's dropped objects or vehicle collisions, flooding, lightning strikes, for example. You could use it for a quiz. So draw out a card and get people to identify that event. So make sure that they're fully understanding the hazards. Use them as hazard reminders. You could attach the cards to work permits, so it highlights the potential hazards that may be involved when carrying out that work. They could be used for hazard spotting or surveys. So take the cards around the site with you and then label the locations or the potential locations where you have concerns about vulnerability. And they could also be used for simply introducing to visitors or project or maintenance personnel. Very simple, very handy, very inexpensive. And they can also be used for online interaction. So now we are under COVID restrictions. Even if you're not isolated, if you've got remote operations, you can use the cards online via digital tables. The cards aren't just limited to frontline personnel or operations personnel. There are opportunities to engage people further up the organization. So they could be used to, for example, start discussions for meetings, used for safety moments. They could be used to validate or sense check HAZOPs or PHAs. So every time a deviation is discussed, that card goes on the table. At the end of the study, the cards that are left are the ones that are either not relevant or the cards that need to be discussed. They could be used as dashboards, so categorizing your incidents by loss of containment type or card. We could tie the cards to familiar industry or company incidents. So here we have the CSB investigations, and you'll see how many of these are related to internal corrosion, for example. They could be used for sort of hazard screening or hazard potential. Each card has a value. Ace is 11, King, Queen, Jack is 10. So the more cards and the greater the score on the cards, then the greater the potential for hazards. They could be used for campaigns. This week we're going to talk about over temperature, for example. Next week we're going to talk about low pressure. So using them as a visual aid at any point within the organization. And again, similarly to the operational online card games, they can be used for digital or virtual whiteboards, so you can exchange knowledge remotely. So it's not just limited to physically handing out cards during a meeting. You can do that online as well. So the cards themselves are creating that curiosity, creating that interest, but really the value starts to come with fully understanding each scenario. So after the Bunsfield incident, the Health and Safety Executive Inquiry threw these 3 challenges to all the duty holders. Do you understand what can go wrong? Do you know what your systems are to prevent this from happening? And do you have the information to assure you that they are working effectively? So what the bow ties do is it allows you to address those first 2 questions. It also allows you to address the 3rd question, but in this instance, we're tackling the understanding and the knowledge. What can go wrong? What systems are there in place to prevent it from happening? So for each card, there's a 1-page bow tie scenario, which has got typical causes, typical controls, typical vulnerabilities. These can be posted online or they can be posted outside places of work, meeting rooms, workshops, etc. The key message from the bow tie is that there are barriers in place, but these barriers are imperfect. They will deteriorate, and you must recognize these degradation factors and address how you sustain the performance of your human barriers your active hardware barriers. So this is where the real value lies, highlighting, emphasizing, communicating, sharing these degradations, and how do you reinforce, remind, inform people that these barriers are imperfect. You can also use the cards for different formats or different styles. So for example, ignition sources, process safety management, human factors, or safety data sheets. These are all just examples using the same familiar platform. So in summary, this is not a game. We see this as a knowledge exchange tool, sharing the knowledge between the management and the operations, from the top floor to the shop floor, from the boardroom to the control room, in both directions. Sharing the learning using familiar images and recognizable local languages. It's not a new strategy. This is not replacing all the good work that the IKME, the CCPS, the Energy Institute have done. This is helping you deliver your strategy, whether it be process safety or asset integrity. Fundamentally, it's protecting the protection, the hardware and humans that look after you. And it can be adapted to suit various operations anywhere where loss of control or containment of energy or materials is involved. So in summary, the cards increase the awareness, the bow ties enhance the understanding, the barriers and the bow ties drive that vigilance, that respect, and that vigilance enhances the process and asset integrity. So thank you very much for watching. I'm happy to answer any questions now or later. The knowledge is out there. This is aimed at getting that knowledge to the right people as quickly and effectively as possible. Thank you very much.
A lot of thank Mr. David Hatch. We appreciate converting process safety management system to playing cards. We appreciate the simplification of the process safety and gamifications of the process safety. The next speaker, Dr. Christopher Coles, Associate Director, Industrial Professor, University of Alberta, Canada. The title of the conference paper will be Undergraduate Risk-Based Process Safety at the University of Alberta. Dr. Christopher, please share your slide. The mic with you now.
Okay, thank you very much, and a great opportunity to be with you today to share this presentation in terms of what we're doing for undergraduate process safety education at the University of Alberta. In terms of my presentation today, I'm going to cover several topics. First of all, I'm going to go through our School of Engineering Safety and Risk Management, or ESRM as we call it. Then we have two courses that I'll cover, our Leadership and Risk Management 404, and then our Methodology and Tools course 406, which is essentially our process safety course. And we'll cover four main topics here in terms of our course topics: the concept of using case studies for learning, the assignments that students do, and our guest lectures. Then I'll wrap up with some conclusions and closing thoughts. So in terms of our school, like most organizations, we have a vision in terms of taking risk management to the next level. Our school mission is to provide organizations with leaders in engineering safety and risk management through exceptional teaching, researching, and advocacy. And our strategic priorities in terms of defining the school, outreach, communication, funding, accreditation. We also have an industrial executive board, which guides us and we work with in terms of our materials. And then you can see we are underpinned by four key pillars. In terms of the work,
we will maybe we have bad connections. We will wait for 1 minute. Otherwise, we can switch to the next speaker, Mr. Tejas course. Mr. Tigis course. Mr. Tigis, so that we can to still organizing the conference paper, can you start your presentations? And when Mr. Coles join with us, will be the next conference paper. Mr. Tigis? Mr. Tigis? Maybe we can use this time for open discussion. Any questions with Mr. Shakil or Mrs. Trish can? Maybe Mr. Amro from the chat, if there's some questions in the chat. Maybe I have questions. Mr. Shakil. Mr. Amro, you have questions in the chat?
Yes.
Can you unmute, please?
Yes. How to motivate people and organizations to consider green chemicals and how normalization can be done if land is contaminated with chemicals, let's say arsenic.
The questions for whom, Mr. Amr? Maybe for Mr. Shakil? Okay, Mr. Shakil, please, can you answer the questions? If you can repeat your.
I haven't heard or understood the question. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, of course, Mr. Amro. What are the questions, Mr. Amro, again, please? احكي اللي بدك اياه.
How we improve the process safety measures to minimize or eliminate the human intervention?
Can you write that down, because I just cannot hear it?
Please repeat it again, Mr. Amro.
How can we improve the process safety measures to minimize or eliminate the human intervention?
A lot of echo. Trish, can you understand the question? I could not.
Yeah, what I heard was, how do we improve procedures to minimize human error? Is that right, Mr. Amro? How do we get our procedures right so people don't make mistakes?
Here, I have posted the question on the chat.
There's a lot of echo in your question, Mr. Amro. We can't quite understand it.
Sorry, I can't hear properly. I can hear Trish very well.
Mr. Shakil, the questions is how we improve the process safety to minimize the human error.
Trish, you want to take that one?
Sure, I'll try.
Yeah.
So I think to try and minimize human error, we need to make sure we understand what is causing the error. And this is where we look at human factors, because when we look at human factors, it's about making sure people get the task right as easy as they can. So we want to eliminate the idea that they can make a mistake. So if we make it easy for them to get it right and harder for them to get it wrong, then they will do the right thing. If we put barriers in their way so that it's easy to make a mistake, easy to take a shortcut, easy to do the wrong thing, they will do that eventually and you will have the problem. So we need to simplify the tasks and make them as easy as possible for the human to get right. I think that's a simple answer I'd give. Shakil, would you like to add anything to that?
I think that's perfect. I actually wanted to answer something else. I saw in my, during my presentation, I was seeing a lot of questions coming out more around, can we get the slides of this presentation? Why some of the slides have been marked confidential? So let me answer that question for everyone. Slides will be available and will be sent to Yaqub as part of the package. The reason we put few slides confidential because this was still work in progress. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't issue something which is not complete. That's the policy of CCPS. Having said that, I always promote process safety must be copied, okay? We can learn from others. So there is nothing confidential about process safety. Only reason I had to put some of those slides as confidential because the work is not finalized. It is still work in progress. I hope that answers, because I got several questions about that.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Of course, as my colleague said, it's extremely important to have a good system, good procedures, but we need to add on top of that, that human error is mostly based on behavioral aspects.
Yeah.
It means that people need to be convinced of their roles and of their importance in process safety and in safety in general. And as the CCPS is always repeating, it's a big cultural change that must start from the top management of the company. Yeah. If you see your general manager that is going around the plant without wearing the helmet or doing things that are not in line with the procedure, this will have a devastating effect on the behavior of people. Yeah. So, and this is extremely common. So the final answer is you need good tools, you need good procedures, you need good safety layers and so on. But on top of that, it's absolutely crucial that your top management and downwards, all the management involved are fully aware of what is safety and how they must behave and how to transmit this message to the other colleagues. Otherwise, everything will fail.
Mr. Shakil, I have questions. When we reach the process safety excellence?
Again, you're coming out a bit broken. When will we?
When we reach the process safety excellence?
It's a journey. It's not a.
When we reach.
It's a journey. Yeah, I understood the question now. Let me say that it is a journey. I'm still in that journey. I started the journey 40 years ago. And I think what you need to do is learn from the best and execute the best. And I think Mauro very well said that culture is the most important part. And so what approach I was showing you is you compare yourself with the best in class and also compare yourself with the good systems in place. And then you look at through the journey and execute them and process safety. Frankly, I'm telling you, and I have told them many people, process safety is not easy. It's a lot of hard work, a lot of detailed work. But if you execute that with the strong passion and culture, you can achieve in that path of excellence.
Maybe Mr. David Hatch.
Yeah.
A few comments about the human error and its causes on the accident. And you address this human error in your playing card, process safety playing card.
Yes, I think that the topic really starts with Trish's presentation about normalization. What have we become accustomed to? And we as process safety specialists, we take many things for granted, and let's just say, culture starts at the top and is driven downwards through the organization, but the effects are felt at the bottom. The effects are felt on a daily basis. So how can we get those messages to the bottom as quickly and effectively as possible to remind veterans who perhaps have been in the organization for a long time not to become complacent, or inform novices who are new to the organization. But the cards on their own are not enough to keep people safe. They're simply a way, they're a common currency, a common visual language that gives people the opportunity to start conversations with people like us, people who know about explosion modeling or hazardous area classification. So, it tackles, as I said, it's not a new idea. It's just expanding existing ideas in a way that is tangible, something that people can touch and something people can use to share their experiences, top to bottom, bottom to top, side to side. So it's not a solution. It's just a tool. It's just an aid that makes conversations easier in different local languages, different technical languages. Okay.
Just to add on that, David, my friends, I just got an email from my friends at...
David, the next conference paper with Mr. Course, Operation Director from European Process Safety. No problem, Mr. Tejas. Active learning from incident. Process Safety Center, Netherlands. The course title will be about the effective learning from incident. Please share your presentations and the mic with you, Mr. Tejas, please.
Jacob, thank you so much for the kind introduction and having us here. Can you hear me and see the screen?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, that is great. I think it's an excellent idea to bring together the community in Jordan of chemical engineers and strengthen process safety that both CCPS and then AICHE wanted to support, and EPSC is doing that as well. David had a great presentation on the safety card. EPSC has shared that, supported that initiative by sending them around, and I just want to give you a heads up that I got a feedback from my friends in DuPont that liked the idea and wanted to order more of these packages to start using them. So great initiative. Let me share a few words about EPSC. I don't want to spend a long time on this, but similar as CCPS, EPSC was established after the Bhopal incident, and Bhopal was, of course, a very large tragedy that happened in India, where overnight 2,000 people got killed, and total amount of death is probably in the 10,000s. So that was a major disaster for the city of Bhopal. it was also bad for the company that happened, that caused the incident, that was working with the severe chemicals like MIC, that it was released a very toxic chemical, and that was Union Carbide. This single incident has stopped the existence of Union Carbide. So if you have a single incident that can basically stop your whole company. And then finally, the industry realized this was very bad for the perception of the industry. The industry needed to do a better job in protecting society from the hazards of nasty chemicals. And the industry said, let's do that together, and let's work together on process safety. And in Europe, that's done in the EPSC, the European Process Safety Center, which basically provides a legitimate network to talk to each other, to know each other, and to support each other. And that is valued very much by the members, that they have an opportunity to talk to each other, to know each other's phone numbers, and just ask, hey, this problem, do you have it also? How did you solve it? And how do you deal with it? And that's also our main thing. So what we are focused on is the industrial best practices that really help us avoiding leakages, that really help us to deal in a better way with the hazardous chemicals. And these practices we benchmark and we share in the team. The topic of today is about incidents and how do you learn effective from it. And a lot has already been said. You've already seen many incidents, but the ones I show you here is one related to the oil and gas industry, where an oil transfer to a tank resulted in an overflow, and then if you have an overflow of a chemical that can form an explosive mixture with air, and that is ignited, you can create a very severe incident. And that happened even in this century at different locations. The first one you see here, 2005 in Buncefield, and then that was definitely not the first incident in this row, but it's definitely an incident that most of you will remember. And where an overflow of a tank occurred, which was ignited, and you see these severe burning installation. A couple of years after that, in the city of Jaipur in India, a similar incident was with a leakage of a flammable liquid in on a chemical storage site, or on a storage site, resulted in and also that resulted in a gas cloud which was ignited, and a major damage to that facility. And then finally in Puerto Rico, an incident which has been investigated very well by the Chemical Safety Board and got therefore a lot of attention. An incident happening in 2009. Also there, an overflow of a tank occurred, forming an explosive mixture. It got ignited, a detonation occurred, and that resulted in many tanks that got on fire. And one of the things here, you see the pictures, but if I would have switched the pictures from A to B or from B to C, then probably nobody would have realized that. So basically it said that that these incidents look very similar in their effect, but also in their cause. And then the question comes from these incidents: do we learn effectively enough? One more example, and also here you only see 3 pictures from incidents that happened this century, but if you look to previous times, you see more of these similar pictures, which is related to the storage of ammonium nitrate. And ammonium nitrate looks like an innocent chemical which we use for as a fertilizer, but it has a lot of energy stored in it. And people will tell you, well, it generally has not the tendency to detonate. Which is true. It does not detonate very easy, but when heated up and when in a molten phase, then suddenly it can detonate, and all its energy is being released in a dot in a very, very violent way. And the most recent one that you recall is, of course, the Beirut incident, a tragedy for Beirut, where a huge amount of ammonium nitrate was stored in the harbor. And a similar thing happened in China, Tianjin. A huge crater was made in a storage facility. Huge amount of people died in that incident in 2015. Also, the major blast caused by the storage of ammonium nitrate, and the combination of a fire and ammonium nitrate is a bad one, because finally the ammonium nitrate is going to detonate. And then the last one, also this century, happened in Europe, in Toulouse, in that list, where also a huge amount of ammonium nitrate was stored. Not all of it did explode, but a major part did explode. And I have to say, 50 or 60% of all windows in the city of Toulouse did break, and that's not a small city. So that city will never forget this blast. And that facility has not been rebuilt after this incident. And here the same question comes: if we know that that ammonium nitrate storage is hazardous, how can it happen that we get all these blasts in cities near people? And why did we not isolate this ammonium nitrate in a better way, farther away from people, with more respect, and especially not get it connected to an ignition source? So that's a little bit the question, and it's not an easy thing, because everybody, of course, gets his own opportunity to make mistakes. What I have shown here and like to mention is a few barriers that I see as restrictions, as barriers for effective learning, and I just want to share it to you, and really hope that you want to break them down when you see them. But the first one is legal. In a company today, in the old days, it seems to be the technical engineers that were leading the large chemical companies. Today, these large chemical companies are led by legal people, and in case of an incident, these legal people tell you what to do and how to behave. And their interest is definitely not learning from incidents. Their interest is not getting punished, is keeping our image high, and therefore they form a barrier. I see that companies cannot be open after an incident for the first couple of years when the legal case is settled. And I'll tell you, settling these legal cases can easily go up to 5 years, even if nobody got killed. So and then after 5 years, typically the interest has removed, and the urgency to learn is getting lower. Another one is public opinion. In the old days, the public was more acceptable to bad things happening, and these days the public opinion does not accept incidents happening with chemicals. And the less severe you react to those things, the less open companies become in sharing these ones. So if we get bad releases, then these companies have the tendency to not share that openly with the in the open domain, because they get many nasty questions. Not good for their image. And then finally, we see in each company's managers, personal managers with personal targets, and these managers, they want to progress. They work on their career, and an incident generally does not look very nice on their career, and that's why they not promote it. Let me see. In my complete career, I have only once met a manager that I really respected, because he had a very severe incident in his company. He blew up a facility, and I say, hey, I want the industry to learn as intense as possible from this. And he openly shared whatever detail as of stage number 1. That happened last century, and I have to say these cases are pretty rare. So just a couple of things where maybe we can challenge each other and become a little bit more open. As a last thing, I want to show you one initiative that also CCPS and AICHE are doing to better share, to better learn from incidents, and that has to do with just sharing cases. And EPSC is promoting learning sheets, which we make each month, 10 a year. And these learning sheets, they go about a general topic. So something went wrong in the industry, but you see, it's a very typical thing that went wrong, because here you see we started a transfer, and during that transfer, still the drain was not placed back. So you see this open drain, and you can imagine if you have not placed this blind flange back in its original position, and if you started then to transfer naphtha, then you have a huge naphtha leak here, and that fire became very large, and is not a unique situation. That people forget to place back blind flanges is a general thing, which have caused many incidents, many fires in the industry. I have been also involved in those. And then we don't describe the consequences in a lot of details, because what is relevant is what are the key aspects, what are the key opportunities that you need to discuss to get things right, and that is where a lot of the action needs to become, because this is your process safety excellence and also your process safety culture to get these aspects right. This year, you will see that that EPSC connects that to what we call these process safety fundamentals, which we have defined. So there are principles in the industry that you need to understand related to this incident. And what you see here is walk the line, which basically means before you start the pump, when you have a transfer.
Mr. Tigges, we are happy for your presentation, but we need to start the new presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I thought I had 15 minutes.
No, thank you for very interesting learning from accidents. Unfortunately, still went wrong, and we hoping the safety for everybody and for every organization. The next speak will be with Mrs. Sara Belli, Senior Process Safety Consultant from DICRA, Italy. And the title for this presentation's conference papers, 10 myths of dust zoning. Mrs. Sara, please, the mic with you now.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning and good afternoon in Jordan.
Yeah, good afternoon, depending on your time zone, right?
Yeah.
So I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yeah, clear.
Clear, perfect. Can you also hear me clear?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you. So As Mr. Ibrahim was saying, today I shall talk to you in the next 15 minutes about a very specific topic of process safety, which is concerning combustible dust and dust zoning. So while my fellow panelists this morning gave a very wide and general approach to process safety, my objective here today is to be a little bit more, I don't know, hazard specific, if you want to say that. So we shall talk about what are the most common mistakes, or as I stated them in my presentation, myths that we can encounter when we do combustible dust hazard zoning. So let me see if I can change. Yes, so the first question is, of course, why is dust hazard zoning important? And as my fellow panelists this morning have already stated in their presentation, most of our concern comes from incidents. So incidents, process safety incidents, they cost lives and they cost money and they cost the company reputation. So why should we focus on combustible dust hazard is the question that we're posing. The answer is because we are interested in process safety and in saving lives and in saving company assets and in having an industry that can develop in a safe way. So incidents have already been shown by in other presentations. Here you have just a couple of examples. The most important incident that we can remind when we're talking about combustible dust is, of course, imperial sugar, that many of you may already have heard about, which was clearly an incident involving a combustible sugar, so powdered sugar, which cost overall amount of 14 people lives. So we had 14 fatalities and about 42 people injured. Other incidents, just to mention a few, were about the West Pharmaceutical, which cost 6 fatalities. So our point here is to have a better understanding of why these dust explosions occur, what is the reason for their occurrence, what is the probability of their occurrence. And the answer to those questions usually start with an explosion dust hazard management. And such management, the first step in this process, in this hazard analysis process regarding combustible dust, usually is a combustible dust zoning, or as we call it in the European Union, a hazardous area classification. So what are the main aspects which we should focus on when doing a combustible dust zoning, and what are the main problems that we usually incur when we do combustible dust zoning? The first thing we usually say, or we usually hear as consultants, is that over-zoning is okay. So I have a facility, I have a process that uses combustible dust, and since I don't want to share too much focus on where a combustible dust is present or not, I simply apply a zoning overall on the whole facility site, the whole room, and the whole processing room. This clearly is a myth, because over-zoning leads us to a series of other problems which we may or may not be aware of. The first thing is that we accept a very low level of dust control. Since we have the whole facility already classified for a dust explosion, then we don't have to worry if there is a dust layer, if there is a dust accumulation outside some kind of equipment. The second thing is that when we have that much amount of dust present in a working environment, then we have a very great, very increased risk of secondary explosions. So what happens if we have a first explosion inside some piece of equipment, and then this explosion can disperse in the air all this dust that is laying around, and then we have a huge, a bigger cloud of dust, and then we have a very serious, very devastating secondary explosion, which is what happened, by the way, in the imperial sugar accident, where a first set of explosion caused the dust that was deposited on the surfaces to redisperse in the air, and thus gave fueling to a secondary explosion, more secondary explosions. The third thing that we need to focus when we have an overzoning, so when we apply zone classification to the whole plant, is that when we have a zone, we also have to worry and we have to focus about control of ignition sources. So you may understand, and it may come easy to understand, that if I have just a couple of square meters where I expect to have a zone, then I have to worry about a small amount of ignition sources. If I have the whole production area, which is classified for explosion risk, then my focus and my efforts in controlling ignition sources will be greatly increased because I have to worry about the whole plant. And clearly, lastly, not for importance, clearly is that we will have to spend more money, more effort, more time, more people when doing maintenance and control, because equipment that are intended to be used, installed, and working in an explosion environment require a specialized type of maintenance. So this is just to say that overzoning, just applied zone everywhere because we are working with combustible dust, is not an acceptable practice. And what we should focus on, and what the people working with combustible dust should focus on, is to minimize leakages and releases of dust in the working environment through good engineering practices. So our point is keep it in the pipe, as someone wiser than me once said. So avoid the leakage of dust and the spread of dust in the working environment, and focus our efforts, our monetary efforts and our time efforts in keeping the dust where the dust should be, inside the vessel, inside the pipe. On the other hand, some people may say, I don't see any zone in my working environment, so I don't have to apply a zone. No, I can see some dust, therefore I must zone. What we should focus on here is that when we see dust, we also must concentrate on what have a combustible dust amount means. So dust, just as gases and vapors, has a minimum flammable concentration, a minimal explodable concentration, the MEC value. So we need to focus on the fact that dust in a cloud form, so dispersed dust, becomes flammable only when it falls within a certain concentration. The fact that I can see some dust doesn't mean that I have to zone. We have to calculate and to estimate through our experience and with the help of standards to understand if it is possible to have the formation of a flammable cloud. On the other hand, I was saying earlier, there are people who say, I cannot see any dust, therefore I cannot zone. This is also a myth, because where you don't see dust, you have to focus on those parts of equipment or the plant where the dust can come out of their containments. So for example, you can see you have manholes, or you have flexible pipes, or you have paper connections or cloth connections, which they can fail. And wherever those connections or those flexible points might fail, from those points, you can have a release of flammable dust. So this kind of reasoning should be included in a zoning exercise, in an hazardous area classification exercise. Myth number 4, I don't have to zone inside the equipment. This is clearly a myth because the formation of a flammable cloud, of dust cloud, usually happens and occurs primarily inside of equipment. So inside dust handling equipment, such as silos, such as dust filters, sleeve filters, mixers, and whatever. So our main focus should be on what is inside the machine. And what we should remember is that performing a zoning exercise or an hazardous area classification exercise is the objective of such an exercise is to understand where we must control our ignition sources. So if we have a zoning inside an equipment, it means that we have to worry and we have to put our effort in controlling the ignition inside those equipment. And we all know dust filters tend to explode, tend to catch fire. So clearly, we should give our thoughts to the fact that combustible dust inside an equipment may cause an hazardous area classification or a combustible dust zone inside the equipment. On the other hand, there are people that say everything should be zone 20 inside. Zone 20 meaning I always have a combustible dust cloud inside an equipment. This may or may not be true. It depends on what kind of equipment we are considering. So if we are thinking about slow-moving chain conveyors or drag conveyors, or some kind of mixers when we mix the dust with some kind of liquids, for example, in bakeries, then it is not always true that you always have a flammable dust cloud. Therefore, it is not always true that you have a zone 20 inside an equipment. So we should not reason by absolutes, but we should think about what are we looking at as a process. Is it possible or is it not possible? Myth number 6, this is very important. So sometimes people say, I only use the equipment for a couple of hours a year, so it's automatically zone 22, least likely. That is not true, because you have to consider when you have the dust cloud, so when you have the flammable atmosphere, meaning when you have the hazard, and when you have the ignition sources, which is the other thing that you need to start an explosion. So zoning should be done with respect to how often the machine is working. If this machine is working 5 hours a year, but you have an ignition possible, likely to happen for 5 hours a year, then you have the combustible dust, you have the ignition, you might have the explosion. So your machine should be zone 20 inside. Other things that might happen is that you may choose to copy dust zoning, hazardous area classification from one plant to the other. This exercise should be done with extreme caution because hazardous area classification is based on a number of factors, which include training, for example, which includes raw material specification, ventilation, environment. So it is not always possible to do a simple copy-paste. The exercise should be plant-based, should reflect the reality of your plant. So copying, okay, but with care, with caution.
Mrs. Sarah, thank you for very important clarification of dust zoning. The next speaker will be Mr. Ali Hnawi, Chairman of the Public Safety Committee of the Federation of Arab Engineers and board member of Orders of Engineers on Lebanon. The title of the paper will be our investigation report, the Beirut port explosion, building final structures assessment report. Mr. Ali, the voice with you. Mr. Ali will be speaking a mix of English and Arabic, so that translator please translate to English language.
تحياتي للجميع. الأخوة نقابة المهندسين الأردنيين، المهندسون المشاركون على امتداد الوطن العربي، الزملاء المحاضرون وعلى كافة اختصاصاتهم، لكل المتابعين لفعاليات هذا المؤتمر، ألف تحية. بداية لابد من التوجه بالشكر إلى نقابة المهندسين الأردنيين، جمعية سلامة العمليات الكيميائية، والاتحاد العربي للأسمدة، والمركز الدولي لبحوث المياه والطاقة، لجامعة البلقاء على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، الافتراضي الدولي الأول لسلامة العمليات الكيميائية. يعتبر موضوع السلامة العامة من أولويات الدول المتقدمة، وهي إحدى أهم الركائز الأساسية في نظام التنمية البشرية، ومن دعائم تطور مجالات العمل المختلفة وتقديم الخدمات في العصر الحديث. وتتمثل
سيد علي البرزنتيشن ما في برزنتيشن حاليا.
مش معمول شير
لا مش
في
معمول.
صورة عندي.
في صورة مكتوب عليها فولدر مؤتمر الأردن. أيوة.
هلا بيانات؟
لا لسه ما بينت.
طيب خلينا نشوف من جديد. هلا بين شيء؟
لا
مش موجود الشير سكرين؟
لا موجود الفولدر مؤتمر الأردن وكابس على الفاينل اسسمنت اللي ممكن تعمل عليها دبل كليك.
موجود فولدر الأردن.
اوكي اكبس دبل كليك على الفاينل اسسمنت.
على الفاينل اسسمنت.
ايوه
اوكي. بانت هلا؟
لا لسه.
بانت الصورة؟ ما ظهر شيء؟
مهندس ممكن احنا نعمل شير من عندنا. مهندس ابراهيم اذا سمحت.
ما
الاسسمنت تبعت بيروت تبعت السبيكر السيد علي الحناوي نعملها من عندنا.
هلا اي ما في شير سكرين عندك؟
لا في شاشة كمبيوتر مع تضليل.
شاشة الكمبيوتر.
اوكي.
مع التضليل. خليني اعود شيلها كلها. خليني اعمل ستوب شير وبعمل شير جديد.
اوكي.
ايه خليني اعمل ستوب شير واعمل شير من جديد. اوكي. مش الحال. استاذ يعقوب مش الحال.
تفتحها مرة ثانية يعني خلينا نقول لسه. ايوه اوكي مش الحال. اعمل ماكسمايز قلبك.
مش الحال هلا.
اوكي تفضل مهندس علي.
اوكي ماشي. طيب اوكي ماشي. حقيقة كنت بدأت انا يعني بالشكر للمنظمين، وحابتدي مباشرة عشان نختصر الوقت لأنه ضيعنا يمكن دقيقتين. يعتبر موضوع السلامة العامة من أولويات الدول المتقدمة، وهي إحدى أهم الركائز الأساسية في نظام التنمية البشرية، ومن دعائم تطور مجالات العمل المختلفة وتقديم الخدمات في العصر الحديث، وتتمثل بتفعيل الوقاية من تعرض الأشخاص والمعدات والمنشآت لخطر ما يؤثر عليها مباشرة أو تتأثر به، ويتسبب بموت وجرح وإعاقة الأشخاص وتخريب المنشآت وجعلها خارج الخدمة وغير صالحة للغاية التي أنشئت من أجلها. ويدخل مصطلح السلامة العامة في كل نواحي الحياة والأعمال وكل ما هو متحرك أو ثابت، ويتأثر بظروف خارجية أو داخلية أو ذاتية سواء كان بشريا أم ماديا. وتعرف السلامة العامة بدلالة الشروط اللازمة الواجب تطبيقها للحفاظ على الأرواح والممتلكات، وبالتالي ممكن أن تشمل كافة الشروط والأنظمة المحمية بواسطة القوانين والمراسيم والتي تهدف وما ينتج عنها، كما على الممتلكات العامة والخاصة من خطر الضياع وخروجها من الخدمة. إن لكل نواحي الحياة الاجتماعية والعلمية والصحية والبيئية والصناعة والزراعة وغيرها وكافة المواد المستخدمة فيها كما كافة المهن، كما أن كيفية تخزين المواد والتعامل معها ينطوي على مخاطر كبيرة يجب أخذها بعين الاعتبار، فلكل إجراءاتها المتعلقة بالسلامة العامة والحماية الصحية. إن تطبيق شروط السلامة العامة يؤمن أهدافاً ستكون محور مداخلات عديدة في هذا المؤتمر، وسوف أتحدث عن نتائج ما تسبب به إهمال إحدى هذه الشروط، وهي سوء التخزين والتعامل مع مادة نترات الأمونيوم التي تم تخزينها في مرفأ بيروت العام 2014 وما تسببت به من انفجار هائل في 4 آب 2020. 4 آب 2020 كان يوما مفصليا في تاريخ بيروت، بضعة ثوان كانت كافية لتحدث دمارا في مدينة تضج بالحياة والفرح وتحولها إلى ساحة حرب لم يشهد التاريخ مثيلا لها. بضع ثوان وكنا أمام مشهد لم تألفه البشرية إلا صورة من ذاكرة الحرب العالمية الثانية، تصف دمارا منقطع النظير في هيروشيما أو برلين أو أحياء طحنتها الحرب. حرب لا هوادة فيها أسفرت عن وفاة 300 مواطن لبناني وعشرات من المفقودين وأكثر من 5000 جريح. صور لم يشهد لبنان مثيلا لها إلا في حرب إسرائيل المدمرة على لبنان عام 2006، حيث كان الدمار هائلا في ضاحيتها الجنوبية كما في جنوب لبنان. تلك البيروت الجريحة لم تكد تستيقظ من كوما الألم حتى يدخلوها العناية من جديد، وكأن القدر يأبى إلا أن تبقى جريحة، فلا هي قادرة على التخلص من ماض أليم ولا الولوج إلى حلم الحرية المنشود. لقد أدى الإهمال وسوء إدارة المواد الكيميائية نترات الأمونيوم المخزنة في مرفأ بيروت إلى الانفجار الحدث الذي هز العالم، والتي كانت آثاره كارثية على المدينة وتراثها وإرثها الثقافي، وهو ما أود تسليط الضوء عليه من خلال التقرير التالي الذي يوضح ما قمنا به من خلال لجنة السلامة العامة في نقابة المهندسين في بيروت. ومنذ اليوم الأول للانفجار كنا حريصين أن نقوم بدورنا بالوقوف بجانب أهلنا وتقديم يد العون لهم من خلال ما نملك من خبرات، وقد قمنا بعملية مسح شاملة للمنطقة المنكوبة شملت مساحة 3 ملايين متر مربع، تشمل 3000 عقار وأكثر من 2500 مبنى. عندما أقول مبنى عم نحكي يعني أكثر من 40 ل 50 ألف وحدة سكنية وأكثر من 2000 مؤسسة تجارية وحرفية. وقد تركزت عملية المسح على سلامة المباني من الناحية الإنشائية ومدى الخطر التي تشكله على السلامة العامة. لقد تطوع للمهمة 1000 مهندس من كافة الاختصاصات. قمنا بالاستعانة ب 300 مهندس منهم أصحاب الاختصاصات المحددة للمهمة المطلوبة. تم تنظيمهم في 60 مجموعة كشف عملت على مدى 30 يوما قادتها غرفة عمليات. وسوف أعرض نتائج هذا العمل باختصار. والدلالة والهدف من هذا العرض من هذا الموضوع هو التأكيد على مدى الضرر الذي يحدثه التقصير والإهمال للمواد الخطرة التي يعالجها مؤتمركم الكريم. بداية سنذهب مباشرة إلى يعني مختصر التقرير. هبدأ بالسلايد الأولى، هي خريطة الموقع العام للدراسة. بين موقع الانفجار والمنطقة الخضراء هي المنطقة التي تأثرت بشكل مباشر في الانفجار ومساحتها 3 ملايين متر مربع. هذه بتشكل صور من الانفجار تم عرضها على كل شاشات التلفزة وتبين الانفجار ومراحله. وقد تحدث الزملاء المحاضرون عن الانفجارات التي حصلت عندما يتجمع الغبار، وهذا شبيه بما هذا ترجمة لما قدموه من قبل. بدأت الدراسة للمنطقة اللي هي مساحتها 3 مليون متر مربع، وهي المنطقة المؤشر عليها بهذا اللون. هذه المنطقة فيها 3000 عقار مثل ما ذكرت وتحوي 2500 مبنى. اللون الفاتح هو العقارات الغير مبنية، واللون الغامق غير مبنية، واللون الفاتح هي العقارات المبنية. وتدل هنا الصورة عن مدى قرب هذه المنطقة بناء المرافق والتخزين بمحاذاة المباني السكنية هي موجودة ومألوفة لمساحة صغيرة ولا يمكن تخطيها بشكل نهائي. ولبنان يعتبر مركز تقديم خدمات لمنطقة الشرق الأوسط، وتم تحضير مرفأ بيروت ليكون حاضرا للقيام بهذه المهمة. طبعا واضح أن كل هذه أماكن التخزين والهنجرات، وهذا مركز الانفجار هو العنبر رقم 12. هذه الصورة أكثر وضوحاً تدل على المباني. العقارات باللون الأصفر هي العقارات المبانية التي تضررت بشكل مباشر من الانفجار، وعددها كما ذكرت عددها 2094 عقار مبني، 946 عقار هو خالي من البناء. هذه الدراسة طبعا ساعدتنا كثير احنا في بيروت، وستساعد أكثر القيمين على دراسة الاستراتيجية والتنظيم للمدينة. هذا يعني الصورتين بوضحوا يعني حجم وكيفية الأضرار المتأتية عن الانفجار. أنا حقيقة بدي أركز على هذه الصورة لأنه هذه كثير مهمة لكل المهتمين بدراسة وضع بيروت بعد الانفجار. هذه الصورة تبين اللون الأصفر الفاتح بهذا الشكل، يعني هذا يرصع مدينة بيروت ويجعلها مدينة مميزة بضمن مدن الشرق الأوسط. هذه المباني باللون الأصفر هي فقط المباني التراثية وتحمل إرث تاريخي كبير وعظيم. هذه المباني لاحظوا أنه مجمعة تقريبا، معظمها يتجمع في المنطقة التي استهدفها الانفجار. هذا الشارع مارم خايد الرئيسي المشهور في مدينة بيروت على طول بحدود 3 كيلومتر، يمينا ويسارا مباني أثرية ومطاعم وصالات وحانات وإلى ذلك. هذه المنطقة هي المنطقة الحية ليلا نهارا في مدينة بيروت. هذه المنطقة تدمرت يعني بالكامل وخرجت عن الخدمة. عدد المباني التي تأثر هنا بالانفجار فقط المباني الأثرية التراثية بحدود 350 مبنى تراثي، في تفاوت بحجم هذه الأضرار. بين هذه الصورة، بتبين هذه الصور من قلب الشارع اللي أنا ذكرته. بتشوفوا هي المباني هي مباني تراثية أثرية تتمتع بطابع معماري مميز، ميز مدينة بيروت ووسط بيروت. هذه المباني لاحظوا حال يعني وضعها سيء جدا، وأكثر من 50 مبنى هو تقريبا يعني للهدم، 51 مبنى هو خطورة عالية للهدم، 41 مبنى خطورة متوسطة، و270 مبنى لا خطر عليها من الانهيار إنما أيضا خرجت من الخدمة. هذه الدراسة اللي هي بتحتل 350 مبنى تقريبا هي دراسة للمباني الأثرية الموجودة في هذه المنطقة، والتي هي كلها بحاجة إلى تأهيل وترميم كي ترجع مدينة بيروت إلى حالتها السابقة. أوضح كمان بهذه الصورة تبين أيضا نوعية
سيد علي، مهندس علي، دقيقتين إن شاء الله، دقيقتين
عنها وما فعل في الانفجار. اوكي اوكي مش انفجار. هذه الصورة تبين حجم الأضرار. هذه الصورة كم تطغى اللون الأحمر على هذه الصورة. بدي أنا أوصل لصورة كثير مهمة، لأن ما فيناش نشرح كل التقرير، إنما بدي بين شغلة أساسية. الكل بيلاحظ انه نحكى عن بيروت انه الانفجار قوته 4 ريختر، صحيح 4 درجات على مقياس ريختر، بس هذا هو قوة وحركة الارض الذي اهتز. لا يوجد انفجار حصل بالعالم وكانت اثاره هو هذه الاثار. هذه الاثار وهذه الصور اعتقد يعني واضحة على الشاشة هلا، لم نشهد منها الا في الحرب العالمية. هذه ليست اثار انفجار او عصف او انفجار على مستوى 4 درجات على مقياس ريختر. هذه منطقة تدمرت بالكامل، وهذه كل مرفأ بيروت تدمر بالكامل. إذا ذهبنا على صور داخل شوارع بيروت، يعني الشارع اللي ذكرته أنا شارع مع المخيل والشوارع، انظروا هذا الخراب. هذا لا يمكن أن يحصل لا بزلزال ولا بشيء. هذا عصف هائل اخترق كل الشوارع والأزقة وأحدث دمارا هائلا كما تلاحظون. كل السيارات مهشمة، كل المباني الأثاث أصبح خارج المباني، تم تهشم كل شيء، حتى المباني الإنشاءات المعدنية لم تقاوم، تهشمت. وهذه الشوارع مباني تراثية تصدعت وانهارت.
مهندس
هذا باختصار يعني.
مهندس علي، بصراحة نترحم على الوفيات انفجار مرفأ بيروت الأليم، ونتمنى شفاء العاجل للجرحى. Now we have 10 minutes. Maybe Mr. Christopher Coles, if you will join us, you can start your presentation for 10 minutes. Mr. Christopher Coles.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please share
right.
your slides, and the mic with you now.
Okay, thank you.
شكرا.
And can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you very much. My apologies, everyone, for the delay earlier. Technical challenges working around the world. I'd like to thank the Jordan Engineers Association for this opportunity to share with you what we're doing to equip our engineers at the University of Alberta in terms of process safety management. So my presentation today, here's a brief overview. I'll speak briefly about our School of Engineering Safety Risk Management that we have at our university. Then I'll cover two courses. One is our leadership course, Engineering 404. And our second one, which is our process safety management course, is Engineering 406, which covers more methodology and tools. And I'll go into that course in more detail. Then I'll have some conclusions and some closing thoughts. So in terms of our school, like most organizations, we have a vision, as you can see here, in terms of taking risk management to the next level. And for us, it's about providing organizations with leaders in engineering safety and risk management through exceptional teaching, researching, and advocacy. And you can see our strategic priorities listed here. And one of the key ones is working with an industrial executive board to help shape and form the teaching we provide for our students. And then we're underpinned, as you can see at the bottom of my presentation here, by 4 pillars. In terms of what we do at our school at the University of Alberta, we work with a number of industries here, particularly in Western Canada. So you can see on the top left-hand corner, we do a lot of work with the mining sector. Also within the health services sector, risk management is a big part of the healthcare profession. We work with traditional industries such as construction, the railway sector. Railway is very big in Canada. It's a very large country, and we move a lot of product by rail, and a lot of that product is hazardous. We work with the oil and gas industry, as the industry is quite big in Western Canada, along with secondary processing such as fertilizers and plastics, etc. And then most recently, over the last few years, we've been working with the agricultural sector as well, in terms of some of the risks that they have to manage. So a very broad group of industries we work with in our school. In terms of our 404 course, which I'd like to speak to first, this course is taken by all of our engineers at the University of Alberta. So in a typical year, we graduate about 1,000 undergraduate engineers in a variety of disciplines, from traditional, such as mechanical, electrical, to some of the new emerging areas, such as nanotechnology, computer engineering, etc. And this course, 404, is focused on a leadership role as being a risk manager. A key aspect of the course is taking a major incident, as part of a term project with a team of other classmates, and taking a look at that incident to do a deep dive in terms of a root cause analysis, a very comprehensive report. And this slide provides an overview of the course. We start off with the fundamentals, making sure we ground our engineers in the fundamentals of safety and risk management. Then we talk about risk management systems and typical elements of a system, the tools that help support an overarching approach to risk management, incident investigation, a very important aspect of our course. We still believe most incidents are not adequately investigated to get to true latency and issues with, say, the organization in terms of risk management system. We support it with a number of case studies, not just situations where there was some sort of tragic outcome, but also good news stories, such as the leadership at Alcoa. Then we talk about leadership in risk management. As we know, a number of engineers will go on to careers as leaders. We cover the aspects of the profession in terms of both legal and ethical aspects that come with being an engineer in the context of risk management and safety. And then you can see here, we have a number of guest speakers from a number of organizations that come in and speak to how they practice risk management in their organizations. This slide here, I'd like to switch over to our course now we call it 406, methodologies and tools, but it's really much more of a course in risk-based process safety. This course is a technical elective, typically taken by senior year chemical engineering students for the most part in their last year prior to graduating. The course itself, in terms of what we teach, has been closely developed by working with practitioners from industry. We rely heavily on a number of case studies for teaching, and we have a number of lecturers that come in for seminars and lectures from industry. The outline of the course as provided here, it starts with the concepts of understanding hazards, hazard identification, inherent safety as a key underpinning of good design, transition into design in terms of considerations. That is a big part of what engineers do, to be engaged early. We speak to a number of aspects of operations such as MOC, human factors, pre-startup safety reviews. And you can see here, as I mentioned, a number of these topics and themes. You can see some of the case studies that go with these. For operations, we also tour a local refinery with the students. We have a whole section on alarms and layers of protection, safety instrumented systems, etc. And we tie that into the tragic incident at Texas City. We cover safeguarding, and then quite a bit on risk assessment and a number of tools that are used throughout the industry. The students have a practice to not just learn, an opportunity not just learn about the tool, but practice those as well. Then we have what I call miscellaneous topics that don't quite fit into the 20 elements of risk-based process safety. And here is a listing of a number of our guest speakers that come in and support us. One thing we do in the course is case studies. And we've heard through a number of our speakers to date at the conference so far that there are many, many case studies available to us. What's interesting, traditionally in engineering, case studies aren't used a lot compared to some faculties such as, say, business and law and medicine. So we do a lot more work with case studies where students get to think about, well, what is this situation in the context of process safety and what should and could be done about it. We particularly work with the CSB videos to give weekly quizzes based upon case studies, and those are tied in with the themes for the week. So it complements the classroom presentations quite well with these homework quizzes. For the assignments for the course, we take a much deeper dive into an application of a topic. So a good example, students will learn how to use the FMEA tool, or they'll do some overpressure protection calculations, that type of thing, has up. And early in the course,
Mr. Christopher, 2 minutes remaining, so that we cannot reschedule the other conference paper, please.
Okay, early in the course, we have foundational assignments, and we use the free materials from AICH. And then we have, as I mentioned, a number of guest speakers that come in for the seminars to help students. Guest lectures, lots of positive feedback from students. About 1/3 of the course has guests from industry and other agencies, including other professors from the university, such as toxicology, occupational health. It really helps give the students some insights and content in terms of how practitioners actually implement these tools that they learn about. So in conclusion, for us, for teaching, it's important to keep in mind that students are probably seeing this material for the first time. It's worked well to leverage off the CCPS work in terms of the risk-based process safety framework. We work heavily with industry to help validate our course content. We work with our local practitioners. Case studies have worked out really well in terms of helping students grasp the key concepts. And we believe we're equipping our students for skills that they can take to the real world. In conclusion, I'd like to thank the Jordan Association of Engineers for this opportunity to share what we're doing at our university.
I'd like to thank Mr. Christopher for this descriptions about the School of Engineering of Safety and Risk Management in Alberta University in Canada. We have now for effective and interactive between the participants and the panelists, we have 3 questions based on the previous conference papers. Each questions will have 20 seconds for the answering, and we will have awards for the quest for the quick and right answer. Please, Mr. Ibrahim, show. Just for 1 minute, and we can start to the next sessions. The next sessions will be managed by my colleague, Dr. Sami Aman, and he is the Vice Chairman of the Jordanian Chemical Process Safety Center in Jordan. Mr. Ibrahim, after complete the questionnaires, please. Okay, finished. Dr. Sami, please, the second session is now with you, the mic with you.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome, everybody. Our esteemed speakers in this next second session for our conference. To start with, I would like to welcome Mr. Tony Landel. Mr. Tony is the Senior Director of Standards and Safety at International Institute of Ammonia Refrigeration at the US. And the title of his presentation is the International Institute of Ammonia Refrigeration Standards and Safe Ammonia Refrigeration Management Practices. Mr. Landel, Tony, the floor is yours, please.
Okay, am I able to share my screen?
Yes, I guess.
I want to bring up, okay. Are you able to see the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, not sharing. Once, okay, here we go. Do you see a screen? PowerPoint
yes, it's
now?
visible now.
Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Please,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
You see it? Okay. I'm going to start. Hello, Landel, Senior Director of Standards and Safety. I'm going to touch base on some IR standards and some ammonia refrigeration management practices. What the IR has is developed a suite of standards. These are for closed circuit ammonia refrigeration systems. And IR1 is the definitions of terminology used in the IR standards. And then the next is a safe standard for closed circuit ammonia refrigeration systems, which is IR2. We have IR3 ammonia refrigeration valves, IR4 installation, IR5 startup, IR6 inspection, testing, and maintenance, IR7 developing operating procedures, IR8 decommissioning, and IR9 is the minimum system safety requirements for existing systems. And today what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight a couple of them, which is IR2 for safe design and IR6 for inspection, testing, and maintenance. And I'll show some pictures to help as well. In regards to RAGAGAP, R-A-G-A-G-E-P, in the bottom right, you'll see in a box, RAGAGAP is recognized and generally accepted good engineering practices. And your system can be a refrigeration system of excellence if it follows RAGAGAP for the design, manufacturing, construction, fabrication, its operation, and inspection, testing, and maintenance. So if you have those items, and what are you using to make sure that it was installed, is operating, as inspected, tested, and maintained to keep it in a safe condition. And then by following the RAGAGAP, the ammonia refrigeration system can be safe and function under all necessary conditions without representing risk or any dangers. So IR2 and 6, as mentioned, IR2 is a standard for design, safe design, and IR6 is a standard for inspection, testing, and maintenance. What IR2 is about is it specifies minimum requirements for designing safe ammonia refrigeration systems. It's pretty straightforward. And what IR2 has 4 parts. It starts with a general purpose, scope, and applicability, and then it jumps into design and installation considerations affecting construction. And this includes, of course, general requirements, but then I've highlighted a couple. I'm going to go a little bit more into depth later. Machinery rooms, and then refrigeration equipment located in areas other than machinery rooms. And then part 3 is equipment, and I've highlighted some items there of the equipment. And then, of course, it has a part 4 appendices, which has explanatory material. So the highlighted items, I'll touch base a little bit further. I want to show some pictures here so you can see what is a machinery room. Here's machinery rooms with compressors. Some show a pressure vessel and a heat exchanger plate and frame and such. Here's some more with the compressors. The middle one's a thermal siphon vessel that's overhead for oil cooling. And then on the left is a low pressure receiver for circulating for ammonia. Also, there is refrigerated equipment installed in areas other than machine rooms, such as the docks here. And you see the evaporators hanging overhead on central in both these locations. And then, of course, there's ammonia detection and alarms, visual and audible alarms. So the visual, obviously, blinking, flashing lights, and the alarms which you can hear with a certain amount of decibel rating. And then the ventilation is important, that if you're going to ventilate, emergency ventilate the machine room, that it would direct directly upward at a certain rate. So it's very important the type of ventilation you use. And then you have a switch that you can use it as needed and turn it on, off, and such. Also, another item that's key is overpressure protection devices that are located on certain areas of your equipment to prevent any overpressure buildup to be able to have it relieved. One of the key items here we're finding is you do where it's written in red, no valve installed between a pressure vessel and a PRV. So if you have a pressure vessel and you have the PRV or PRVs, dual PRVs shown here, that you do not want a valve between them. If you find a valve, a shutoff valve that's in between them and it's already installed, what you want to do is go lock it out, chain it out, make sure it absolutely does not get closed. And then someday, hopefully you can get that valve removed, but absolutely make sure that valve does not get closed between a pressure vessel and a PRV. Also, there's oil draining where you have a valve, shut-off valve in series with a self-closing valve. Here's some examples. You see the first valve coming out from under the equipment on each, and then you see a spring-loaded yellow handle valve that will close itself. Those are key items to have in series for when you do your oil draining. And of course, emergency eye wash and showers are very important, that they're ready and usable whenever you would unfortunately would need to use one, but they are ready, good condition and cleaned, and just they can be portable as shown in the one on the bottom right, but also the ones such as wall mounted. You want to have them signs, you want to have people trained to know where they're at, and of course they're checked frequently. One item that is a prohibition on is having an open flame. So there's no open flame fuel burning appliances that should be in a machine room. That's just one item that you do want to avoid because you never want to have a chance that if there was ammonia release that it could ignite the ammonia vapors. Now, IR6, inspection, testing, and maintenance, that specifies minimum requirements for inspection, testing, and maintenance of ammonia refrigeration systems. Pretty straightforward. I'm going to show you 4 parts here. It has a general purpose, scope, and applicability. And then there's program administration, and it goes through the inspection, testing, and maintenance program requirements, frequencies of when these inspection, testing, and maintenance items should be done, the record keeping for them. And then, of course, general requirements for ITM tasks. ITM is abbreviation, inspection, testing, and maintenance. And then, of course, the equipment. You'll see I have some items highlighted there. I'll show a little bit more on those. Then there's a part 3 that in the informative appendix that has explanatory material.
Tony, may I ask you please to concentrate in having your voice constant, because it's sometimes lower, it's sometimes it's higher.
Is it going up and down?
Get closer to the mic.
Okay, I'll talk a little louder.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you very much.
Okay, and the part 3, the appendices has explanatory material. And also I want to show you, we also have ammonia refrigeration safety inspection checklists that are included. So let me give you some examples of these. Here is an example of a pressure vessel inspection, testing and maintenance sheet. You're seeing just the top part that shows the inspections. There is inspection, testing, and maintenance items on the sheet, but it's 2 or 3 pages. But you'll see inspections A through L, I think, is shown on the side as an inspection, and then the frequencies, whether the pressure vessel is insulated or non-insulated on the right. Here's another example, piping. Shows some inspection items on the right side, and then also the frequencies for insulated, excuse me, insulated or non-insulated, whether it's carbon steel or stainless steel down the right side. And we have a chapter 12 that has safety systems for inspection, testing, and maintenance tasks. And these items are including emergency ventilation systems, emergency shutdown switches, ammonia detection and alarms systems, computer control safety systems, and emergency eye wash and showers, which I've showed some pictures previously. And here's another example, overpressure protection devices. It shows the inspections on the left, PRV, pressure relief valve, and then of course on the right, it shows PRV, whether it's going to atmosphere or it's a hydrostatic or internal relief back into the system. And I want to show, here's a Purger inspection, testing, and maintenance sheet. The reason I'm showing this one is because this is a smaller one, so you can see each of these sheets that I previously showed do have inspection, testing, and maintenance items on them, but the others were so long. So this one shows inspection here with 4 items, testing with 2 items, and maintenance with 5 items. So you can see that each sheet would have all these items listed depending on a piece of equipment. Some have more, some have less. And then of course the right shows the frequency and it has a definition of what it is and then how frequent it should be, where applicable, daily, monthly, annually, semi-annually, and such. The other thing I want to share with IR6 is the ammonia refrigeration system safety checklist. Here's a cover page of a pressure vessel checklist that you would take and fill this information out for that pressure vessel. And then in the future, more than likely, that would be filled out and you would not need to change it unless something did change. But once it's filled out, it's a done deal in most cases. Then the next page has the other inspection items that you would list out. And you would have you'd go to check each one, conforms, yes or no, or not applicable, its status, recommendations, and such. So those are the ammonia refrigeration system safety checklist for the different types of equipment that can be utilized as well. Now, the REGA gap in ARM, meaning ammonia refrigeration management, it's in regards to control or mitigation, this for the risk associated with ammonia use, but we want to ensure refrigeration systems efficiency as well as also it being safe. So REGA gap helps not only with the safety to control or mitigate, but it also ensures its efficiencies. And the ARM manual, which is pictured in front of you, is an important part of REGA gap and consists of a series of practices that helps us maintain safe and efficient systems. And the purpose of the ARM program is it's a voluntary program designed to help end users supervise their refrigeration systems in a safe and responsible manner. And it's, of course, for installations that use ammonia as a refrigerant for this item here. What is included in the ARM elements, as shown here, a list of items: management system, participation and supervision, documentation, risk analysis, and developing procedures, hazard review, which is highlighted. I'll share a little bit more on that. Training and emergency preparedness, emergency readiness as a response plan, incident investigations, audits, and manage changes. So I'm going to go back and cover a couple of these, but definitely the hazard review. So in regards to participation, which is central, management's commitment is key to the steps for the participation of those involved for establishing responsibilities, employee participation and access to information, collect necessary documentation, and establish an agenda of activities such as audits, and establish actions to take for changes of the system, accidents, maintenance, and such that could be used to help train the employees. And now the management system, also this ARM provides guidance so you can adopt and adapt.
ولا تنقل مساعدة المشترك. طبعا بعتذر ما كان في الصوت، الآن وصل الصوت.
Hello. Yep. And documents that are based on ReggaGap will help.
طبعا الآن أتمنى بأن هذه الشريحة ستساعدكم أيضا.
Do you see the documents that are shared for the ReggaGap document? There's a few highlighted here. I'm going to go through a couple of these very quickly. Here's an ammonia inventory worksheet for pressure vessels. As you can see, there's 4 pressure vessels listed out due to the volume, temp, and refrigerant density. Then you come up with a total. And then this can be transferred to this sheet. So now you have your pressure vessel inventory on the top. You have piping, air units, special purpose equipment, evaporator condensers, and then you come up with a total for your ammonia inventory for that system. This is a short, small example of your ammonia inventory. Also, there's equipment lists for, you can list out compressors, evaporator condensers, vessels, and carry through the information so you have your table filled out. And then there's technical operating specifications for safety systems. So you would have your piece of equipment, and then you would clearly define what are the safety systems for each of those equipment that you can include, such as it shows here down the line for compressors, condensers, pressure vessels, or even a low pressure vessel as an example. And also system diagrams. Here's a diffuser detail or even a P&ID of a compressor, and shows how it connects to your piping headers. Now, there's certain things that are in the materials of construction are permissible and not permissible. And obviously cast iron, malleable iron, nodular iron, steel, cast steel, and alloy steel are fine as long as they comply with, we stated as ASME B31.5 or ASME Boiler and Pressure Vessel Code, Section 8, Division 1. What's not permissible is zinc, copper, and copper alloys, and also ASTM A53 type F pipe, cast iron or wrought iron are not usable for the pressure containing portion of the not closed circuit of the refrigeration system. And even malleable cast iron fittings are not allowed per ASME B31.5 for your information as well. Now, ReggaGap itself, here's an example where if you have 150 ppm ammonia detector, and if it's activated, it would send a signal to the emergency ventilation system, activate it, and you'd have 30 air changes per hour, which would reduce the concentration below any ignition point. And you could even install another detector that's even at a high level or even at 40,000 ppm or the highest level that detector can handle, and then it would de-energize electrical equipment, and then it would make so the machine room is not hazardous because the electrical is taken offline and there's no risk of an ignition point. And also a little bit more quickly on the risk analysis and developing procedures, your documents that are used for ReggaGap are used to help with your risk analysis procedures. And then from there, you come up with a hazard review. So you end up with a complete, organized, systematic process of identifying, evaluating, and controlling potential hazards associated with the process. And obviously, there's steps with that. And the what if checklist is a method that is commonly used in our refrigeration industry that includes those items that you would want what if questions on for process risk, previous hazards, system and equipment siting, human factors, and then the evaluation of risk based on existing engineering and administrative controls can provide you with a rating. Here's a little example where you have your equipment, such as a compressor, you ask a what if question, you get a scenario, and then you get a consequence. And such a little bit more on what the tail end of that table means is the EA, obviously engineer administrative controls, and then the C stands for consequence and severity, F is frequency, and those two combined will give you a risk ranking. And then you can respond to how you're going to correct or modify or whatever it needs to correct the situation of a deficiency or something that was found that should be corrected in a timely manner. And then, of course, that shows the table where you have your frequencies and your consequence severities, and you come up with an A, B, C, or D rating. Here's some examples. I just pull these off at the top of the atmospheric reliefs, where is rain and snow or whatever is the weather are the items being protected so the weather can't get within the system. And here you show caps, bull's horn device, a bird's nest type. Those type of items will keep the weather from getting in. But then there's an example here when you're looking at this relief here, either shows it's shooting or would discharge horizontally or downward, which is not what you want. You want it to go upward. Here's an example of a hazard review item where you could find where there's an exhaust fan here on the roof with a mushroom type hood on it. So it's not going to discharge directly upward. It's going to come up and onto the roof. And if someone were working in that location near that condenser, if there was a ammonia release, it would just exhaust into their area and they would be exposed to it. So that would be a finding that you'd want to correct. Now, developing procedures for operation with the documents is important. And I'll list out some of the items here. You gathered the system and documentation for REGAP, you completed hazard reviews, and you get all through all this information. And so all these procedures that you develop for operating procedures, of course, they need to be written in a written way that the operators can understand. They include all the equipment for the operations, describe operating limits, health risk and ways to reduce risk, et cetera. So now this other item beyond just operating procedures, when you develop them, is their safe work practices. And I'll list a few here: lockout, tagout, confined spaces, entry, line opening, oil draining from the system, working at height, which is fall protection, adding oil to the system, contractor safety, control access, electrical safety, and ground disturbance are few of the other safe work practices that you want to include with your operating procedures and train your employees. So obviously you have your documents based on REGAP. You can develop your risk analysis procedures, and then you have training and emergency readiness that can come from this. And in regards to that, your operating and maintenance procedures will serve as training material and materials used for emergency preparedness. So it's important to have your operations and maintenance procedures developed. And all the persons should be trained on the overview of these: safety risk, ammonia properties, and such, and procedures for operating and testing and maintaining the system as well. I'm going through it very quickly. I just want to show you some of the highlights. Emergency readiness, as you prepare, which you plan based on risk assessments, hazard review, you mitigate. So you have plans to reduce the risk identified, and then you respond. So your response will be determining actions to take during emergencies, and you recover actions to take for returning to normal operations. And one of the key items here is this is just a continuous process that you get familiar with and you practice. It becomes your culture. You prepare, mitigate, respond, and recover. And one of the key items here I want to show this is what's located beyond the fence. So if you were unfortunately have a release, you want to keep it on your property if at all possible, but you want to know and be prepared that what can you do to try to keep it from going off your premise. And anything can happen. It could be even unusual, not even related, but that's where response is important to be planned for. And one other item on the ARM is that the emergency response plan has tracking sheets just like this that can be used and modified as needed so it can adapt to your system. And a little bit more on this. So we have incident investigations, audits, or ongoing risk analysis and managing of changes can be done with all your information totally based from your documents to your risk analysis procedures and your training. So I won't read through each one of these, but you have incident investigations, audits, and managing change. All of these come out of your documentation and you can use for your training of your employees and emergency responders and such to help you, and also for your decision making. If there was an incident or if you find something in an audit that you can correct it, in order to manage change to make sure the system sustains its integrity. So here's one last sample here. If you're out doing an audit, you can go look for corrosion exterior on the piping, or you can look for excessive ice buildup as some examples of what items you simply can look for, and you can train your operators to be on the continuous lookout for this. And then also look at your piping. Do the employees understand what's in these pipes? Would color coding help the pipes? The pipe labeling could be put on so you know what's in those pipes, low pressure, high pressure, and which direction it's flowing, and then train on that. So here's an example. The picture is we understand, of course, these are condensers, but somebody may not, and you say, well, maybe it would be good to have the labels definitely on there. The color coding could help, and then train on it. So in the conclusions, the IR manual is an important part of the REGAP. It provides template procedures already developed that can be used as tools, and it consists of a series of practices that help us maintain safe and efficient ammonia refrigeration systems.
And then we also have a IR Academy of Natural Refrigerants that train on each of these courses for the IR2 Safe Design, IR6 Inspection, Testing, and Maintenance, and the ARM Ammonia Refrigeration Management Program. So I went through these very quickly, but I wanted to share some of the highlights of the IR2, IR6, and then the ARM program. So I'll leave it open for questions now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Practically, you still have 5 minutes allotted for you. So I have myself personally a question about you highlighted the hazard review and you were ranking the risks, right? You know, I thought why you didn't use the term risk review, because you were talking about risk assessment and risk rating. You know, you have the title there, hazard. You know, just I wanted to know the philosophy behind that.
Yeah, the reason why they do the risk ranking is it gives you an idea of the severity and the likelihood of the situation that could happen or the concern of it, and then you can use this to list them in priority and then proceed to correct the highest priority ones in a timely manner. It also helps you list out the rankings of these, and if you have to go ask for either capital or expense money, that you can list these out. So these are the item A, these are high priority items that we need to address, and maybe they cost more too. Item B and C, maybe they cost less, but it lets you organize your method to show that you did your review, you've ranked your risk and know that, hey, these should be done and these should be fixed also within 30 days, 60 days, 6 months, or maybe even a year, depends on the likelihood. So it helps you organize your approach to get your deficiencies corrected.
Okay, thank you. You have another general question. You know, if we ask you a general question like, what is the number one thing that you need to warn the users or the dealers with ammonia with? You know, you give it number one.
The number one thing that.
Number one thing, you know, like, you know, taking precautions, you know, number one, you know, don't forget, give it in priority, the first thing, you know, to consider in controlling the ammonia risks.
Yeah, it's kind of, maybe the number one thing is understand the design of the system itself, the design.
راح الصوت يعني. Tony, you are on mute, you know. Would you repeat your last statement, you know, I give you 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself and say again. No, you are still muted. Okay, no problem. You know, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tony, for your valuable and informative presentation. And now it's time to welcome our second speaker here, who is Mrs. Delphine Leverer. Mrs. Delphine is an associate professor at Von Karman Institute for Fluid Dynamics in Belgium. And the title of her presentation is the Beirut ammonium nitrate explosions, consequence, modeling, analysis, and lesson learned. Mrs. Delphine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me well?
Yes, sure. And we can see also your presentation.
Okay, perfect. So thank you. I will speak today about the Beirut accident with, involving ammonium nitrate, sorry. So this was a study performed together with the Von Karman Institute and the Mary Kay O'Connor Process Safety Center. I would like to thank today the person that worked with me on this study. First, Dr. Bassman, who contributed heavily to the literature survey on ammonium nitrate detonation, and Charlene Fouchier and Soon-Hwa Park for their work on the consequence modeling part. So as you may all know, on August 5th, there was an incident at the port of Beirut. So a very strong explosion involving more than 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate. So unfortunately, this kind of incident is not the first, and throughout history, many incidents involving ammonium nitrate happened. First in Oppo in 1921, Texas City in 1947, Toulouse in 2001, West 2013, Tianjin 2015, and finally last August. These are only a few of many more. So today I would like to detail what we know about ammonium nitrate explosions, propose a possible chain of events for what happened in Beirut, and finally compare some estimation of the explosion energy using 3 different techniques. So what do we know about ammonium nitrate explosions? So throughout history, many different well-renowned labs tried to tackle this problem, and together with many incident investigations, the conclusions of these different studies are summarized here. So first of all, ammonium nitrate is strongly oxygen positive. So it's oxidizing and it will enhance the combustion of other chemicals. Also, ammonium nitrate sensitivity highly depends on its structure. Another fact is that ammonium nitrate can detonate when initiated by small charges over a large area if ammonium nitrate is sufficiently fine. From past accidents, we know that ammonium nitrate can run to detonation after heating and decomposing by an external fire. However, no reproduction of such detonation by fire was successfully done under controlled laboratory conditions. So this is still, there are still some open questions. Now, if we start to understand better what could have happened in Beirut, the first time is the storage. So there was ammonium nitrate manufactured as porous pills that were supposed to be used for ANFO explosive. The vessel where this ammonium nitrate was transported moored at the port of Beirut around November 2013, and the cargo of 2,750 tons was confiscated in 2014 and stored as heaps of party tons burl bags. The storage warehouse where the ammonium nitrate was kept also included wooden pallets, 50 tons of firewood, jug oil, kerosene, hydrochloric acid, and fuse of wooden spools. In August 5th, steel door of the warehouse was repaired using welding, and at 5:40 p.m. a fire was reported. 10 minutes later, a strange hissing noise was heard, together with graying smoke that can be seen from many videos, as well as fireworks pops. At 6:07 p.m., a first explosion takes place, with large flames can be seen, and 30 seconds later, the explosion of the ammonium nitrate happened. From the videos, you can see the hemispherical white plume of water vapor that is actually showing the blast propagation that condensed water vapor around in the air, as well as a red-brown smoke because of the decomposition products of ammonium nitrate. So the chain of causation, first, what we think is that the ammonium nitrate sensitivity was affected by the storage due to moisture ingress, chlorides, contamination via seawater, contamination by organic materials, catalyzed by hydrofluoric acid, also stored there. Then most probably the fire was initiated by the welding spark and propagated by only liquid seeping out of the warehouse. This was fueled by wooden pallets, paint, kerosene drums, and fireworks. Then, most probably, some ammonium nitrate got heating, stimulated the combustion of the bags made of polypropylene. A molten ammonium nitrate pool was most probably created within the bags. As the temperature increased around 300 degrees, this would trigger violent decomposition of ammonium nitrate, leading to gassing and foaming. Then most probably a pressure pulse was initiated either by ammonium nitrate bag falling into the pool or from the fast evaporation of a small amount of water, or even by firework. And this pressure pulse was at one point strong enough to lead to the transition into detonation of the pool and finally the detonation of the whole mass of ammonium nitrate. The second thing we were interested in is the estimation of the explosion energy, and we tried 3 different techniques: the blast arrival time, the building damages, and the crater dimension. And what we looked at was the TNT equivalent mass. So another question is, what was the TNT equivalent for ammonium nitrate? So from literature, it is usually used 0.32 for blast, while for cratering effects, 1 is mostly used. So now I will detail the 3 methods. So the first one was consisting of using the blast arrival time. As Beirut incident happened last year, many videos were posted through social media of the incidents. So we could see many different, the incident from many different viewpoints. For each of these videos, we took 9 of them. You can see their position on the map. We calculated the blast arrival time as the time from the start of the explosion that you see on the video and the moment when the blast arrives to the observer that you can clearly recognize from either a strong noise or even the observer moving or falling. This blast arrival time was then compared with the reference curve from TNT TNT mass of 1 kilo. So which means that we had to scale the time and the distance. I forgot to mention that the distance of each video was estimated from the view of the video. We could trace back where it was taken. And you can see that we had to scale all these points by a certain mass to fit the reference curve, and this mass corresponds to 650 tons of TNT. In parallel, we did most common investigation, which is based on the estimation of the pressure from the damages. So again, we took a video and pictures of the damages at different locations in Beirut. So you see all the black dots corresponds to each of the points we investigated. And from the video, we could go back to an estimation of the pressure of the blast using the table of Clancy from 1972. So you can see some example of pictures that we took. Again, we plot all these estimations versus the distance from the explosion source, and similarly to the blast arrival time, the most probable mass was 650 tons of TNT. This would mean that if we assume that all the mass stored in the warehouse contributed to the explosion, the TNT equivalent would be 0.24. Another study that we performed was the energy estimation from the crater dimensions. So from images, satellite images of the sites after the explosion, we could estimate that the crater was 112 times 134 meter. As you see that it has an ellipsoid shape, most probably because the warehouse was rectangular. And this corresponds approximately to 124 meter diameter, which is also the size that you can find in different newspapers. And from one reference, they were mentioning that the crater was 43 meter deep. To try to look at the Beirut, we also plotted the ammonium nitrate mass and the diameter of crater created by different large-scale incidents that happened throughout history. We took 7 of them, and you see they are represented by the black cross. And we plotted the general correlation that links the mass of the explosive to the diameter of the crater. With 2 TNT equivalents, 0.32 and 1, as it's usually recommended for cratering. And you see here that actually using a TNT equivalent of 1 underestimates the diameter for most of the previous incidents. And you see also that they quite align well with a new correlation we proposed. But if we keep the Kinney correlation, then we would need a TNT equivalent of 1.35 to reach the ammonium nitrate mass that was stored.
Mrs. Professor, you have 2 more minutes.
Okay, but I'm almost done. So we can do the same exercise, but using the volume of the crater. You can see that here the exercise is a bit more difficult because the data are more scarce. It might be that the depth of the crater is more strongly influenced by the type of ground. So as comparison of the techniques, we see that both techniques based on the arrival time are providing the same type of estimation, which was also in agreement with other investigations, and would provide a TNT equivalent of 0.24. However, this is assuming all the mass detonated. If we want to keep the TNT equivalent from literature, we would estimate that 2,000 tons of ammonium nitrate contributed to the explosion, which is around 3/4 and is reasonable, assuming some of the mass already were consumed by the fire. For the crater, it's a bit more complicated. Taking this mass would lead to a higher TNT equivalent, but it might be that the crater dimensions we took, especially the depth, was overestimated. And if we want to keep the mass, we see that this would give us a smaller crater size and a smaller depth. I want to finish that the real ammonium nitrate mass, of course, is still unknown. So to conclude, the Beirut explosion is one more accident that occurs because of ammonium nitrate. The mechanism involved in the detonation are still not well understood, and consequence analysis from different techniques led us to an estimation of the explosion energy. But as you see, it's still quite difficult to estimate the ammonium nitrate mass involved. If you want more information, don't hesitate to read our journal paper published in the Process Safety Progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Professor Delphine. Indeed, thank you for a very profound, valuable, informative lecture. At least I can see that now I understand much more than I did in the past. You know, this Beirut incident, you know, you highlighted very much crystal clear explanations, you know, for things that were not clear for us. Thank you again, and we are very much fortunate to have had you giving us this lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for the opportunity. Have a nice day, everybody.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next speaker, who is Mr. Angus Kiddy. Mr. Angus is the Director of Process Safety Matters in UK, and the title of his presentation, Process Safety, Keeping the Peace in a Post-War Age. I really love the title of your presentation, Mr. Angus. Please us with the explanation of the title, and for sure also the content of your whole presentation. Thank you much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Sami. Can you hear me? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Good. Okay, so welcome, Alan Beek, everyone. My name is, as Mr. Sami said, Angus Keddy. I am a HAZOP chair based in the UK with 10 years experience. And just to plug my company, a little bit, I work for Process Safety Matters, and that's a risk consultancy with clients such as Shell, Linde, Borouge, TCO, Ineos, Saudi Aramco, and Qatar Gas. So, does peacekeeping save lives? According to the research carried out by American academic Virginia Page Fortna, absolutely. In her book, Does Peacekeeping Work?, she analyzed the chronology following Civil War ceasefires in the 1990s, where peacekeeping and peace enforcement missions were deployed in 36 cases, while not in the remaining 58. She discovered that peacekeeping reduces the risk of another war by around 60%. Before implementation of successful peace-kept ceasefires in civil wars such as Mozambique, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, there were more than 1 million conflict-related deaths, which equates to hundreds of thousands of future lives saved by peacekeeping initiatives. Another question Fortna poses in her book is, if peacekeeping works, how does it do so? In this presentation, I review lessons learned from peacekeeping successes and failures to see if any could be mapped to the high hazard processing industries to help us maintain current process safety momentum. So the war on process safety started over 200 years ago. E.I. DuPont founded his eponymous company in 1802, setting up a gunpowder mill at Brandywine Creek in Delaware in the US. The initial years of manufacture were relatively incident-free. However, a serious explosion occurred in 1818, resulting in 34 deaths. The accident was investigated, conclusions drawn, and new safety measures put in place, including a plant site railway which ran on hydropower, not coal-fired steam, and also on wooden tracks. The cooling fans in machine repair workshop had blades of lacquered leather, and the machinist oil lamps burned whale oil instead of petroleum oil, which had a tendency to spit when burned. These measures were successful. 2 years later, there was another explosion, and as DuPont noted in his journal, nobody was injured, and it has proved a fair experiment that upon the plan on which our mills are now built, we have not to fear any general explosion like the one which happened here 2 years ago. The struggle against process risks had begun. So how was the war won? Well, ICI, a major UK-based manufacturer, which was a significant industrial force in the latter half of the 20th century, started in the 1950s to build and operate facilities which were larger and contained more hazard. Accordingly, when losses of that containment occurred, they did so with increasing impact. Indeed, the fatal accident rate frequency among workers doubled in the 8 years from 1960. Something had to be done. Something had to be done, and it was. HAZOP was developed and preferred to inherently safer design as it was easier to adopt at a lower organizational level and therefore more likely to be successful. And it worked. Within 12 years, the fatal accident rate had been reduced by over 70%, meaning that ICI's implementation of HAZOP and other supporting techniques saved around 50 future lives. In the subsequent decades of the 20th century, process safety was further enhanced by the development and implementation of such quantitative techniques as SIL and LOPA and legal paradigms such as a LARP. The process hazards were increasingly corralled and contained to the extent that largely, I would argue, the war against process risks has been won. So according to its own website, the UN peacekeeping helps countries navigate the difficult path from conflict to peace. We have unique strengths, they say, including legitimacy, burden sharing, and an ability to deploy troops and police from around the world, integrating them with, civilian peacekeepers to address a range of mandates set by the UN Security Council and General Assembly. There are 105,000 people serving in UN peacekeeping operations. It has a budget of $8 billion and is active in 15 locations worldwide. Are there sufficient similarities between the belligerents in a civil war and the stakeholders and hazards in a high hazard processing operation? Let's consider the belligerent characteristics of process safety hazards. Pressurized, flammable and toxic hydrocarbons, risk to life. Size and strength matters, increasing consequence severity. Deficit of intelligence, hazards are not easily sensed. Predictable response to loss of containment, which is human nature. Hazards are often undetectable when they are contained, like rebels in a peace-kept conflict. So overlap in several areas, enough, I believe, to merit further investigation. In her book, Ms. Fortna describes 4 types of peacekeeping: observational, interpositional, multidimensional, and peace enforcement. Elsewhere, I came upon a 5th, transition assistance. Let's consider each type and see if there are any useful risk mappings. So observation missions consist of small contingents of military or civilian observers tasked with monitoring ceasefires, troop withdrawals, or other conditions outlined in the ceasefire agreement. Ms. Fortna argues that observation encourages compliance. It does this by increasing trust between the parties and gives frontline soldiers confidence that other protagonists in the conflict are respecting agreement. I believe that there are useful parallels in high hazard processing industries. Rasgas, the Qatari LNG producer, which was absorbed into Qatargas in 2019, ran an operator care program where operators were supported to act as owners of the equipment for which they were responsible. A key element of this program is a senior management encouragement of frontline decisions to stop production if they sense that things are not right. Interpositional. This type of operation is conducted as a means of keeping 2 opposing military forces apart. In the aftermath of hostilities, while negotiations for a peace agreement are in progress, this requires the interposition of an impartial force between the belligerents, the establishment of a buffer zone, and continuous monitoring of the agreement. The obvious process safety mapping here is verifying the safeguard barriers are commensurate with the product of the cause, likelihood, and consequence severity. Multidimensional. As Fortna states in her book, today's multidimensional peacekeeping operations are called upon not only to maintain peace and security, but also to facilitate the political process, protecting citizens, assist in disarmament, and much else. In high hazard processing industries, it is important to match the methodology to the scenario. For example, not always using HAZOP because you're not aware of any of the alternatives. peace enforcement refers to the use of military assets to enforce a peace against the will of the parties to a conflict when, for instance, a ceasefire has failed. Peace enforcement often exceeds the capacity of peacekeeping forces and is thus better executed by more heavily armed forces. A peace enforcement process risk mapping is BP's actions following Deepwater Horizon disaster. During the months which followed, the new CEO, Budley, who's only recently retired, instigated measures to address the root cause of the incident, including competence and capability development, the introduction of an additional term on process safety and systematic management at their Operations Academy for senior operations leaders, auditing their safety performance. By the end of 2010, BP Global Safety and Operations audit teams had completed 120 audits in total. More than 12,000 actions had been raised, of which 9,900 closed out. And then implementing the Bly report, recommendation 18 of which is to require hazard and operability reviews for surface gas and drilling fluid systems for all BP owned and BP contracted drilling rigs. And this was implemented by 2013. Transition assistance. This type of operation is initiated to support the transition of a country to peaceful conditions and an acceptable political struggle after a conflict, civil conflict, or struggle for independence or autonomy. The peacekeeping force attempts to effect an end to violence, to foster an environment in which the achievement of a negotiated settlement by the parties in conflict. The nature of risks in high hazard processing industries is never constant. Although key sectors therein are relatively mature, technology develops. For example, increased automation, hardware and software, with the associated risk of latent failures, cyber attacks, man-machine interface evolution. Furthermore, new HHPI sectors are created. So we have currently talk of a nascent hydrogen economy, and the risks have been amply demonstrated in 20th century airship disasters. So, parallels between UN peacekeeping and HHPI successes and failures. Successes, I will give one example of Sierra Leone. So the UN peacekeeping force that operated in Sierra Leone from 1999 to 2005 is hailed as a success. It was created to help implement a peace agreement after the country's devastating civil war. The UN Secretary General at that time, Ban Ki-moon, officially closed the office in 2014, calling it a triumph for the people of Sierra Leone after what had been a decade of warfare. He declared, "Our blue helmets disarmed more than 75,000 ex-fighters, including hundreds of child soldiers. The UN destroyed more than 42,000 weapons and 1.2 million rounds of ammunition." And I would argue that in spite of high-profile incidents such as Texas City and Deepwater Horizon, the application of learning and adherence to post-incident legislation from the 20th century has resulted in a low and stable fatal accident rate. How we act to keep the process safety peace, how we act now to keep the process safety peace will determine whether this can be sustained. A UN operation in Somalia is an example of a failure, which was hopefully learned from. And it was the first time the peacekeeping force had been used for humanitarian intervention. However, the peacekeepers were met with a hostile reception in Mogadishu. Several of them were killed, and the bodies of several US soldiers were paraded through the streets on the orders of Somali warlords. In these cases, there is significant press coverage, mostly due to their judgment that the readership, you and me, will be excited by the associated violence, death, and destruction. Psychological reaction to fear and excitement is very similar. In fact, high-grossing films were made about some of these scenarios. So with respect to peacekeeping, Black Hawk Down, 2001 receipts $171 million. And in our own industry, the Gulf of Mexico disaster, Deepwater Horizon, had receipts of $139 million. So, process safety-related peacekeeping learning. This Fortner argues that peacekeepers can have a causal rather than spurious effect on the stability of peace if, one, they reduce the likelihood of aggression by raising the costs of war or the benefits of peace for the peace kept. Two, They disrupt spirals of fear and security dilemmas by reducing belligerents' uncertainty about each other's actions and intentions. 3, they prevent accidents from occurring or control them so that they do not escalate to war. And 4, they deter or prevent one side from reneging on a political deal and excluding the other from power. I believe there are important ideas which flow from these tenets, which could help our 21st century process safety. So the first one, reducing likelihood of aggression, mapping to process risk intervention. We can leverage this by emphasizing the financial benefits of determining operators' optimal process safety return on investment, including the benefits of improved uptime, psychologically more positive, and personalizing future lives saved. So you could nominate a designated survivor. Ops would get to vote for a process safety champion when one future life is saved via bonus and recognition. Secondly, disrupting spirals of fear. Fortna found that UN observers were necessary because you need people to track movements and to do head counts on demobilizing troops and so on. One example involved the UN's monitoring of elite troops in Mozambique. Government hid in the Presidential Guard, part of the police force, as a hedge. This was discovered by the UN observers during a surprise inspection. In this case, mapping to process safety intervention might be setting up surprise inspections. These events would be publicized in advance and justified in terms of reflecting human nature. This is what we're all prone to, rather than lack of trust in workers. Prevented accidents can't escalate. So Fortna reported that the cooperation of Renamo leader Declama was direct, involving cold hard cash. The UN bought Declama's cooperation with millions of dollars in a trust fund nominally set up to help Tenamo, a faction in Mozambique's civil war, transform itself into a political party. An international observer of the peace process said he needed patronage to dole out, otherwise he would have been dead, literally. This helped to prevent infractions which could have escalated. Here, process risk intervention could be, for example, zero tolerance of fugitive emissions, with an operations bonus linked to numbers decrease, and a willingness to set a default bar in case of large-scale emissions in any one year. Also, funds need to be spent wisely and not necessarily logically or morally. You may have to do things which make you corporately uncomfortable, and then make sure you report on improvements made or be willing to change course if intervention proves unproductive. Preventing agreement reneging. I was contracted to close the action items from a Kurdistan-based early production facility in 2013. I was told that safety was paramount, but also that the startup schedule was immutable. For an organization which I perceive to have a production primacy culture, the application of a traffic light system enabled the identification and emphasis of critical actions, for example, where fatality plus was the ultimate consequence, to be closed before startup. This enabled process safety to be commensurate with other drivers, such as project critical path. Impactful company. Thank you, Mr. Sami. I'm almost finished. Impactful company tenets. Process and fundamental human nature are impervious to process risk intervention. However, organizational culture, structure, design philosophy, informing basis of design may not be. This may be easier to achieve where high hazard processing companies are privately or nationally owned, where the ultimate owner, a few individuals, a few politicians, are likely to be more engaged with any major PS incident than those of a PLC, multitudinous individuals and organizations. An example of this is INEOS. It's a $60 billion turnover high hazard processing company which operates in around 100 sites. And a monthly board meeting is held for each of the 20 subsidiaries, attended by the owners, including Jim Radcliffe, who is the founder. Always starts with safety, both personal and process. So Jim Radcliffe is acutely aware of safety, performance, and risk. So finally, in summing up, peacekeeping is not free. It costs money and personnel on the part of the international community and the countries that contribute troops. Sustaining the support for both civil war and HHPI intervention can only be helped when intervention success is apparent. So the metaphor learning intervention tools are that I believe that UN intervention in recent civil war ceasefires is imperfect but full metaphor for the current state of process safety in high hazard processing industries. There are several things we can learn from mapping relevant findings, the former to optimization of the latter, including. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you for a very interesting and meaningful lecture, for which makes this analogy, between peacekeeping forces and process safety. This is very interesting. Thank you very much for a very valuable presentation. And
thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will come our next speaker, who is from Jordan, Dr. Professor Muhammad Matou. He is an university professor and the director of the International Research Center for Water, Environment, and Energy. And the title of his presentation, Geographical Information System in Safety and Disaster Management Incidents. It's a case study of bromine factory gas dispersion model. Dr. Matou, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to participate in this conference and have this chance to participate in this experience. Allow me to speak in Arabic. If you actually, we are thinking about present the case of a bromine factory. Bromine factory is located in the Dead Sea, and we made a theoretical study that assumed that we have a leakage from some storage tank. As you can see here, the assumption is based on that we have the bromine factory and we have an assumption and a leakage or explosion, God forbidden. The hypothesis will focus on accident explosion or leak expected in the bromine factory. And this combination of storage and leakage combined in mathematical models. Sorry, the screen is very slow. And after the applying Gaussian model, Gauss model for gas dispersion, we just download this data and put it placed in the geographical information maps. Sorry. Yes. As you can see, this is an assumption that what kind of leakage or dispersion hazard. There are several types that can be assumed in leakage. It's a hemispheric, cloud, plume, cone, stream, pool, and irregular. And this is animation. You can see the figure. The assumption, this is the tank, and how the leakage will be assumed in this study. This you can see in this figure the software GIS application. People who are working with GIS, they are familiar with this kind of map. This is the exact location. It's downloaded from the Google map, and you can see here the bromine factory inside the map. We will assume that we have three types of storage tank. One type is drum type. This is the conventional storage tank that are used in the bromine factory. And the drum capacity, as you can see, small quantity, around 140 liters. We have another type of storage. Goslars, you can see the Goslars type, capacity 1,250 liters. And this is, as you can, sorry for this technical problem. Again, as you can see, we can have this model for Gauss model for dispersion. And based on this Gauss model, you can see different kind of distant from 30 meter up to 3,000 meter away from the bromine factory. And based on the meteorological data, we can conclude that the wind direction in the Dead Sea for about 10 years, it's almost north to northwest and northeast direction. So we make our assumption. As you can see, this is the first assumption for the leakage of bromine from the factory. As you can see, it's spread. We have 3 zones: the hot zone and warm zone and cold zone. These zones based on the dangerous and the concentration of bromine if leakage happens. And you can see here the direction of the based on this north-northwest wind direction, and the speed was controlled according to the meteorological data from Jordan Department, Jordan Department. As you can see, the direction of the bromine leakage is almost toward the sea. And this is another the assumption when we're leakage from Goslar tank, and the wind direction is north-northwest, as you can see. And we can see this is the hot zone, the highest concentration of bromine leaked from the storage tanks. And this is the warm, it's a little bit more or less concentrated. And the last one is low concentration of bromine. And you can see this direction of the wind is still north-northwest. And the type of tank we have is Goslar tank. And another example we take in consideration, the same Goslar tank with wind direction almost north. And you can see the 3 zones, hot, cold, and the dispersion of this bromine concentration from the factory. And this is another type of ISO tank with wind direction again north-northwest. This is another ISO tank with wind direction is north based, and you can see the direction of bromine concentration dispersion in the area. And this is another tank with medium ISO tank, and another one is medium ISO tank. Wind direction is north-northwest, and this is the north. And you can see from these 2 pictures, you can compare the dispersion of gas bromine. And also this is from a large tank, as we said before, about 8,000 liter of leakage of gas from the factory. And you can see how the dispersion is modeled according to gas. And we can come up to the conclusion based on this assumption. As we can see, we classified the dispersion into hot zone. The hot zone, as you can see, the bromine dispersion from the drum tank ranges from 124 to 0.6 ppm. And the bromine dispersion from Goslar tank ranges between 8 to 0.0061 ppm, which is low concentration. And the case 3, when we have a small ISO tank, the concentration is ranged from 1.4 to 0.019 ppm. And the 2 cases dispersion from medium ISO tank ranging from 2 ppm up to 0.01 ppm. And you can see this amount of concentration based on the quantity of the bromine leakage based on the volume of the gas storage. And the 5th case, as we can see, the bromine dispersion from large ISO tank, it's between 2.3 up to 0.07 ppm concentration. And the warm zone and the cold zone, also we can see the concentration based on the volume and depend on the wind direction also, and the quantity of the gas leaked. We come up to the conclusion the dispersion of the bromine depends on the wind speed and direction. After determining the wind's direction, it turns out how bromine disperse and identify the area that will be hit to. And this will be very helpful, God forbid, if any dispersion happen according to the wind speed and the wind direction and the speed of wind, which average has been calculated within 10 years. So we can make our emergency evacuation, and we can also tell the people where to relocate according to the dispersion. Meteorological department had provided us information in wind speed and direction for more than 10 years. From this information, we found the average wind direction has three principles: as high as possible toward northwest, north. Comes after that north direction. This is the most popular wind direction in the area. And at that, the north and west direction in this study, all zones direction are selected for study depending on these directions. Based on that, the dispersion of bromine has northwest, north, and northwest direction. All bromine concentration, fortunately, will be located toward the Dead Sea. It's not located in the residential area. And this is a good chance that the direction of the bromine, if leaked, will be to the west direction of the Dead Sea. When bromine discharge has north direction, this is the worst case. The bromine concentration has possibility toward the residential area, what we call Ghor al-Mazra'a. In this case, if the wind direction at that time in this way, we have to take precautions and emergency case directly to the people who are located in this. Thank you for listening, and it was my pleasure to be in your audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matoub. Just very simple and short question, as a result of your research and this modeling, was it necessary and eye-opening for both Arab Potash and Bromine, Jordan Bromine Company, to review the integrated emergency plan, between the two companies, as a result of this very valuable research?
Yes, this is a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe this bromine factory has a good emergency preparedness plan. And there's a good combination and cooperation between the potash company and the bromine company. But we cannot guarantee the emergency at any time. So in this case, I believe that they should work together and take into consideration when the wind direction, if leakage happen at the north direction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now we welcome our next speaker, who is she. Hopefully I'm not mistaken. She is Miss or Mrs. I hope Mrs. Marine Millendorf. She is an environmental specialist from UNIDO. UNIDO is the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. We are very much blessed that we have someone from UNIDO. This gives our conference very honorable image, So welcome our speaker, Mrs. Marine, and the title of the presentation of Mrs. Marine is Green Chemistry and Industrial Safety. It is very much interesting, this title. It is tickling me. It's ticklish, something, that makes me very enthusiastic and curious to listen to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay, shukran, Mr. Khair. It's very nice to be here. As you said, I'm working for UNIDO. UNIDO stands for United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Let me just say that our mandate is to promote and accelerate inclusive and industrial development for developing and economies in transition. For that, we have one of our aim is to enhance or safeguard the environment. For that, we are actually, we're working with multilateral environmental agreement, meaning the three most important one are the Stockholm Convention on reduction of persistent organic pollutants and the Minamata Convention on mercury reduction and CICAM. And for that, because we are directly working with industry and private sector, we are promoting approaches. One of our approach is green chemistry. So that will give you some ideas of what the work we have started so far. Okay, what is green chemistry? And green chemistry is design of chemical products and processes to reduce or eliminate generation and use of hazardous substances along the life cycle. Of course, you might say, okay, this approach is not new. At least it started in the 1990s. However, as a UN agency, we're actually helping private companies to fulfill environmental conventions. As such, actually, we learned that there's a big gap between scientific availability of green chemistry alternative or environmental alternative and actually the practical implementation. So for that, there are 12 green chemistry principles which we are promoting. So where does green chemistry start? It's starting at the design process. And that is actually about decision making. Because when you're designing products, you have to make decision about the type of resources you're using, which material you're using, which kind of feedstock. Are you using renewable resources or non-renewable resources? How much material is needed? Is it available? Which kind of solvent are you using? And so on. And also you have to make, as a private sector industry, you have to make decisions about the manufacturing process. What kind of technology is needed? What is the scale? So all these decisions automatically characterize the waste stream in energy requirement and especially the toxicity of the process, meaning which kind of toxic chemicals are actually using and what opportunities are there to reduce those chemicals. When it comes to green chemistries, we're promoting 12 principles. And these green chemistry principles go along the life cycle of material extraction and processing, manufacturing, use, and on end of life. Here you can see the 12 principles. The first one is, of course, prevent waste. Then there's at-home economy. Third one, using less hazardous chemical synthesis. Fourth, designing safer chemical products. Fifth, use safer solvent. Sixth, design for energy efficiency, especially when it comes, for example, to CO2 reductions. Then the seventh, renewable feedstock. 8 and 9, using catalysts, meaning different kind of more environmentally sound solvents, or design for degradation. Let me say, for example, when it comes to Stockholm Convention, and we work on persistent organic pollutants, for example, we're working on some brominated flame retardants. So those ones are actually resistant in the environment. So we are aiming to have some clean chemistry solutions which do degrade over time. And then 2 more principles would be the real-time monitoring process. And of course, we heard a lot about using safer chemistry to avoid some accidents. So what are the benefits of green chemistry? As you said, those all might be feasible, but actually when it comes to reality, especially in developing economies in transition, for many private sectors, this is not the case. For example, and the benefit would be, of course, for the environment and human health, not to use toxic chemicals, which will end up, for example, in the food chain or in the environment. So those chemicals which actually do not persist in the environment. Then also when it comes to economy, those novel products or innovative products might boost the competitive among other industries or companies. And of course, not using hazardous materials has a big economic benefit of reducing costs. For example, you would not have to store the hazard chemicals, you would not have to receive health requirement, and especially we also be dealing with the end of life or the final disposal, which is very cost effective, and also there's a lot of risk associated with it. And then of course for sustainability, using products made from renewable resources are preferred. And then for science, it is also new insight actually, because as we learned, there are lots of green chemistry alternatives available. However, the practical implementation is quite limited. So let me give you 3 examples. And the first one is for principle number 3, using less hazardous chemical synthesis. Here we are aiming, whenever practical, to use scientific methodologies should be used that pose little or no toxicity to human health in the environment. Ideally, non-toxic substances should be used to synthesize its chemical products. One of the examples, which is actually very known by now, is paper bleaching. What we are of course also aiming, because we're directly dealing with private sectors, that we're not only we're trying to support supporting or using a green chemistry, we also need to ensure that the process is still efficient by converting to a green chemistry alternative. So for example, when it comes to conventional paper bleaching, usually it was done with chlorine dioxide. which of course produce a lot of toxic chemicals as a waste product. So alternatively, technology for paper bleaching would be with hydrogen peroxide, which provides lower temperature and also time requirements. Then the second example would be for designing safer chemicals. So chemical products should be designed to preserve efficiency of the function while reducing the toxicity. Today we have heard a lot about risk. So green chemistry is focusing on reducing the hazard, to ultimately reducing the risk of releasing toxic chemicals to environment and to human health. So when it comes to designing chemicals, we are promoting, of course, to avoid those hazardous chemicals. As I mentioned before, we're working especially for the Stockholm Convention to reduce persistent organic pollutants, which at the moment there are 29 chemicals listed, or mercury. So those ones, of course, are persistent or long range available in the environment. So we are promoting, of course, to use some chemicals which have not those properties. One of the examples, actually DDT, is listed as an agricultural pesticide in use for malaria control. This chemical is also listed under the Stockholm Convention. So this is one of the examples where actually the use is this kind of restriction still allowed because there alternatives they are available, but there are many barriers why companies or countries can actually not use the alternative. So for DDT, there's a green chemistry available. This one would be a national product for insect control as an example. So our aim is, of course, to promoting or to support companies to help and to use this green chemistry alternative. Then when it comes to principle number 12, today we have heard a lot of accidents prevention. We have heard a lot about the bio-explosion ammonia, but also when it comes to the Stockholm Convention, we're dealing with, for example, brominated flame retardants. So the idea is to have substance and the form of substance used in chemical process should be to minimize the chemical accidents. One of the examples would be, for example, in airplanes, the polymers. This is the case of airplanes, but also in cars, where there's a high amount of polymers used, and in those polymers are brominated flame retardants, which are listed under the Stockholm Convention and should not be used further. So there are actually available alternatives which could be used, which would then actually prevent an accident to be exposed. So last thing is, at the moment, we are working on a global green innovation network program. Our funding is the Global Environmental Facility, which is the main funder for the Stockholm Convention or the Minamata Convention on Mercury. We have a pre-approved project available. So we're working together with Yale University, which is in New Haven, United States. They're very prominent working on green chemistry and green engineering. And we're working with 6 countries together on that project, which would be Jordan, Peru, Serbia, Indonesia, Uganda, and Ukraine. The aim of this project is to scale up green chemistry for persistent organic pollutants and especially mercury, through capacity building, innovation, and creation of a unified green chemistry network. As you can see here, we are working on national, we have national components, but we're also working on the global scale. This program has 4 components. The first one is a global green chemistry inclusion network for capacity building. So it concludes a network beyond awareness raising and training for developing countries, those ones which I mentioned. Then component 2 is a green chemistry accelerator program. I think that is very important so that we give startup companies an opportunity to bring their green chemistry to the market. So this one will support the development of a demand-driven solution to supporting the benchmark scale-up green chemistry and green engineering. And then we have a component 3, it's about demonstrating the green chemistry alternative for persistent organic pollutant mercury in the countries. So they're actually trying, as I said, bridging the gap of lack of actual practical implementation of green chemistry. So we're demonstrating each of the countries mentioned a green chemistry alternative. So this could be, for example, for brominated flame retardant or for PFAS in the textile sector, or for short-chain chlorinated paraffin, for example, in the textile.
You have 3 more minutes, Maren.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
And thank you very much. So that is just my slide at the moment. As I said, this project is in a concept state, so this is approved. At the moment, we're working on a so-called preparation phase, and we're aiming to submit this project within the next year. So when it comes to Jordan, I think it's also very important today that I have learned a lot of different industry or even a bromine, and to pay attention to that project. This is all what I would like to say. I'm working on the headquarters, which is in Vienna, Austria, but also we have a UNIDO office in Jordan, and you can see here the email, and please feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Hello. That's complete.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Maren, for the very valuable lecture. And we now invite our next speaker, who is Mrs. Nina Jilde, Quality Assurance Consultant. She's a Master of Science in Chemical Engineering and Polymer Technology in Jordan. And the title of her presentation, Process Safety Management Strategies and Risk Assessment. So the floor is yours, Mrs. Nina. Mrs. Nina, please unmute. You are muted. أخت نينا لو سمحت. أيوة. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Hello, good afternoon. Could you please hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. I would like firstly to thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my presentation. So can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So industries are increasingly with okay, sorry for this. Industries are facing nowadays challenges in the process safety management due to the complexity of operational process plant. And these presentations are intended to provide a methodology for reducing the potential risk that might affect our process through combination with a failure mode effective analysis and plan, do, check, act. So in this presentation, I'm going to cover some of notable accidents that it's occurred in history and the process safety management in terms of ISO 31000 and what is the strategies to prevent and control these risks and framework of industrial accident and some of the prevention mechanisms, and finally with the conclusions. So over the past decade, several accidents have been occurred that is affected significant impact affected directly and indirectly in environmental and the human health. And usually these accidents reflect the effectiveness and the efficiency of the process safety management. And some of these notable accidents are occurred due to chemical exposures, fires, and earthquakes. So it has a negative impact on human health and environmental, causing a high catastrophic economic situation. Therefore, such as here some examples of some notable historical accidents in history. Therefore, a well-designed process is usually required in order to reduce the potential effect that it's affected from material flow chart, personal flow chart, emergency situations, how we can handle with chemicals, chemical material through well-trained co-workers and some SOPs. And usually risk process safety management can be expressed in terms of ISO 31000, and through implementing the principle of risk management. So first we need to identify what is the potential risk that might affect our processes. Afterwards, we need to analyze these risks throughout communications and consultation with expertise, with sectors like engineers, scientists, in order to determine and evaluate these risks, and to find a suitable solutions for treatment these risks. At the same time, we need to make continuous consultation and communications in order to make an improvement of any kind of the processes. Afterward, monitoring and reviewing the whole process is highly required to ensure that our solution is are kindly used for our improvement for the whole process. So this figure represented the flowchart of an organizations, like throughout continuous monitoring and evaluating the process life cycle according to a scheduled plan by analysis the data, personal behavior, and records fact. And we need always to submit a record after every kind of audit throughout a time frame. And after submitting the report, we need to make a discussion if our processes need for further improvement or not. If the process does not need any further improvement, then we could submit the final report within a continuous monitoring in order to ensure that our sustainable according to the action plan. Otherwise, we need to take the recommendations from internal and external audits for improving our process system. And then we need, afterward, we could submit our final report. It's supposed to be according to the acceptance safety criteria. And usually a good documentation is highly required. Like we need to write a documentation of every single steps and every single process that it's occur and every single failure that it's occur in our process system. Because this will give us an indication what if our materials or our machinery equipment in the workplace is safety or not. This table represented a summary table for some of industrial accident and what is the corresponding failure and how these risks is usually treated. Most of these are chemical plants and wastewater treatment. In usually these kind of industries, risk analysis usually from high to medium. Therefore, it is highly recommended to have a team of well-trained co-workers from engineers, scientists, and maintenance people that are work together in order to prevent any kind of potential risk that might be occurred. So usually the process safety management can be cooperated with process safety workplace throughout documentation inspection, and sometimes we need to make a corrective action and preventive action for any kind of failure that might be occurred through the process. And this occurred through employees' commitment, continuous maintenance, and leadership. Like all these supposed to work together, all these elements are work together in order to improve the safety of the system. One of a statistic tool usually used nowadays in industry, it is the failure mode effective analysis, in which this table, it's very simple, but the variation of the process based on a complexity. Like we need here a team, a skilled team of people are work all together in order to determine what is the potential risk that might be occurred throughout the process, the whole process from the start till the entire life cycle, and what is the potential effect of these processes and how we could reduce these effects. And we need also to write the number, the scale from 1 to 10, the severity of these accidents, the likelihood of occurrence, and the detectability from scale from 1 to 10. Like if it's easy to be detected, or sometimes some failure and some hazard are very difficult to be detected. And afterward, we could determine the risk priority number. The higher the number means the higher the risk, which is supposed to be solved first. So here we need to write all the potential risks that it's affect on the process system. So as I described first how this failure mode effective analysis is built by throughout all the possible failure, followed by describing the impact of each failure on the process and how we could prevent it throughout the whole life cycle. Here is the highest, the RPM value, depending on the severity and the urgent of correction action. And usually these risks, usually could be solved throughout writing and reviewing a standard of a procedure, shutdown, emergency, and assembling of the whole process. This matrix represented is 10 by 10 because we said that it's the ranking from 1 till 10. So this matrix, the higher the value, the more risks and the more hazard, which here the value above 60% means that our process is highly recommended to be solved. Otherwise, from 1 till 10, from 1 till 14, that means that our processes, we are in the green region. That means that it is in the acceptable risk, and this does not have a huge impact on the whole process. As it goes a higher value, that means that our process need to be controlled and it's supposed to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will have a negative effect on environmental and the human and economic for sure. So here, this figure represented the potential of the occurrence before implementing the failure mode effective analysis and after implementing the failure mode effective analysis. How is the value of occurrence? It's decreased. For sure, the severity of any hazard risk is high, and able to be detected is high. But the potential of occurrence, it will be reduced once we already determine how these risks affected have a negative impact on the process system. For sure, it's supposed to be directly correlated to the integration between management system from ISO standards and environmental and safety management, complied with a plan, do, check, act model, in which we need to identify what is the potential problem that usually affect throughout our process, and what is our plan in order to make an improvement from this, either by testing, either by making a validation process. And we need to make a continuous monitoring and reviewing for the whole life cycle of the process. Analysis the data that it has been already from recorded. And we need sometimes to make an action for a continuous improvement of the process. Sometimes this action is from the plan do, and sometimes we need to make another correction action once we didn't get the results as we are already desired. So this an effective process usually occurred throughout making an annual inspection and continuous inspection.
Mrs. Nina, you have 2 to 3 more minutes, please.
Okay, so I can go fast here. So I would like to say that our concept for process life cycle here, we need to determine what is our overall life cycle from SOP standards according to standard regulation. And then we need to identify what could be the potential risk and management. Sometimes for any kind of a process, we need to have validation plans, overviewing for maintenance for our machine in order, and qualifications to determine the whole process life cycle. And we need for sure to have a continuous monitoring and observation of our process is according to our scope. And this here represented a methodology diagram that it's represent the input and the output. Output represented the target of the whole process. The input is input from the raw material and represented the whole life cycle of the process. As engineer and quality assurance, we usually calculate the desired output, compare the desired output with the target of the output. And throughout observation, we could determine that we have 3 different sectors that are cooperated together in order to control the manufacturing process, like from the equipment, machinery, process safety, education. It's highly recommended to have a well-skilled knowledge, experienced co-workers with communications and knowledges with the regulations and budget. All of them
one more
are
minute.
Okay.
One more minute.
Yeah. All of them are work together in order with the feedback by using a failure mode effective analysis and the plan, do, check, act by determining what is the potential effect that it affect our process and what is the potential hazard and how we can determine it in order to have at the end a higher profit with a low amount of losses, economical losses. So it's very important to have an integration between a management system and sectors in order to have an overview of.
I'm sorry, I have to stop now. I mean, excuse us. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for
because
sure.
for the next speaker, it's time for the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very valuable lecture.
Thank you very much.
And
you.
You may wait a little while, for someone will address any question in the discussion session afterwards. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay. And now we invite our next speaker, who is Mr. Ken Reed.
Terrific. Thank you, Sammy.
Mr. Ken Reed is the Vice President of System Improvements, which is a U.S. company stationed in Knoxville, Tennessee. And this company sells a methodology in incident investigations and prevention, called Taproot. And the title of his presentation will be Understanding a Human Error Using Taproot Root Cause Analysis. Mr. Ken Reed is a key person, as we presented him as the Vice President, and I know him in person. He is the most hard worker person I have ever met. And he comes from the nuclear industry, and I have all the respect for him. And I'm sure you will benefit so much from his presentation. The floor is yours. The floor is yours, dear Ken.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? I want to make sure my audio is working.
Yes, sure.
Perfect. Okay. Well, wonderful. Well, again, thank you for inviting me to present to your group. I really appreciate that. What I'm going to be talking about a little bit is discussing how root cause analysis is sometimes we kind of miss the human piece of the problems that we have, especially in areas like process safety and equipment problems and safety issues, EH&S kind of problems. A lot of times we get down to understanding that we had a problem, but we don't look deep enough at the humans, at how we as management can help our staff do a better job in the future. So what I'm going to do is go through the Taproot root cause analysis system, which forces you as an investigator to look a little bit deeper at the human error pieces of why people make bad decisions and why people make mistakes. And at the same time, try to remove the blame of trying to just blame somebody for making a mistake. So let's take a look a little bit as we work through this. Let me make sure I'm clicked on the right slide here. All right. So first of all, Taproot can be used in a wide range of different kinds of areas. If you're a process safety person, obviously you can use it for process safety, but I encourage you to look beyond just your part of the company and look at the rest of the company. There's probably lots of problems and lots of areas of your company that could use improvement. And we encourage you to use Taproot as one piece of your improvement program. How can we prevent equipment failures from occurring over and over again? How can I help with the quality of our product? We want our customers to be happy with our product quality. So a lot of different ways that you can use Taproot. Any place people make mistakes, you can use Taproot to help you with that. Taproot can be used both for small, low complexity problems or very high risk, high impact issues. So don't just think about Taproot as something you use when you have a major problem. You can also use Taproot for small problems. You can even use Taproot before you have a problem and use it proactively. Look for problems in your company before you actually have a major issue. So there's lots of different ways to use Taproot, and we offer these two different investigation options, whether you're going to use it for smaller problems or for larger issues. So we're going to take a look at the more simple process. I oftentimes wonder, it seems like a lot of people often, when there's an issue, they start right with the why did it occur? We jump right to trying to understand why a problem occurred. But honestly, we first need to understand exactly what happened. And I see a lot of companies try to get way too far into the investigation before they really have an understanding of what happened. So the first step in any Taproot investigation is to gather information. It is to understand what exactly happened. This is your interview process. This is where you're going to be taking pictures and looking at records and trying to understand the timeline of exactly what happened when an issue occurs at your company. We offer a tool that's called the snap chart, which is a very simple flow charting tool to help you better visually understand what happened during an incident. So here's an example of what one of our snap charts might look like, one of our flow charts. These are very simple to build. You'll notice down on the bottom, I'm going to lean down here for a moment, down here in the bottom in this circular area is what we call the incident. In this case, the worker landed on the concrete floor. This is the incident that we're investigating. And then across the top in these rectangular shapes is the sequence of events. These are the things that happened. These are the actions that occurred or the pieces of equipment that we're operating that led up to the incident and then occurred also after the incident. And then finally, underneath each of these events are these oval shapes, which we call conditions. And these conditions are just pieces of information that describe the event that they're attached to. And it's very simple to build these snap charts. This is where all of your data is stored when you start doing an investigation. When you interview people, you put that information onto your snap chart. When you look through your training records, you put the information that you find on that training record onto your snap chart. And these snap charts are the basis of the rest of your Taproot investigation. It's just a very simple visual way of understanding exactly what happened. And again, this is an extremely important part of any investigation, is really having a good understanding of what happened when a problem occurs. You'll notice on our snap chart, the only thing we're allowed to put on a snap chart are facts, pieces of information. You're not allowed to put opinions on there. You're not allowed to put judgments. You'll never see us put something on there that says the worker did a poor job of performing his task. That's an opinion, and we don't put those on our snap charts. You'll notice we don't even use people's names on the snap charts. We just use their job positions. And that's because we're trying to eliminate blame. We don't want to be pointing fingers and blaming people. We just want to put the facts on our snap chart. So this is the first part of any taproot investigation where you're gathering data and putting it on a visual representation. And then you're going to identify any of the problems that occurred. For example, in this case, the worker missed one of the rungs with his right hand on the ladder. He missed the rung. There was no railing installed on the platform. The worker was not wearing fall protection, and the worker then was lifted up and moved after he was injured. These are all problems that led directly to our incident, and we're now going to apply the taproot investigation process to those particular problems. So now that we understand the what actually happened, our next step is to perform the why. And this is really the heart of the taproot system. This is the root cause analysis piece of taproot. And we're going to use a very simple process to ask some very simple yes/no questions to guide us to human performance-based root causes. We are trying to understand why really smart, well-trained people made mistakes. It's very rare that somebody makes a mistake on purpose. So we as investigators need to ask the right questions to ensure we're not just trying to blame somebody for making a mistake. I have not done an investigation yet where there wasn't somebody making a mistake. Somebody always makes a mistake. We're humans. Humans make mistakes. It's what we do. So what we want to do as an investigator is understand why that human made that mistake. We don't want to have investigator bias put in here. We want to have a very objective investigation. And we're going to do that using our root cause tree, which, by the way, if you're not using our software, is just a very simple laminated sheet front and back. And you're going to use our root cause dictionary. And these are just going to give you some very simple yes/no questions. Here's some examples of some of those questions that you're going to ask to help guide you to human performance-based root causes. Understanding why did the human turn the wrong switch or open the wrong valve or write the wrong number on a piece of paper? Why did he make that mistake? And these kinds of questions are going to guide your investigator to the same answers that a trained human performance expert would get. So your investigators get the advantage of the expertise of trained human performance experts. This is one of our 7 categories of root causes that's on this laminated root cause tree. This is our procedures category. These are all the reasons that procedures cause people to make mistakes. You can see that there's a lot of research that's gone into building this root cause tree. We've been around for just over 30 years now performing root cause analysis. We take input from our users. So our customers, such as yourself, give us feedback on the root cause tree. And we also had an advisory board made up of 60 of our biggest customers that give us feedback on the root cause tree. And this feedback ensures that it gives us confidence that the system is working properly. Even though we've been around for 30 years, we've only made changes to this root cause tree 3 times in the past, very small changes. And that's because humans have not changed much in the past 30 years. We still make the same mistakes for the same reasons, and Taproot will help you find those problems. Now, that advisory board is extremely important for us. Those advisory board members are from all over the world. While we are a US-based company, our advisory board members are from companies that use Taproot all over the world. So it gives us confidence that the system works in different languages, it works in different cultures, it works in different regulatory environments. So you're able to find root causes and be confident that you're getting the right answers when you're using the system. So we've gone through understanding what happened using our snap chart. We've understand now why the human performance reasons that people might make mistakes using the root cause tree. We now want to give you some tools to help you write more effective corrective actions. Unfortunately, a lot of people, when they start writing corrective actions, seem to always go to the same corrective actions. They always want to counsel somebody to tell them to be more careful next time. We always seem to want to retrain everybody and give them more training. We always want to seem to write a new procedure somewhere. And while these might be okay corrective actions, these are not very effective corrective actions. What we want to do is try to understand and put more effective corrective actions in place so that I am confident the same problem won't happen again. We use, this is one of our tools to help us write more effective corrective actions. Most people are down at the bottom here when they write corrective actions. They want to put new procedures in place and more training and more supervisors. But honestly, the corrective actions at the top of the page here are much more effective. So we encourage you and we give you tools to help you write these stronger, more effective corrective actions for the root causes that you found. We also have another tool called the corrective action helper. So for every root cause that you might find on this root cause tree, every root cause on here, there's a corrective action helper entry to help give industry best practice ideas on how to fix that human performance problem. So we don't just want to give you problems to find, we want to give you solutions to fix the problems that you've discovered. This is an example out of our corrective action helper. By the way, everything I'm showing you can either be done hard copy using, for example, this laminated root cause tree, or it's also built into the software if you're using the software. So all of the tools you're seeing here can be done using the software. So Taproot has some very unique advantages. It is definitely an expert system. That doesn't mean you need to be an expert to use it. It means we provide expert guidance to your investigators. Your investigators, because it's based on human performance expertise, will get the same answers that a trained human performance expert would get. It also gives you very consistent results. If I give the same investigation to 3 different Taproot teams, they will all get the same root causes. That's a lot different than like a 5 why investigation where, quite honestly, everybody gets different answers on a 5 why. So Taproot gives you very consistent results of your investigations. Because of that consistency, you can actually trend the results and it makes your trending much more effective. Again, Taproot can be used using software or without software. It's totally up to you. And we offer a couple of different options for using the software. We can either host it on our servers up in the cloud, or we can install it on your servers so that you have it available at your facility. But in either case, it's accessed via an internet connection, and the users cannot tell the difference whether it's a hosted solution or whether it's on-premise. Taproot can also hook to different software packages. So if you're using another software package and you need to import the results of your Taproot investigation into your other systems, you can use Taproot to help with that. We connect to these other systems automatically, or we can customize that and connect to your other systems. I also wanted to mention in here too, and I brought it up briefly, that you don't have to wait for an incident to perform a Taproot investigation. You can use Taproot as a proactive tool. So you can go out and do an FMEA, you can go out and do a hazard assessment and find problems during those different exercises. And what you can do then is take the problems that you found and run those through the root cause analysis system, run them through Taproot. And this will allow you to get much more effective root causes and effective corrective actions on your audits and your observations. So we highly encourage you, don't just wait until something bad happens and then go do an investigation. Go out and take a look at your companies. I will guarantee there's lots of problems there because all companies have humans. We all have people, and people make mistakes. And what we want to do is go find those problems before they become major issues at our companies. So please, I encourage you to use Taproot proactively and go find those problems before they come find you. Really, the most important part of using Taproot is to attend training. You don't have to use software if you don't want to. However, you do want to have a minimum of training to use the system. We hold public courses all over the world. During this past year, obviously, we've had to curtail those quite a bit because of the health situation. However, we can also come right to your site and teach, and we now offer virtual options if you wish to have the instructor come to you just like I am right now, and we can teach Taproot courses right at your facility using a virtual method. In fact, we use Zoom for that also. So it's okay.
Hey, Ken.
That's really all I've got. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, Ken, we have spared for you 10 more minutes, you know, if you wish to cover.
I would be happy to. I've got what I was going to do next is
please.
Just go ahead.
If you run through a demonstration for Taproot, you know, 10 minutes.
I can do that. I've actually got it pulled up here.
Yes.
Let me.
All right. Okay.
Let me get this in the right spot here.
Yeah. Thank you.
There we go. I'm going to pull this up onto my other screen. Okay. So this is what the Taproot software looks like, and I'm just going to very quickly run through an example here. The easiest way for me to do this here is I'm going to turn my camera off because I've got to sit down and you'll just see the top of my head. So I'm going to sit down here and then you'll be able to watch this on the screen. So, okay, so using the Taproot software is extremely simple to do. You can open up an example. For example, this is an example using an environmental problem that I've got here. So you can open up the software and open up what we call our fish kill example. And this was an environmental release. Let me get signed back in here. This is an environmental release that accidentally killed some fish in a stream, and we are now going to do an investigation of that problem. Make sure I click on it there. And what this will do is this will open up. I'm going to go into the investigation process, and we can open up a snap chart. Get this up here so you can see it. This is extremely simple to use. In order to build a snap chart, we've got the shapes over here on the left. You just drag these shapes over onto your screen. You can type whatever information you wish up here. You can draw lines down to it if you wish. The system is very simple to use and to build these snap charts. As I scroll across, you'll be able to see that across the top, it's just a sequence of events that you can read as you work across there, that some certain problems occurred. We had a hose rupture, so we lost cooling water to our unit. An operator was monitoring that unit and didn't take action like he was supposed to. An alarm went off, but he didn't hear the alarm. He was wearing hearing protection here. Our automatic shutdown system didn't work properly. That was bypassed and didn't work properly. So therefore, the unit overheated. We released hot acidic water to the stream, and we killed some fish. So this is a very visual way of understanding exactly what happened. You'll notice in here, there's nothing in here that says somebody was a bad person. I'm not trying to blame anybody. This is all just facts that's on our snap chart here. As a matter of fact, you can see one of the problems here that we found was that the operator had fallen asleep. So he was actually sleeping on duty here instead of paying attention and watching his panel. So this is one of the options here. What I'm going to do is we're going to analyze this problem where the operator fell asleep. Okay, so I'm going to close out of this. And we would then open up our root cause tree. And you can see down at the bottom here, there's our causal factors, those problems that were identified.
Hey, Ken, you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to open up this one area here in the root cause tree. And this is really the big piece that I wanted to show you here on the software to show you how our root cause analysis works. The root cause analysis now is just going to open up a very simple set of yes/no questions. For example, was this a human performance difficulty, yes or no? Was this an equipment difficulty that caused this problem? And if you're not sure what these mean, you can click on this little link here, and it opens up a very simple set of yes/no questions to help you identify whether I should say yes or no to this item. So this is all the same questions that a trained human performance expert would be asking. And I'm not going to go through the full details here, but since we said yes to this, and we probably say yes to this a lot because it says, was this a simple mistake or a human error, a broken rule, a rule violation? Probably, because humans are involved and humans make a lot of mistakes. So, so probably a lot of human error is occurring here. And you can see, now I'm just going to quickly scroll to the bottom here, but what I want to show you is that when we finished up this root cause analysis for this operator falling asleep, what we found is some human performance root causes. We found monitoring alertness needs improvement. We put this poor operator at a panel in the middle of the night for 12 straight hours in the dark. And amazingly enough, he didn't see when something changed on his panel. So this wasn't a problem with the operator. This was a problem with us as management, really set this operator up for failure. Scheduling needs improvement. This guy was on 12-hour rotating shifts. He was on the second day of his new shift, and he was just really tired because of the rotating shifts, 12 hours sitting at a panel. And he was very tired. He was fatigued before he even started duty that day, and the supervisor was aware of that. So you can see here, we're not just blaming the operator. We have some human performance problems that we are now going to address. We are no longer going to put an operator for 12 hours staring at a panel and expecting him to do a good job. Humans can't do this. They just can't sit at a panel for 12 hours. They just don't operate that way. We can't have somebody sitting on 12 on, 12 off rotating shifts and expect him to be a good operator. That just doesn't work that way. And you can see we're going to target some very specific corrective actions at this. We are going to...
Ken, you know, 1 more minute because we need to, due to COVID the restriction, you know, we need to empty this room, you know, in 5 minutes. So
no
you
problem.
have 1 more minute.
I have just finished. I'm all set. So what I'm going to do is just close out of this. And let me turn my camera back on so I can at least say hi to everybody before I leave. So
okay.
There we go. All right, and that's really all I wanted to cover here, the importance of using effective root cause analysis in human performance research in order to help you with your investigations of your problems. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And if you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to contact me.
Yeah, thank you. If you can stay with us in this coming 5 minutes. Also, the other esteemed speakers, you know, if they stay with us, you know, in this 5 minutes, you know, and my colleague here will assist me in addressing the questions that from the window.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sami. To be interactive for this conference, we have at the end of each session, we have 3 questions. The questions will be based from the materials of the previous presentations. Mr. Ibrahim, please show the questions. Each questions have 20 seconds, multiple choice, and all 3 questions have 1 minute. Mr. Ibrahim.
Okay, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. They speak with you, Dr. Sami, about the discussions. Okay. Maybe I have a questions to Mrs. Dolphin about the explosion in Beirut port. We have maybe, I heard that the quantities based on the calculations, not 2,700 ton of ammonium nitrate is much less than, it's almost 450. Is it true? This is analysis? Maybe Mrs. Dolphin not with us. The second questions to Mr. Ken. You tell us that based on the map, we have just one company implement the taproot methodology in Middle East. Maybe in Jordan or in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, we have our course schedule right now is very limited because of travel restrictions. However, we are able to set up courses. We have held them in Abu Dhabi before. We've held them in Dubai. Dubai is usually where we have most of our courses right now in the Middle East. However, we can also come directly to your site if that makes it easier. So we can come anywhere to your site.
Okay, a lot of thanks for all participants. We have now break till 6:15, and then we will be switched to the third sessions with Dr. Matouk and Mr. Muhammad Ali. And we will see you after less than 15 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Ken. Thank you, thank you, speakers. And we hope a very interesting and useful conference paper. A lot of thanks.
Thank you.
A lot of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. الصوت واضح؟
تمام دكتور.
ممتاز، الله يعطيكم العافية. الآن بنبلش السيشن الثالث، الجلسة الثالثة. راح تكون هاي آخر الجلسة الثالثة في اليوم الأول من مؤتمر سلامة. راح يكون معنا شريكي في إدارة الجلسة السيد محمد علي. راح نبلش معنا المتحدث الأول ستيوارت. are you with us?
Not yet, Doctor. Can you next speak?
And we will go to the next speaker. Zanon. Zanon, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's good. Zanon, he is a junior process safety engineer, DECRA, Italia, from Italy. He will speak about best practice and limitations. Please go ahead, the floor with you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Gianluca Zanon. I'm a process safety consultant, and I'm glad to be here. And I want to thank you for the invitation to the first Jordanian Clinical Process Safety Virtual Conference. Today, we heard a lot of people with much experience in process safety. I'm working in this field just from 1 year, so I don't have so much experience. But in this my first year of work, I focus my job on hazard analysis and QRA. One of the first things that I ask to my colleagues when I want to learn something about QRA, it was what to do during a QRA, but what not to do during a QRA too. So here it's where my presentation comes. This presentation is based on real QRAs that my colleagues met along their careers, and so I will use real examples. First of all, we need to understand what is a QRA. QRAs is a systematic approach to estimate the likelihood and consequence of hazardous events. QRA can be used for the calculation of the economic and environmental impact that an industry could face after an incidental scenario. But its main focus is always on the loss of life, so the risk about people. Starting here, we have an example of what we have to do when we start a QRA. We need to clarify what is the scope of our study. So we need to know why we are doing the study. Why we need to know, because otherwise we could have a bad result like this one. a client didn't want to share with DECRA the scope of the study that he wanted, and we have the result: a new building just built outside with the risk control zone that emerged from the study. Of course, this is not correct because this zone is just an indication. It's not that just outside of the zone we have risk 0. So we always need to understand what we are doing. Another important point is to know when we need to develop our QRA. Usually we should conduct our QRA before the project. Why we should do this? Because for two main reasons. First, because if we see that our risk is not acceptable, we can improve our safeguards during the design phase. And secondly, because if we conduct our QRA at the end of the study, we could have pressure from outside to have the results that we want, because of course the top management don't want to know that the new plant is hazardous. So maybe this could affect the result, because people don't want to investigate all the problems that there could be. Another important point is to use the correct data. Here we have an example with two different data taken from two different material safe data sheets, and we have two different vapor pressure of the same substance. What could be the problem in this case? If we consider a lower vapor pressure, we could we could not see a real scenario that we have. But vice versa, if we use a higher vapor pressure, we could obtain a scenario that is not real. So maybe we could invest money to protect ourselves from this scenario, but this scenario is not real, so we could invest this money and time in something more useful. Moreover, QRA is a tricky study. It's not something easy, so we need to pay attention to consider all the possibilities, all the facilities, and all the scenarios. We need to take into account not only the big storage or big scenarios, but we need to take into account everything, and domino effect too, for example. So, when we start a QRA study, we need to decide what kind of risk we are going to evaluate. Because if we don't clarify this point, we could use inappropriate risk criteria. For example, we can use risk criteria for societal risk instead of the individual risk one. This is important to clarify at the beginning of the study. Moreover, when in a QRA, we usually use the probability failure on demand to evaluate the frequency of some scenarios. We need to take into account where we take this data. For example, if we take data from a generic database, we could encounter some mistakes, because if, for example, our plant presents some corrosion problem, that data could be wrong for our situation, even if the data are generally correct. So, or another example, if we know that in our plant in the previous year, we had some maintenance problem, lack of maintenance, we need to take into account our situation and our problems. Once we developed our QRA, the work is of course not finished, because we need to analyze our results, we need to understand them, and here starts a a moral problem too, because if we know that our risk is not low, we need to take some action to reduce this. We can say, okay, we conducted our analysis and we are okay. We need to go on. Even if our risk is low, maybe we can improve something. It is improvement could be save some lives in the future. We need to remember this every time. Moreover, if we have scenarios, maybe when we have the results, maybe we have a big scenario, but with a very low frequency. So we don't have to maybe invest more money to protect us from this scenario, even if this is a very big consequences, because maybe it's we have a scenario with moderate consequence, but that it's very frequent, and this could be generate more damage in economical and time and life loss than the big one. More in QRA cannot be used for justify to reduce our safeguard. We can conduct a QRA. We have a low risk, and so we decide, okay, let's not apply good engineering standards because we are already low and we are okay. That's not what QRA is done for. Okay, QRA is help us to evaluate the risk, but we don't have to use a QRA to justify for reducing safeguards. So what we have to do when we start a QRA study? First of all, as we saw, we have to define the scope. We have to decide what kind of details we want at the end of the study, during the study, because this could modify some strategies or the approach. And we have to decide who we need in our QRA team, and we need to decide which risk we are evaluating. A QRA, we always remember that QRA is based on consequence modeling. Consequence modeling has some uncertainty on the result, and this uncertainty can be as much as 30–40%. That's it's not very low. So, or maybe when we conduct our QRA, we do some hypotheses and we decide some initial condition. But the day that we have a problem, it's not for sure that we have the same situation. So we have always to take into account a safety factor to be sure to do the best to avoid problems. So just for summarizing what we saw in this presentation, we just saw the 7 deadly sins that we could do during a QRA. We saw that we don't have to use our study to justify a decision that has been already taken, or we saw that we have to be sure that the data we are using are correct for our study and our case, or we have to be aware of which criteria we are going to using. Finally, we saw that we can't use a QRA to justify to reduce safeguards in our plant. And I want to thank you for the invitation, and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you very much for very informative information. And now we will introduce our next speaker, Professor Stewart. Professor Stewart, he is an intern director of MKOPSC at Texas A&M University, and he will talk about the future of business case for process safety beyond the pandemic. The floor is for you, Dr. Professor Stewart. Professor Stewart. لا نور القدس هو داخل بنور القدس. Yes, please, Professor Stewart, can you unmute? We can't hear you. Okay, thank you.
So, is it my turn yet? Sorry,
yes, please. Go ahead. Okay. The floor is for you.
I will share my Can you see this presentation?
Yes, yes, sure. Thank you.
Okay. I apologize for being late. I had problems connecting. Everything's fine?
Yes, clear, good. Very clear.
Assalamu alaikum. Min Texas. Howdy all, greetings from Texas and the Mary Kay O'Connor Process Safety Center at Texas at College Station and in Qatar. I am pleased to be with you today and to be part of the first Jordanian International Chemical Process Safety Conference. I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting me. During my 40-year career in industry, I spent 10 years working in the Middle East, in UAE, Qatar, and Oman, and very much enjoyed the experience, and most importantly, the people. I will always value the rewarding and enriching experience and appreciate the green heart of the Arab. I look forward to returning to the Middle East when travel permits, to renew my acquaintances and to make new ones. Before I start my formal presentation, I want to begin by taking a moment to recognize our founding director, Dr. Manan, who built the center from humble beginnings in 1998 and grew it to become a world-renowned center for excellence in all aspects of process safety. Dr. Manan passed away suddenly in late 2018, but left us with a very substantial body of knowledge to build on and grow the center to new heights. For those who don't know the center, I want to take a moment just to quickly run through the kinds of things we do at the center. Our motto is to make safety second nature for all the areas that we have in impact and import in. We have a lot of activities towards a mission to improve safety and make safety second nature. We conduct state-of-the-art research in a wide range of areas, process safety, education, as well as providing a forum for exchanging ideas and providing good science-based counsel for those who wish to avail themselves of it. We do a wide range of education and training, but we provide courses in the academic environment. We have a number of degree courses, safety engineering programs. We have them online for our undergraduate and graduate folks, and we provide safety engineering certificate programs for industry people and incumbent workers as well. We do a lot of research, and without going into a bunch of detail, we do research in traditional chemical engineering, in process safety, including sustainable development and other areas. And we do a lot of research with our colleagues in different departments as well. And the research that's done at MKO Qatar is summarized here. LNG safety is one of their substantial factors, as well as human factors and safety culture. We have a guidance document, a guidance group from our steering committee and an advisory committee who provide support to our students, and they provide funding in as well. But we meet with them on several times a year basis, and we showcase our students when we meet with these committees. And we are very grateful to the steering committee and the advisory committee for the advice they give our students. And this is the summary of our steering committee members in College Station, and similarly we have steering committee members in Doha in our technical group there, at the combined technical and steering committee group. And our hope is to expand the industry support over the next few years. This group have been members since the start of the center in Doha in 2013, and we look forward to the opportunity inviting others to join us. And Texas A&M MKO has a wide reach, starting with our center in College Station and in our the Qatar center as well. we reach out to a lot of universities around the world, and we are hoping that we might be able to renew these relationships as time permits. So before I start my formal process safety, I want to talk about a little story. I want to share a story with you. And the story begins with a wise old professor standing in front of his class, and in front of him is an empty jar. He puts some large rocks in the jar and he asks the question, is the jar full? And everyone says yes. Then he takes a bag of pebbles and carefully pours it in the jar, and the pebbles find the void spaces among the large rocks. Then he asks the class, is the jar full? And the class said, yep, seems to be. So then he takes a bag of sand and he carefully pours it into the jar, and the sand finds the voids between the rocks and the pebbles, and he's able to put the entire bag into the jar. Is the jar full? Class says yes. Then he takes a picture of lemonade and pours it into the jar, and now indeed the jar is full. So what does this all mean? It means that we have to focus on the things of life. The jar represents your life, or in the case of a corporate scenario, your company. And the big rocks are the important things: family, your beliefs, your values, your favorite passions. And if you had nothing else in your life, you would have a rich, rewarding life. The pebbles are those things like your career, your assets, and the sand is everything else. And the student asks him, what does the lemonade represent? And of course, the lemonade is a reminder that no matter how full your life is, there's always room to sit down and enjoy the company of friends. For the individual, it's important to do not put the sand in first. Then there's no room for the important things. If you spend all your time and energy in this space, then you're not going to really get the important things. And from a corporate perspective, it means that one cannot focus on procedures and practices first, because to do so, you're doomed to failure unless these practices are based on solid foundational principles and beliefs. So individual practices must align with these beliefs through their corporate traits. Only then will programs like process safety have an opportunity to succeed. And in order for process safety programs to proceed, those programs that have company-wide influence, the company has to succeed. This slide represents what I consider an ideal company, well-founded on principles of integrity, on decision-making, good organizational structure. It has got some pillars that support cross-organizational committee programs such as process safety, asset integrity. It's important that we tie it all together. So this is a view of what I think is the basis of a good operational company, through which we can develop process safety programs that will add value and corporate's value. So let's look at each one first. Integrity. I think integrity, in my view, is the most important attribute and trait that a company can exhibit. Because integrity is the value that individuals and companies put on themselves and their actions. And if they consistently show those values and actions in their business dealings, then they will demonstrate trustworthiness, which is that inside out paradigm saying, I'm consistently going to act in my nature, my beliefs. But then if you do that and do it consistently, then you offer others to trust you, and third parties will then trust you. And that is the substantial basis of a good organizational practice. All employees must confirm through their operational traits. And multinationals who work in a wide range of jurisdictions must have a worldwide standard of care in terms of process safety and facility management based on their foundational principles. And when those are compromised, then one would suffer the consequences, perhaps. And we all remember Bhopal and the subsequent failure of Union Carbide. One has to maintain true to his own beliefs and practices. So in terms of next is innovation. I want to mention a few words about the innovation, and more not so much innovation, but the balance between being an explorer and being exploitation. Exploitation is doing things today, the things that you do really, really well. That's short-term focus, efficiency, discipline, clarity of direction. But one has to look at where the industry is going. One has to explore the opportunities in the future. It's a long-term vision. One has to be flexible. One has to know where industry is going and to look where the future opportunities may lie. Success may lie in some future opportunities. So we all know of companies who focus so much on what they do today, on exploitation, that they did not focus and look at where the world was going. And I think the most famous example is Kodak, where they were the first in the digital camera world, but they were so focused on the film industry that they failed to respond to the digital age. And there's many examples as you can see. And it's unfortunate because they were the first to start the digital camera business, but then they didn't believe in it. Then there's also examples of companies who had innovation focus, and because they were focused on innovation, they did not look at the business model. And the Zeppelin is probably the best example, where they did not look at the failures to recognize safety concerns, and they lost the entire business. So lessons to learn. One needs to invite challenge. One needs to get ahead of the crises, be skeptical of success, and think in multiple terms. When an organization starts up, the innovation is a smaller component of doing things well, the exploitation side, but one has to be an explorer, and in 10 years down the road or so, one has to be focused on the changing industry and the opportunities that tomorrow may bring, and be open to suggestions. Risk-based decision management. When it comes to risk-based decisions, companies face two substantial decisions that have the potential to bring a company to its knees should the decision not be an appropriate one. There are planned decisions, such as a major acquisitions, and they reflect all relevant inputs from all the business side, all the market side, risk factors. But unplanned technical decisions that are taken in the moment are usually without the benefit of a detailed risk assessment, looking at the alternative outcomes and the event scenarios, and input from executive management. Process safety principles dictate that we need to take appropriate assessment of risk and the different operational outcomes, and reflect this in a robust risk assessment. Which basically is what I'm saying, is that the decision must be taken at the level of organization that reflects the potential consequence of the decision going in the wrong direction. So as the risk level goes up, the level in the organization the decision has to be taken at the most highest level of the organization. In order to do that, these decisions must be referred to the senior executives. So this can only work if the risk team is the independent conscience of the organization to provide risk assessments to support critical decisions with the benefit of the risk evaluations. Other factors are critically important as well. But the management sign-off of these critical decisions is often missing. So we refer to these, So it's important that senior management be engaged in this decision process. So organizational structure, for a company to succeed, its employees must then operate with the organizational traits that reflect the foundational principles. And these are things, as you see here: creativity, results oriented, fostering a work health balance. And this is critically important because today we have a multiplicity of generations working together more than we ever had before, with different values and different focuses on their life. And these are the pillars on which the programs are based. So all those pillars must be consistently approached and applied. But then one has to tie it. How do we tie it all together? We have to be continually self-examining. We have to look through peer reviews and facility tours, not in the old manner of detailed risk assessments, but more so in the manner of assessing and helping our peers to improve their overall operations. Peer review is critically important. ongoing meaningful training at all levels, and it must be competency-based. So one has to confirm that the students are learning and being able to apply. Senior management must have an active engagement and participation in the training process to the level required. Sponsoring new programs and initiatives, this is very important. Most large programs need a sponsor from the C-suite level as well as the executive management. Embracing dynamic workforce changes. As I said earlier in the reference below, we examined the several workforces, generations that are working together, and this brings a new challenge to organizations. Striving to become a learning organization. And in Covey's, this is sharpening the saw, the 7 habits of the habits of 7 people. So tying it all together is critically important. And then you get what you get. Your safety culture is a product of all of these things and doing these things well. If you do them uniformly, consistently across all jurisdictions in which you work, you will have a very mature safety culture. And you will then become a learning organization. Working on safety culture by itself, it kind of obviates the fact that you're not going to get a lot of effort by working on safety culture. You've got to work on the underlying factors that generate what effectively will be your safety culture. So investment in process safety enhances shareholder value and provides a buffer against a major disaster and an impact on company market cap, market value. We all know the market cap hit that Gulf took as a result of the Macondo incident. These organizations with systems in place that make them exceptionally consistent in accomplishing their goals and avoiding potentially catastrophic errors are deemed to be highly reliable organizations. And of course, there's much written in that space. Excellence in process safety yields operational, maintenance and engineering excellence, which yields manufacturing excellence and business excellence. It all comes together. Investment in process safety enhances shareholder value and provides a buffer against any major disaster that has a potential of causing severe corporate disruption. So what is the cost? Dan Kroll, the famous process safety individual, anecdotally suggests that the cost of process safety is about 2% of the bottom line. But if things are done really well by looking at accidents, by providing your support and your foundational principles, you can reduce the cost in a wide range of areas. Your employees are happy, insurance costs, whether it's workers' compensation, public confidence is enhanced as well, which is critically important. When we have incidents, we erode public confidence. The net result is as much as 4% of the bottom line, which is a huge, huge amount. So the Center for CCPS indicates that there are four factors for program implementation. Corporate responsibility, process safety is consistently doing the right things every time, each time, every time. It requires corporate management support and underpinning with the principles of action. Effective process results prevent catastrophic incidents, and they reduce the number of severe accidents and provides business flexibility. Going into different jurisdictions, you are much better to realize those opportunities if you are on the very safe side of things. And when properly implemented, process safety helps ensure reliable processes that can produce high quality product on time and lower cost, and hence produce substantial value, organizational value. Comprehensive training in process safety is also very, very critical. We are we do a wide range of training in not only high training of individuals who are operators, several years experience, but also we're embarking on a new program for colleges where we're going to provide process safety certificate training for incumbent workers operating in the plants in the Ship Channel area in Texas. So we want to improve the effectiveness of this training and reduce overall incidence rates. This is a critical point of the overall process. And competency-based training. It's important that we confirm that those taking the training can move away and provide the expertise to others. And of course, it must be designed to the appropriate level. There's a lot of training available. So process safety training at all levels and it has to be consistently not only training, but retraining, just to reinforce the principles that are coming up. Lots of good examples. ExxonMobil has their OIMS system. DuPont has their elements of process safety. My old company, Oxy, has their risk management standard. And of course, Shell has their process safety fundamentals. A lot of this information is available, but it must then be practiced based on the corporate fundamentals. One has to know his fundamentals, PSM, RMP, organizational principles, operational traits, conduct of operations, operation discipline. And one has to be consistently true to corporate principles and operating values. And if this occurs, then certainly one will reap the benefits of substantially reduced costs. So in conclusion, foundational principles are the basic building blocks of integrity and other substantial building blocks to provide a worldwide standard of care as a key cornerstone. And the principles and operating traits must be adopted by the staff all the way down the operating chain. Long-term success requires a balance between doing things well today and knowing what the world is going, that the world has in favor for your organization. You have to be a bit of explorer. Active engagement of senior executives, commitment and active engagement. Critical plan decisions must be taken at the appropriate level and involve senior folks when the consequences may be substantial, even though that may be difficult from an operating perspective. Competency-based training is critically important. Effective corporate-wide programs will enhance company value, company success, and shareholder value if they are practiced consistently across all jurisdictions. And they will yield a corporate culture of a high reliable organization, which then should add substantial value to the corporation. Mr. Chairman, do I have another minute or two?
Yes, you have 2 minutes extra.
2 minutes, okay. I just wanted to leave with you the focus areas that we at the center are looking at in the future. We are in the process of supporting, and we look forward to supporting, centers of excellence in process safety in other jurisdictions. We have developed enhanced competency-based process training programs for engineers as well as management. And we want to identify new technologies. We have identified new technologies during the pandemic and ways we can interact with our experts, digitization, virtual shutdown, handheld tools, enhanced interactions with all groups to better serve process safety needs. And we want to develop closer relationships with existing satellite centers and develop others. As you saw from the graph, we have a wide range, and we want to spread the gospel of process safety far and wide. And we welcome the opportunity to work with others and increase our research. So as a final comment, we invite you to join us on our mutual journey into the world of process safety excellence. And we look forward to the opportunity of travel and being able to meet everyone in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stewart. Very valuable information. And we do also look to see you soon in Jordan after this pandemic, and yes, also to make a good collaboration, and it's a good chance in this conference also to have this chance. Thank you very much. And please stay with us for discussion later on, the question they may ask. Now we will move to the other speaker, my colleague Muhammad Ali from الاتحاد العربي للأسمدة, Arab Fertilizer Association. He will introduce his colleague. The floor for you. Please take ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Ma'atouk. Good evening. It's my pleasure to join the first Jordanian conference on safety.
It's my pleasure also.
Dr. Sami. Now we will move to fertilizer section in our conference. The next speakers will be Mrs. Eliza Bushi and Mr. Branislav Fitch from Stami Carbons. They will present on Stamicarbon's experience with micro mist and jet venturi scrubbing systems. Mrs. Elisa, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks. I hope that you can see the screen.
Yes.
Yes, we will be talking about emissions coming from urea granulation plant and Prilin towers, urea dust emission and ammonia emissions, and we will show you our latest achievement and our latest technology. So let's start with the micro mist venturi scrubber, the scrubber that was installed in a granulation plant. So we will talk about the micro mist venturi scrubber, the performances on plant site, the mitigation strategy, so the deviation compared to the design, and then the urea dust emissions that we have been able to achieve. The client was a very innovative client, so we designed a large-scale urea granulation plant with acidic scrubbing and salt recycle back into the granulator. The urea dust emissions requested by the client were 5 milligrams normal cubic meters, while the ammonia emissions 20 milligrams normal cubic meters, so very low level of emissions. This is a plant topology, so there was a scrubber, the micro mist venturi scrubber. It was an acidic type of scrubber, so there was an injection of sulfuric acid to reduce ammonia emissions coming from the granulator. A recycle going back into the granulator was performed an evaporation step in order to reduce the water present. So no disposal stream going to battery limit, and final product with a very small percentage of sulfur. So the scrubber. You can see that the scrubber has two main columns. On the left, the quench column, and on the right side, the MMV section, an acidic section, and a wet electrostatic precipitator on top, and an acidic tank. So the main airflow coming from the granulator will enter the quench column with a certain temperature, 100 degrees C. And then urea US solution in this case will be recirculating into the quench in order to scrub the dust particles. The airflow will continue its path. We'll enter a second column, the MMV column, where there is the core of the system, the Venturi tubes, able to scrub the submicron particles that are the most difficult to be catch. There is a source of makeup. The main source of makeup was the sump of the MMV column, feeding the quench system and the outlet of the granulator with a lean urea solution that was recirculating in the MMV section. And then a continuous overflow line going from the acidic section and entering the quench. This was the main design. Here I just put some pictures just to show you some details of the internals, and here you can see the total structure. So it was a very big piece of equipment installed in the plant. The initial observation of the plant and that we observed during startup. Actually, instead of having a linear urea solution in the MMV sump, there was a urea solution. So the concentration of urea was higher than the one that we predicted per design. So actually there was not enough water to compensate for the evaporation losses in the quench. In the quench, the airflow entering at a temperature of 100 degrees C, what we were recirculating is a temperature of 40. So some water was to be evaporated, and we were not able to compensate for that. So we try to solve the issue on site. So we raise the level at the bottom of the MMV at the maximum. And in this way, we were able to compensate for the evaporation losses. And we were able to run the system. We investigate the root cause of the entrainment. The main root cause was a gas flow of urea entrainment going from the quench into the MMV. And this was the reason why the concentration in the sump was raised from a lean urea solution to, unfortunately, urea solution. We find a temporary solution that was to install a drain catch in the main crossover duct. The urea entrainment were drained via the drain catch, and then they were sent back into the quench to avoid to upset the water balance. And in this way, we solved the issue. So urea decreased down with 30% towards the desired level. We encounter another issue about entrainment going from the MMV into the acidic section. Because of this reason, the pump, the Venturi sump the level in the Venturi sump was lost more rapidly than the matching with the freshwater makeup. And also in this case, we have been able to solve the issue, closing the continuous overflow line going into the quench. So the level at the bottom was restored, and we have been able to restart up the pumps. Despite all the issue, we have been able to achieve a very low emissions level in terms of emissions. So we achieve our target, 5 milligrams normal cubic meters for the urea dust. This is a major milestone for the urea producer, of course. Semicarbon's urea granulation plant is exceeding the most stringent urea dust emissions requested per law in the world. And we achieve a zero opacity. Now, my colleague will start talking about Prilling Tower and the scrubbing method over there.
Yes, hello. Warm welcome to you all also from my side. Elisa presented the solution we have in place for reducing particulate emission from granulation plants. Prilling plants are also, urea prilling plants are also confronted with particulate emissions. However, the challenge is somewhat different. Although the dust loads are much lower compared to the granulation plants, the dust particles are much smaller. We can see from these graphs that while share of submicron particles in the granulation plant is less than 1 weight percentage, in a prilling plant, it can range up to 70% of the total dust load. It proves to be a challenge for conventional scrubbing technology to actually collect such a small dust particles in efficient and reliable way. For that reason, Semicarbon and EnviroCare have been working on developing scrubbing technology that can address this issue. The result is jet Venturi scrubbing technology. Its design is based on micro mist Venturi technology for granulation plant, as presented by my colleague Elisa, but then further adapted in line with the peculiarities of the prilling of gas. When it comes to, just 1 second. Yes, when it comes to jet Venturi scrubber, beside already mentioned high efficiency in collecting submicron dust particles, it is characterized with the possibility to be implemented on both forced and natural draft prilling towers, on grassroots and existing prilling towers. If required, also acidic scrubber can be implemented for reducing ammonia emissions. It can be installed at the grade level, but also on top of the prilling tower. Top placement is preferred since less ducting is needed, and less ducting also means less pressure drop. Hence, benefits in terms of both CAPEX and OPEX. Moreover, by utilizing their jet effect, the applied Venturis move themselves the off gas through the scrubber. The result is that operating jet Venturi scrubber, if it is looked independently from the upstream and downstream equipment and ducting, is actually possible without any additional fan capacities. Hence, the overall system is characterized with a very low pressure drop, and in that terms also very low power consumption for the fans. Also, if you look to all these different possibilities, different design flavors are possible. Jet Venturi scrubber is a robust solution that can fulfill different requirements that we are receiving from our clients. What we see presented over here is a solution developed for during the revamp study done for a forced draft drilling tower with the 6 stacks on top. The solution envisions installing 1 scrubbing unit on top of each stack. Checking the top view, the stacks are presented with gray circles over here. So the air flowing from the drilling tower goes through the scrubbers. It is cleaned from dust and ammonia and then exhausted to the atmosphere via the exhaust from the scrubbers, presented with the red circles over here. Zooming in into each of these scrubbing units, we could identify 3 stages at which we actually collect dust and ammonia from the off-gas stream. The off-gas is coming from the drilling tower. It's coming to the quench stage where we spray concentrated urea solution. Consequently, the airstream is cooled down and brought closer to saturation. The airflow flows further to the primary jet venturi stage. It consists of multiple jet venturi tubes installed in parallel horizontally. There is an atomization nozzle at the entrance of each venturi tube, spraying liquid at high pressure, which results in formation of very small liquid droplets. And the aerosols and submicron particles from the airstream collide against these liquid droplets, which result in high capture efficiency of these dust particles. The air flows further to the secondary stage venturi scrubbing, where the remaining of the submicron particles are collected by using same venturi effect as for the primary stage. If it is required, as it is presented over here, an additional stage can be implemented, acidic scrubbing stage for reducing ammonia content from the off-gas stream. Basically, acidic solution is recirculated over this stage. It reacts with ammonia and results in creation of ammonium salt that is kept in solution in the liquid phase. So clean air is then exhausted via the exhaust point to the atmosphere. So after developing the concept, basically the next step was to test it. A pilot unit, as you see it over here, was manufactured in USA and shipped to Europe for conducting tests in a real plant environment. Basically, the idea was to prove the concept by utilizing single jet venturi concept and layout, thus having a single venturi representing the primary stage and single venturi representing the secondary stage. Besides these 2 venturis, the pilot unit also had the inlet ducting for supplying off-gas, dust-laden air to the unit. And then these boxes numbered with 1, 2, 3, 4, where we had mist eliminators installed, atomization nozzles, and let's say collecting vessel for the scrubbing liquid before it was recirculated back to the entrance of the venturi. So the air was sent. The idea was to send the air to this unit, clean it, and then measure and check what will be actually the efficiency in collecting dust before it is exerted to the atmosphere. So this unit, as we see it over here, was installed on top of the drilling tower. It is highlighted in blue over here, so it is because it's not completely visible. Also, we had to install some additional ducting, highlighted in green over here, to actually bring the air from the drilling tower to the unit from one of the stacks. So the stack in yellow marked over here was used for getting some air up there. The tests were conducted in the course of several weeks. Basically, we tried different sizes of the venturis, different pressures, different mist eliminators, different atomization nozzles, and their positioning in terms of entrance to the venturi. At the end of the test, we were able basically to fix our design, to select our preferred design, to select our optimal operating conditions for our unit. And most importantly, we were able to prove that the technology is capable to handle the airflows as per design. And it proves that the technology is also very efficient in collecting dust particles from the off-gas from the pre-link tower. Based on the conducted measurements and statistical analysis of them, we see that the technology is capable to reduce the dust emission below 15 milligram per normal cubic meter, which is way below current environmental standards worldwide. In Europe, for example, the limit is 50 milligram per normal cubic meter. Yes, with this, by listing all these highlights of our dust scrubbers, I would like to conclude our presentation. And I would like to invite you to contact us in case you're facing issues in operation of your plants that can be basically tackled by these solutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Many thanks, Eliza.
مهندس محمد unmute المايك مسكر.
Okay. Many thanks, Eliza and Fitch, for joining the conference, and also for usual support from Islamic Carbons to all AFA activities. Now I will come to next speaker, Mr. Iyad Ahmed from Arab Potash Company. He will present on modification of anti-caking addition process at Arab Potash Company. Mr. Iyad, the floor is yours. Mr. Iyad?
I'm with you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, clear.
Yes.
Good afternoon. This is Engineer Iyad Al-Khresat from Arab Potash Company in Jordan. I will talk about the modification of anti-caking addition process at Arab Potash Company, APC. At the beginning, I will talk about what does APC produce. As most of you know, APC produces potash. The annual amount is 2.35 million tons of potash per year. Also, you know that more than 90% of potash produced in the world is used for fertilizers, either directly or in industrial processes to manufacture compound fertilizers. Potash term is commonly used to describe potassium-containing salts that are used as fertilizer. Any salt that contains the element potassium, the potassium element, and used as fertilizer is called. Most of potash is derived from the potassium chloride, KCl, as the case in ABC. KCl is also known as muriate of potash, MOP. ABC produces potash in 4 grades. As you can see, we have 4 grades of potash: standard, fine, granular, and industrial. Now I will talk a little bit about the caking problem. Potash, as most solid mineral fertilizers, displays a natural tendency to form lumps or to cake during storage and transportation. Especially if you know that potash is a hygroscopic material that easily absorbs and retains moisture from the surrounding. So, what we did to mitigate the caking problem. In ABC, the caking problem is being resolved through surface treatment via the addition of anti-caking material. The caking stages in potash particles is similar to the one shown in this picture. We start with the free-flowing particles, then capillary addition start due to ions and saturated solutions migration. This will form salt bridge, With time, salt bridge become thicker and longer, and result finally in a caked product. Now we'll talk about anti-caking material used in APC. It has a commercial name its commercial name is Flodiram 601. This material is available in liquid and solid forms. This material is a tailor-made coating agent that keeps potash free-flowing and prevents caking, dusting, and moisture uptake. This material is a mixture of compounds based on fatty amine derivatives and fatty acids. Two kinds of compounds. The anti-caking effect of the material come from one kind, which is the fatty amines. The anti-caking effect is based on the hydrophobic action displayed by the fatty amines. To make things simpler for you, this is the two compounds that this material consists of. We have the first kind of compound is fatty amines, 30%. It's the active material. And we have 70% fatty acid. It acts as a supporting material. You can see the general formula for these two compounds. The exact formula is, we don't know the exact formula. It's kind of know-how for the company that provide us with this material. Now we will talk about hazards of these materials. As you can see in the pictograms below in this slide, this material has health hazards. It may cause damage to organs through prolonged or repeated exposure. Also, it's a corrosive material. This material is very toxic to aquatic life. Moreover, another hazard is resulted from the fact that this material is added to the product dispatch, which has a temperature of more than 85 degrees centigrade. Okay, now I will talk about old addition process. What is the original case? In this old process, we used liquid anti-caking material. As you can see in the pictures, the addition point in the red rectangular was exposed to workers, and the workers involved in the addition process suffered from injuries, from health difficulties. Also, this system had other challenges and problems. As you can see, we divided the problems into three categories. The first one is process safety. The system suffered from repeated failures of the control system of the unit. Also, we have problems with product quality in case of granular potash. We have granular potash in ABC has bigger size, so we suffered from inefficient coating for this type of product. And the most important problem was the workers' safety. As I said, many workers suffered from injuries, from the health difficulties. So, what we did, we modified the addition process. We started with the process hazard analysis. A team consisting of engineers and technicians from operation and maintenance departments did the process hazard analysis. This followed by action plan. This action plan, the approach taken in this action plan was in line with the hierarchy of safety control measures. The hierarchy of controls is well known. As you can see, it starts with elimination and ends with PPE. As you go down, the effectiveness decreases. We could then start with elimination. We have to do this coating process. So we don't do anything with elimination. We start with substitution. We substitute the liquid anti-cake material with its solid form. The solid form is less hazardous, and the splashing risk and the contact to eye and skin were eliminated. Then we start with engineering controls. We conducted 4 engineering controls. The first one is isolation of the contact location of the anti-cake material with the hot product dispatch. As you can see in the picture, the lower part, the contact point, is completely closed and isolated, and it can't easily accessed by the workers. Second engineering control we did is transferring the location of the manual addition point of the anti-caking material to another floor to be far from the mentioned contact point. As you can see in the picture, it's very far and it's safe. The addition is done manually in APC. So we transfer the location of the manual addition point to be far from the contact point, as you can see. The third engineering control was the erection of new process control system. This control system assists in keeping the addition process at constant rate. It includes several safety controls, alarms, and interlocks. The fourth engineering control we did is a construction of new addition units for granular potash. As I said before, granular potash has larger particle size than other types of potash. So after several lab trials, we decided to add mineral oil to granular potash in order to support the function of anti-caking. In this unit, the solid anti-caking, as you can see, the solid anti-caking material is dissolved in a heated mineral oil and mixed well. The mixture is applied to the product. This modification resulted in improved coating efficiency of granular potash. The 4 engineering controls almost eliminated the hazard and mitigated the problem. But we don't stop. We went to the administrative controls. We conducted several safety awareness sessions. We created the standard operating procedure for the process. We conduct on-job training, periodic inspection for mechanical integrity, first aid measures. We have lists of instructions posted in the area of work. Also, the material safety data sheet for Flodiram 601 was communicated in Arabic and English with the work. Finally, we recreate a PPE plan. As you know, the PPE is the last line of defense with proper training for the workers. To conclude what I have said, among the different implemented controls, we have administrative controls, engineering controls, substitution, and PPE. The engineering controls were the most effective with quick and tangible positive impacts. These engineering controls had the major contribution to reduce hazard associated with addition process of the anti-caking material. And overall, the implemented action plan had successful results in terms of worker safety, process safety, operational aspects, and product quality. Okay, that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayed, for your presentation. And now we will move to safety of contractors. Through the presentation presented from OCD, the presentation will be presented by our colleague Mohammed Khamlishi, Mansour Al-Habib, and Mr. Drayotch Ibrahim. Mr. Khamlishi, the floor is yours.
Okay, we share with you our presentation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for your participation in this conference. Let me introduce myself. I am Khamlishi Mohammed, responsible of health and safety of at OCP Group. We are delighted to share with you an OCP experience. It was initiated in the context of a coronavirus pandemic, which is titled the Project Continuity Plan for Contractors. Now let's see the presentation summary. For the summary of our presentation, I will first address the context. After the PCP framework, secondly, role and responsibility for this PCP process. My colleague, Mr. Brahim, will present the approach process of PCP, which eventually some evidences. At the end of the presentation, my colleague, Mr. Al-Habib, will present the main achievements and feedbacks from this process. As contextual elements, as you know, during the confinement due to the coronavirus, some no-critical industrial projects were put on standby and support departments were on remote work to reduce contact between employees. A critical project and production have been divided in separate blocks, putting in place very strict barrier measures to avoid contact between employees. The ambition behind the PCP project was to facilitate the gradual restart of projects by ensuring compliance with health requirements. Now, let's move to a conception of our PCP process. The PCP framework was set up by defining the organization, and the mission of the committee members appointed by the top management of OCP. Then, a common PCP reference guide was established summarizing all the requirements of the Moroccan authorities, health protocols of OCP, and international guidelines of World Health Organization. To ensure compliance of the PCPs established for each project with the OCP reference guide, a reviewing and approval process has been defined by the committee's members. In the next slide, I show you the PCP committee missions. All stakeholders were involved in the PCP organization, like operations, industrial projects, and purchasing. The execution of phase of PCP and planning of the commissions were designed with follow-up of reviews and PCP approach process. The main role of PCP committee is to ensure harmonization and compliance of approved PCPs in accordance with the established reference PCP guide. For the next slide, I invite Mr. Brahim to share with you more details on the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to activate camera. Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Mr. Ibrahim Driouche, the Safety and Health Manager at OCP Group. I am pleased to share with you the PCP process details, as mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Mohammed. First, the process of approval is divided in 6 steps. First steps is at the level of operational teams. It starts by the project manager who prepare the PCP with the contractor This PCP is specific to the project conditions, based eventually on the reference gate, which is established at the starting. Then he submitted to the Health and Safety Department for review, eventually for adjustment, before the presentation to the PCP committee. And after the presentation to the committee, and the end of the meeting, there are recommendations and remarks that has been sent to the project manager for taking in place all actions, our necessary actions regarding the PCP reference gate. After there will be a preparatory audit, which is done on site, putting in place all the recommendation and the action to be aligned with the health requirement. Then the committee send in approval after after the closure of all recommendations. The starting of the project is conditioned by the signature of the takeover agreement, which is signed with the procurement entities. On the second slide, I will give you an overview of our PCP reference gate, which summarize the set of health requirements facilitating the tasks to the project manager and the contractor also, in order to quickly align with the health requirements. Once adapted to the context of this project, of his project, the contractor sign his PCP and the project manager review it at his level before starting. In order to highlight how the contractor intends to apply the requirement of our reference gate, we summarize 14 appendices with templates to be used. All these templates are already prepared. For example, the recovery schedule, the distribution of staff by zones. All these templates are based on the guideline and the health requirement. The cleaning, for example, the cleaning and disinfection schedule, the workplace and the restaurant arrangement plan regarding the COVID-19, the engagement to be signed also by the contractor and his subcontractors, etc. Here in this slide, we will give you a statistical since the launch of the resumption of projects. We have 214 projects that has been reviewed by the committee teams, and we have 180 projects that have been approved. For the projects that are under review, it's about 34 projects which are under review or in preparation phase. So now I will invite Mr. El-Mansour Habib to share with you all major achievements that have been recorded in this process.
So hello everybody. About voice, there is no problem. So hello everybody. It is a big pleasure to share with you this best exercise for us. And before, because
Habib, for the
yes,
sound, please.
C'est bon?
It's clear, yeah.
Clear, very clear, very clear. I think because you know there is some pandemic context, and as you know there is a lot of impacts, and for us the conception of our company that you know under crisis, under COVID, the goal is to maintain production because we must ensure fertilizers for all the markets. So the goal is to ensure production and ensure some projects, big projects links with production. But as you know, there is a lot of stop of projects, big projects. And after this, I think taking the progress of the pandemic, we talk to return of projects, and for reception, you must ensure the return of project with progressive and with success. This is the goal. So in order to talk about success case, I think we can devise on 3 elements, because in OCP is a big, and we have three big entities. We have production operations, big project, industrial development, and you have building. And as you know, there is a lot of specification, and the first is the collaboration. So to elaborate PCP, there is a big work. All teams collaborate in order to ensure harmonization between all entities in order to have one answer for contractors, in order to ensure one treatment, equal treatment for all contractors. The second, I think, the growth-oriented. So for growth-oriented, because the time factor is very important, and the situation it changes day by day, and you must take this factor time because it's very important. And I think the three axis is resilient agility. If we talk about collaboration, I think for the case axis, there is harmonization, and it's very important for us and with contractors. And the contractors, they are easy to talk with us, with different entities, and it's very important to harmonize with contractors. Because we can find, for example, one contractor is okay in one site, and the same is not, is refused in one site. In order to avoid this, the big work about harmonization is very important. Collaboration and involvement of all concerned departments, because there is project manager, there is purchasing, because as you know, there is some 6 months or 8 months stopped work, and there is a lot of approach between contractors, OCP, a lot of stakeholders. Each one has his argument, and it's very important to harmonize all this with procurement, because procurement entity is the last one to give the final go. Engage project manager, because it's very important, and for this we have two directions. So as you know, with the crisis, with pandemic, there is two visions. There is the go for budget, because very important, because there is a conception to progressive, and the budget is very important, and technical review, and to engage project manager is very important. And the PCP process is ensure our company that we are okay with all the COVID rules. For oriented growth, I think we begin, the situation is dynamic, and we must improve. We learn by our contractor. It's very important to highlight this, because we have a lot of contractors, Moroccan contractors, international contractors, because we have big projects, and we have French, England, Germany, USA, Spain. So I think the first we improve each other, and by reading and discussing, I think there is a lot of things to understand and to improve each other. Efficient change achieved by the PCP committee based. So I think the PCP is efficient because we have the same rules, and is efficient to take this review.
Dr. Habib, you have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, okay. And I think lesson learned, because time by time there is a lot of lesson learned coming from our contractors, coming from our lecture of PCP, and we are open to improve our PCP. About resilience and agility, I think it's very important to highlight this procurement in order to avoid all claims or something, and we begin with the clear situation. It's very important to highlight that before work, there is a preparatory audit in order to ensure that all things in PCP it's inside, and it's very important. There is a lot of coaching session, because you must do a lot of session about our contractors. And finally, promoting flexibility and agility through work methods. So to finish, our unanimous target is to continue performing and exhibiting the best of our assets, people before, and our installation in an agile way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Khamlishi, Ibrahim, and Habib, for very interesting presentation. And please wait for end of session for questions and answers. And now I will give the floor to Dr. Ma'touk. Dr. Ma'touk, please.
Thank you very much, my colleague Muhammad Ali. And now we are calling the next speaker, Hashim Hanafi, Senior Process Safety Engineer from Egypt. He will talk about HSE safety case demonstration, how hazards are being properly managed. The floor is for you, Mr. Hanafi.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an.
Alaikum assalam.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and of course I need to congratulate you all for this successful event and this successful, inshallah, Jordanian Process Safety Committee and conference. So I need to give me 1 second to activate the video. Okay, I think I cannot do it, but no problem. Okay, so I think the screen is showing now. It's okay, no problem. So I will be talking today about the HSE safety case, how to demonstrate that our major accidental hazards are controlled. And by the way, we have already started applying this type of studies here in Egypt only 2 years ago as a mandatory requirement for all oil and gas sector. I am Hashim Hanafi as a Senior Process Safety Engineer TUV Ireland and a Certified Process Safety Professional from the CCPS, American Institute of Chemical Engineers, working for TUV Ireland, which established 1872 in Cologne, Germany. We are a specialized technique in testing, inspection, and certification, and we are working on the 3 risk reduction enablers, culture, engineering, and management through providing some services studies to our clients. So actually today I'm going to talk about the safety case. So we can have a lot of different types of cases. We can have a safety case, health case, environment case, or security case. This is according to the regulatory requirements. Here in Egypt till now, we are calling it as HSE case to cover the health and safety and environmental major accidental hazards. But anyway, if I said by mistake or in purpose safety case, that will be referred to the HSE case also during my presentation. So the main aim of the safety case actually, and the key word of the safety case is demonstration. We are making the safety case to demonstrate that our facilities are designed, constructed, commissioned, operated, decommissioned in a safe way, and to demonstrate to our people, personnel, and regulatory bodies that we are in control and we are minimizing the risks to our personnel, public, and environment. Actually, the main aim of the safety case, as we said, is demonstration, and we need to demonstrate that our risks are in the alarm region as low as reasonably practicable, and to provide reference point to everyone to make sure that everyone is doing his critical tasks and all of our operations are under control. So sometimes the safety case is a corporate requirements for some corporates like Shell, BP, whatever. Regardless the country they are operating in, they require all the facilities to have their own safety case. Sometimes it's a legal requirement like Seveso 3 in Europe, which led to UK COMA and safety case regulations. And some other times they are only to demonstrate that our HSE management is working good, either internally or externally. However, normally, any activity that contains some major accidental hazard scenarios should have a safety case. Any facility that contains major accidental hazard scenarios should have their own safety case. Okay, what is the major accidental hazard, or what is the major hazard? Actually, there is a lot of definitions from within COMA onshore or offshore industries. Actually, the best one and the more accurate one, the most one which can deliver the message is the definition from ADNOC, which is an uncontrolled occurrence in operation of a site or facility leads to severe catastrophic consequences. These consequences may be immediate or delayed, and there will generally be a high potential for escalation. This is the major accidental hazard definition. Okay, all of us, of course, has an idea about the major accidental hazards example in our industry. It may be an H2S release, maybe helicopter helideck operations, maybe hydrocarbons information or blowout, maybe loss of stability, fire and accommodation spaces. All of these are examples of major accidental hazards that we need to demonstrate that they are under control. Therefore, we have the safety case. So the safety case is to provide focus on the activities and the critical equipment that they are in a good shape. That means that our major accidental hazards are being controlled in a nice way. And of course, to demonstrate discharge of duty to public and the stakeholders. We are doing whatever can we do to reduce the risk. This is the use of the safety case. And sometimes we can use the safety case as a tool to identify where we are staying, what we are in need to do to control the hazards and to make sure that our risk is in the alarm region. Okay. And of course, the safety case shall be communicated either to regulator, to the operational management, facility personnel, investors, if I need to get some investors from abroad to acquire my company or to have a share, to give me some fund for improvement. Of course, I need to have a safety case, but take care, safety case writing methodology may change depending on the client or the reader of the safety case. If I'm talking to the general public, of course, I need to write my safety case in a simple way, not a very scientific way. However, if I am writing to the regulator, to the facility personnel, of course, the level of details will be different from case to another. Unfortunately, of course, as most of the process safety regulations, the main driver behind it was the incidents. And the main reasons behind the safety cases are the two incidents, which are CBSO 1976 and Paper Alpha 1982, which led to the UK safety case regime. And of course, in addition to loss of life and the injuries, the financial cost to an operator from an accident can be large. These costs can be attributed, of course, to both of cost of damage to the plant, loss of production, cleanup cost, compensation claims, financial penalties, as well as damage to the company reputation. And as we see on the slide, the huge amount of money, and by the way, they are only the direct costs of the incidents. That besides the indirect costs that didn't have not been included in the calculations. Worldwide, of course, the safety cases are more popular in the European countries, Norway, Netherlands, and of course, UK. And I hope that we are going to use it more and more here in the Middle East. Okay, then what does the safety case look like? Actually, the safety case, as per our approach here in Egypt, we have utilized this approach that the safety case contains 6 parts. The first part is an introduction, brief description about the case, what is the objective, to whom the safety case is being to be delivered, and so on. Part 2 is a facility description, what are the hazards contained in my facility, what is the process, P&IDs, PFDs, process description of the facility here. The third part is the HSE management system. How is the HSE risks are being managed? And of course, part 4, risk management. And this is the most interesting part, which contains the studies that I have done to make sure that I have the adequate safeguards in place. Part 5, the emergency response plan and how I will be responding in each case of major accidental hazards. And part 6, of course, the conclusions of the safety case and any recommendations or actions to go forward with my facility. The main tools and techniques used actually are being used to identify the hazards, to ask what could go wrong in this facility, what is the root causes, and to assess how likely can this happen and how bad will it be, and what is in place to prevent or mitigate these scenarios.
3 minutes.
Sorry?
3 minutes.
Oh, 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course. Okay, sir. Quickly, we are going to identify the hazards using the hazard methodology based on ISO 1376. Then the major scenarios will appear, and we are going to use the barrier analysis to make a deeper analysis to our barriers, which will result in knowing what safety critical elements we have, safety critical equipment, safety critical activities, and of course the performance criteria of these safety critical elements. The safety critical elements can be hydrocarbon containment, fire and gas detection system, and so on. And the HSE or safety critical tasks can be management related or system related. How to calibrate a valve, is the valve is calibrated periodically, and whether we have procedure to calibrate or not. And of course, we also use the quantitative risk assessment to have the contours of our risks and to generate the FM curve to know our risk to the public. Okay, my last part of the safety case is to demonstrate alarm. If there is any other recommendations we need to implement, any other additional safeguards we need to implement, we need to make sure that we are still in the alarm region. So here in Egypt, we are using this qualitative method, not as UK, we are not using cost-benefit analysis, it's very quantitative. So we are asking ourselves, what is the benefit behind implementing this safeguard and what is the effort, and using this matrix to either implement, consider, or not implement. Of course, the safety case must be complete, clear, and of course, must mention all the hazard scenarios that are expected. And of course, it needs to mention the way forward, what I shall do to keep my facility in the alarm region. And of course, it needs to be periodically reviewed. There is a lot of drivers behind reviewing the safety case, either the update in the industry standards, in the company procedures, or modification in a procedure, aging issue. All of this make us need to update our safety case. My last slide, the sum of the quality of our individual contribution to safety determines whether our colleagues live or die. So in the end of my presentation, I hope that we all will contribute in a quality way to save our lives, our colleagues' life, our environment, and our countries. And thanks again, and sorry for this very long presentation.
Thank you very much, Engineer Hashim, and very valuable information. And we are now asking Dr. Ashok, the fourth presenter. He is Dr. Ashok Tengri I'm sorry if I'm spelling it wrong. Process and safety consultant. He is from UK. He will talk about biogas process safety challenge. The floor is for you. Please go ahead.
أشوف معنا؟ موجود.
Dr. Ashok, are you with us? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead. We cannot hear you, Dr. Ashok. Dr. Ashok? Now we have our next speaker, Dr. Ashok. He is the process and safety consultant from UK. He will talk about biogas process safety challenge. Please, the floor is for you, Dr. Ashok. Dr. Ashok? Dr. Ashok, you can start, please. No voice.
Yes, please go ahead.
Dr. Ashok, the mic is not working.
برأيي خليه لبكره وقول له بكره بنهايه السيشن الثالث خلص اعطيه فرصه مش لازم معنا هسه.
Dr. Ashok, can you start, please? We can see the screen, but we cannot hear you.
Dr. Ma'touk, I suggest to postpone Mr. Ashok till tomorrow at the end of the session number 3, so that we can go to the next conference paper, Mr. Fahd.
Is it okay, Dr. Ashok? The screen is not clear. We can't hear you. Do you hear us? Okay. Fahd Suhweel. Fahd Suhweel with us? Fahd, we are asking the final speaker in this conference for today, Mr. Fahd Suhweel. He's from Petrochemical Industry Senior Consultant of Jordan. He's going to talk about management response to chemical plants, operational safety hazard, real cases. Mr. Fahd, please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Please start. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening to all of you. Am I heard? Am I on time?
Yes, we can hear.
Do you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yes, clear.
Good evening and assalamu alaikum. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Fahad Sahwel. I'm a chemical engineer with 37 years experience, mostly in SAFCO, and it was my job mainly was as an operation manager for SAFCO and a general manager, or not a general manager, I was a plant manager of Saudi chemical industries. Mostly I was in operation and in the critical decisions of new projects from A to Z. I traveled many countries. I presented several papers at international symposiums and represented my company as a senior manager for the new projects. Okay, I'm retired now.
Mohandas Fahad, can you share your screen?
Yes, please. All right. Okay, my screen is shared, but I see no share.
Yes, now we can see it. Okay, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes. Yes, thank you.
As I mentioned, my name is Fahad Sahwel. I'm a chemical engineer having 36 years experience, mostly in the operations of chemical fertilizer plants of the reputed SABIC of Saudi Arabia and PIC of Kuwait. Also, I was a plant manager of Jubail Chemical Industries Company, epoxy resins. I was in top management of these companies where I participated in the operation and in the critical decisions. I presented several papers at international symposiums. I traveled many countries where I presented my company as a senior manager. I'm trying to be brief in my subject. It is management response to safety and environment actions. Slideshow. Skip. As you know, gentlemen and ladies, safety is a major issue in all chemical industries. Most of the attendants may agree to the exaggerated slogan, 99.9% safe is 100% unsafe. Of course, this is an exaggerated slogan. When we say 99.9% is 100% unsafe, I think there is an exaggeration. Awareness of safety and environment issues should be in mind from inception stages of any chemical plant. For example, we must select a safety location for the chemical plant. We have to know prevailing wind direction in that location distance from inhabited area and availability of external aid in case of severe emergency. Of course, this is from the inception stage. We can't, as you know, to install a plant downstream wind where there is, for example, a nearby city or crowded area. Management must be committed to a dynamic safety program. I'm going to give few examples of what I have experienced from plant accidents or near-miss incidents and management response. I'm going to concentrate on the management response rather than on the accident itself. I have taken 3 cases. Case 1, release of ammonia vapors from a chemical fertilizer complex. And this fertilizer complex was SAFCO and was located between 2 major cities, Dammam and Al-Khobar. At the time of construction, which was 1965, these areas were not very crowded, and the plant or the complex was supposed to be far away from each of the cities, 15 kilometers from each. Case 2 will be on the explosion of a short steam drain line, which was in PIC, Kuwait. And this, by the way, caused an accident of 5 people who were permanently injured. Case 3, why plant production was stopped in early morning of 4 consecutive days. We have suffered a plant shutdown, no production each morning at 7:15 or 7:30 in the morning. The plant stopped, and without any known reason. Investigation revealed nothing at that time. Okay, let's talk about release of ammonia vapors from a chemical fertilizer complex. SAFCO 1. It was a chemical fertilizer complex of ammonia, urea, and sulfuric acid plants with storage facilities for these products. It was built in Saudi Arabia in early 1965. It was located between 2 major cities, Khobar and Dammam, about 15 kilometers away from each of these cities. The complex had a neighboring large housing compound for the complex employees and their families. Later, after 1970, the 2 cities expanded and 2 highways were the complex was surrounded by 2 highways. One day, almost about 1400 hours, we had a failure of a critical compressor, which caused a big release of ammonia vapors, which could harm the inhabitants in the very close housing compound. By the way, the housing compound was having more than 700 people inside, families of the employees. Passengers on the main road, and in the extreme case could reach any of the 2 cities. Luckily, qualified operation and safety staff managed to control the release, although some of ammonia vapors reached the nearby housing of the employees' families. Of course, gentlemen, nobody was harmed. Ammonia vapors reached the housing. No casualties. But who can stop this accident from being repeated in the same way or a different way? So the management has to take some response. What was the response of the management? We decided to make a dynamic safety program which involved all employees of all departments and the safety action they have to do. Even the administration, finance, housing, and medical staff were included in this program. That means what the medical section should do, what the finance people or the administration building will do in case of emergency like that. And if ammonia vapors or release of vapors reach a critical stage. So these people were included, of course, in addition to the operation and safety people, or everybody was included in this dynamic safety program. We made a very clear assembly points for emergency evacuation. Direction of prevailing winds was considered for these points. Evacuation was even the housing, which I said it was for the families of our employees. So how to evacuate them in this case? There were evacuation points, and people, everybody knows what he has to do in case of emergency. Housing compound was also included in the evacuation plan. We were not training the housing families or the families in the housing. We trained the housing superintendent, the supervisors, and the guards to how to evacuate the residents in case of emergency, and where to. We decided to make a bi-weekly surprising fire or evacuation drill. Timing of the drill was not known to any employee, even the safety employees. That means every 2 weeks, we made a fake drill, sometimes a major fire. We say that there's a major fire, and sometimes we say that people have to be evacuated. Sometimes we say the housing families have to be evacuated, and the timing of this drill was not known to anybody, even the safety manager or the operations manager or anybody, but just we select 2 or 3 people to decide what is the problem they are going to make and what time is it. They decide and nobody knows. And we don't know that's a real or it's a drill. Of course, I mentioned that we were located between 2 major cities. So civil defense of the Eastern Province was included in an annual joint safety drill, which assumed a safety evacuation with even some casualties. So the civil defense of the Eastern Province, Khobar and Dammam, were in a joint drill. They have their part and we have our part, and we assume that there is some casualties have to be evacuated. These casualties can be in the plant or could be in the housing, or it can be in the nearby cities.
We have 3 minutes.
Okay. In preparation to remove this old complex from this risky location, management decided to build a new petrochemical project in the modern Jubail industrial city. So from this incident opened our eyes that we have to move this complex from in between the 2 cities and move elsewhere. The second accident there was an explosion of a short steam line in PIC Kuwait. This short steam line, unfortunately, is just resulted in severe injury of 5 workers in PIC Kuwait. One of them, by the way, it was a permanent injury, disabling injury. The drain had 2 valves. The operator opened the upstream valve before the downstream valve. This was a wrong operation practice. I mean, he was not given the proper training, maybe. But the most important, this piece between the 2 valves exploded as it was found to be a low pressure piece. This was a deadly mistake by the plant designer. The plant designer did not, to save some money, he made this small piece a low pressure instead of making it a high pressure. So when the operator made his mistake, this exploded. But even with the mistake, it should not explode if the design was not a problem. From basics of engineering and safety, the connecting pipe between the two high pressure and low pressure sides should always be designed for high pressure, which was not our case. Basics of operation should teach the operator to operate the downstream valve first, not the upstream.
2 minutes, Mr. Fahad.
All right. Management response. After the investigation, we concluded that the contractor of the petrochemical complex had tried to save construction costs with no concern to such small drains. Anyway, we have to review the whole complex design to find if we have similar cases, and we find some other similar cases. Of course, in addition to the saving which he tried to make, he made no silencers and any of the high pressure. We had a pressure, our pressure system was there. For example, steam 130 bars, gas 300 bars, etc. He did not make any of these silencers. Okay, I want to make this design. It was the designer and the contractor mistake. And in case 2, case 3, which also I'm trying to make, production was stopped in early morning, as I mentioned, of 4 consecutive days. And when on investigation, I tried to go as an operation manager to the plant. And when it was really stopped, the emergency stopping of the plant, that was found to be the compressor tripped because
Muhandis Fahad, the time is over. Please, we are waiting for the next speaker.
Okay.
Because we.
Anyway, it was, all right. It was a we found that the labor mistake.
Thank you very much. Really, indeed, we appreciate your cooperation. Dr. Ashok, can you hear us? You will have the last chance. Otherwise, we will finish this session today. We can't hear you. Dr. Ashok? No. Okay.
Mr. Ibrahim, can you list down the questions at the end of this session, please?
Now we are open the question from audience to the speaker. This is for the audience. Yes. So please, you can see now the question. And if you have any topic related, please, you can raise your hand and start answering it. Professor Stewart, we have one question from audience, that what's the best or topics that can be included in the training for safety process?
What's the planning? The course of a process safety training program will depend on the audience. If one is training experienced process safety engineers, such as the program that my colleagues in Qatar have in the process of developing with SABIC, the detailed level is very, very comprehensive, very, very detailed. So in that case, the program is very, very elaborate, very technically competent, and each individual takes the course, goes through an assessment of their competency. If one is starting at the other end of the scale with some operators who are working in the plants, in incumbent workers, we would not go to the same detailed level of theory in practice, but we would still do a competency of their knowledge at the end of the program. And we would try to incorporate, in the case of St. Joaquin College that we're working with, the labs to encourage the better understanding of programs like the HAZOP, the process, the pre-startup safety reviews using the labs that they have and the towers.
Thank you very much. Good answer. We have one question to Lisa, Buche, and Manik. That could we use this process for steel industry? I mean, Venturi.
It is something.
Yes, please, Elisa.
No, please, you can go on.
Okay. Yeah, when we developed these two solutions, Micro Mist Venturi, Jet Venturi scrubber, we developed it, designed it, and tested it in a urea environment. So it's already proved that it can reach certain, let's say, efficiency and removes dust to the levels that we stated over here. There only for the urea business. However, these two solutions were developed by Stami Carbon in cooperation with EnviroCare. EnviroCare is a company based in US, and originally they're also present in different businesses, among others also steel business. So I think they use this technology also for in a steel business, and then also for the steel mills that are mentioned over there. I would refer then going to EnviroCare website and ask for more information over there. Or we left, me and Elisa, our email addresses in our presentation. So if you have some further questions, we can please send it to us, and then together with EnviroCare, we're gonna try to help you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One question to Dr. Stewart, Professor Stewart. We always hear about the criticality and importance of senior management involvement in the process safety. In reality, this can be pretty difficult. So what is the best approach to implement and achieve this?
Well, in my view, it's based on having done a thorough risk assessment. If we have a scenario which faces an operational decision, if we do the risk assessment of the alternative scenarios, the output scenarios, for those scenarios where the impact, the consequence might be very, very high, while it's difficult, we need to refer those decisions to the very high order of the levels of the organization, because only they have the authority to take a decision which could impact the company's well-being. So when I was with Dolphin Energy in Qatar, we took that decision to senior VP only once or twice. But we had looked at all the different scenarios. It's difficult to do because the C-suite senior management people are not involved in the process day to day, but it's important to provide the risk outcomes, the good risk assessment, and let that be part of the decision-making process.
Thank you. Another question to Dr. Arafat. Is it suitable, logical to use HASOP, LUPA at area design, e.g. bid or feed, and FTA, QRA at later design stage, feed or EPS? Would this overcome the pitfalls?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for the question. This really depends on the philosophy that your organization has. Typically, you will be conducting all these studies, HASOPs and LOPA, and even quantitative risk assessments and FTAs at the 30% design in early stage, and also in detailed design, just to make sure, because basically what happens is that originally, based on the initial design assessment, you will be making some change, and those changes need to be further discussed and evaluated one more time. So you don't want to wait until the project is at the final stage to find out that. Sorry, somebody has a comment?
No, go on.
Sorry. Yeah, so you don't want to wait until you're close to final detailed design to find out that your risk assessment is requesting you to make another change. So I would do that the entire suite of studies, if you will, set of studies at the 30% design, revalidate them again at the detailed design stage. And maybe Professor Stewart can add a little bit more to this based on his own experience, but that's my recommendation.
Thank you very much, the Muhammad Arafat. And we have one question for the potash company about the new anti-cated. How it's impact on the environment?
Yeah, go with Mr. Ashok. You can check Mr. Ashok.
Mr. Ashok, can we try again your presentation?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, finally.
Okay.
Finally.
Maybe
Go
my
ahead.
laptop was a problem, so I've changed
It's okay.
laptop.
You can share your presentation, please.
Yeah. I'll go to the screen share. Can you see the screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's my presentation.
So we have 10 minutes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So process safety in biogas. Sorry for all this trouble, which is because maybe my other laptop is not working well. So my today's topic is process safety in biogas. So I'm a chartered chemical engineer from iChemie, about 30 years experience in design and commissioning. I worked in different areas in Europe, and I worked in oil and gas, LNG, biogas, fertilizer, ammonia storage, and various other sectors. So this biogas basically presentation I divide into 3 parts. One is biogas, what it is, and then process safety, and then how we implement the process safety, the biogas assets. So biogas can be produced from raw waste, green waste, or agriculture waste. It can be produced from animal waste as well, animal droppings, and also from human waste, which is waste. Now, what is biogas? Biogas is typically a combination of methane and carbon dioxide, which is formed by decomposition of organic matter and under the anaerobic conditions, which means it is an absence of oxygen. So basically, the organic matters consist of 3 parts: carbohydrates, protein, fats, and oil. So under anaerobic condition, basically 4 kinds of reaction which takes place from the organic matter to generation of methane and carbon dioxide, which is basically hydrolysis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis. So basically in hydrolysis, the complex compound like carbohydrates, fats, and proteins are broken down into simpler chain from polysaccharides to monosaccharides, sugars, fatty acids, amino acids. And then under acetogenesis, basically the acids are formed in form of carbon dioxide, alcohols, acetic acid, and ammonia. So all these acids then combine under methanogenesis bacteria, and methane and carbon dioxide is basically produced. So this is what biogas you get. Typical composition of biogas is methane 55 to 70%, carbon dioxide 30 to 40% normally. You get some S2S because of S2S generating bacteria. You have some ammonia because of protein. You have water coming out from the digester because it's saturated gas. You have some kind of a silicon because in wastewater treatment, when you have shampoos and soaps, so this silicon comes along with this waste. A typical wastewater treatment plant, if you look at it, consists of a primary clarifier, activated sludge, and secondary clarifier. The primary and secondary clarifier sludge, they go through a thickening process, and the thick sludge is injected into the anaerobic digester where the biogas is produced, and this is burned in the CHP, which is a combined heat and power cycle, where the electrical energy is being produced. There are other routes as well, gas to grid kind of thing. You know, now people are talking about bio LNG as well. So there are various sort of methane routes you can, you know, go with. What's the beauty of anaerobic digestion is when you got this digested sludge, you can dewater it. The water goes back to the process, and the left out sludge is basically good as a fertilizer. So your nitrogen, which is basically part of the organic matter, gets back again to the soil. Whereas if you compare with the other process, when you're burning like incineration, the nitrogen goes back to nitrogen dioxide, and which is lost, and which is basically caused damage to the environment. So typical biogas process will consist of a digester, clamshell valve, gas bag, waste gas burner, dehumidifier, booster compressor to boost the pressure, siloxane filter to get rid of the siloxane, and CHP engine. So this is a very broad process flow diagram. There are quite a few more equipment as well, like a pasteurizer and heat exchangers. So now we come back, understanding what is biogas and system. We come back to process safety management. So process safety management is nothing but it's engineering and management, a blend of engineering and management skill put together to basically eliminate or prevent any kind of hazards such as fire, toxic release, spill, and any kind of a structural failure. The whole idea is to prevent basically loss to the environment, business, and to the human life. What happens when process safety goes wrong? I think we had enough of seen a lot of slides on this, so I'll just go quickly to this. Now, process safety management objective is basically to achieve zero harm and zero incident. And process safety management is not with a completion point, and it's a continuous management system. I think most of the speaker must have spoken same thing about this. It's a moving target, and it needs collection of information, audit, training, communication, procedures, corrective actions, all these things. If you look at broadly the hazard management or process safety management system, it's basically in 4 pillars. I call it commit to process safety, understand hazard and risk, manage the risk, and learn from the experience. So basically the second and third part, which is understand hazard and risk and manage the risk, becomes the most critical aspect. So if you divide broadly in any organization, so it's senior management direction and support it needs, mid-management commitment it needs, and frontline needs for the implementation. So the process management system or process safety management is basically is a complete envelope from top to bottom. And what we did is in one of my process safety management in biogas, we divide the process management into basically design safety, operation safety, and management safety. So in design safety, what we have done is we have done a risk analysis, and this risk analysis is we again decide what are the different aspects in engineering which will give the indication about the process safety risk, and these are the engineering and design barriers, management change, alarm and process control, operational procedures, human factors, maintenance and inspection, safety audits, training, behavior, organization. So everything put together, that's what the risk analysis is all about for an operating asset. How to make operating people to understand.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll just go very quickly. Then this is all about. We have seen it. What we try to do is we try to compare process safety with a football team, where we have a defined role such as forward, midfield, and defender, and we convert that into design, operate, and maintain. And again, in the design, we got various elements. Operation safety, we got different elements, and maintenance safety, we got different elements. So what we do is each element we do risk assessment, and we define into low, medium, and high risk. And low risk basically, which is within the limits. medium risk where we can, you know, do some kind of improvement, and high risk is we have to resolve immediately. So once we do that audit, what we get is an Excel output where we can see number of high risk and number of medium risk and low risk for each element. And from this, we can make out what is the percentage design high risk, percentage design, percentage operate risk, and percentage maintenance risk. And we add all together, we will get the percentage of asset risk. Then we multiply by the age factor, as we know that some of the assets which are old enough or have passed the half-life design, they will be more in terms of maintenance risk. So we put more factor on maintenance, and if the asset is new, less than 2 years, design and operation becomes more critical. So once we do that, then each asset, different asset is being risk rated, and we can present in terms of this building blocks, skyscrapers. So you can see from the red towers, these are basically overall high risk for different assets. You can use this for in your single refinery in terms of your units, at different units, what are the risks. And then once you know the risk, then you can align this with a risk reduction program. So this is the blue, what you see is number of risk reduction activities carried out, and we have reduced the risk. So in terms of conclusion, I can say risk assessment in design, operation, maintenance with percentage high risk provide team-based approach with defined roles. Risk assessment provides clear understanding of safety critical elements. Percentage risk provide more clear picture of asset risk to all stakeholders in the organization. And finally, the percentage risk and asset can be easily aligned to the project funding. So your funding goes in the right where the risks are. So this is what is my work on process safety in biogas. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you for your kind cooperation and your determination to give your lecture today. We are sorry for this technical problem, but you are a safety manager.
I never anticipated this risk.
Okay, thank you very much. This will be the last, not the least, of our lecturer today. Unfortunately, we are not going to accept any question because the time is really very crucial here in Jordan, because we are in Khartoum. We have to leave under special condition. So let me remind all of you, tomorrow we'll start at 1 o'clock Jordan time, and we will have tomorrow another lecture and very renowned speaker. We encourage you to participate in our...
ريزان شو بدي اطلب عشان تحكي تختم بشيء يعني تختم بها اخر سلايد مثلا من ملاحظات بروسيس.
فهد تقدر فهد تسكر المايك؟
لا بحكي معي.
Yes, please.
Raise hand.
No, please stop your mic. Okay, and tomorrow we'll start at 1 o'clock in Jordan time. We are looking to see you tomorrow. We have the same time schedule from 1 o'clock Jordan time till 9 o'clock. We thank you for your patience, for your time today. And I know you are very exhausted, the audience, for such a long time, but we cannot stop this kind of valuable lectures. And really, we want to hear more and more, but we are very limited for the time. Thank you very much, and thank you for your audience. And we do look to see you tomorrow, and appreciate your time, appreciate your patience to stay with us such a long time. Thank you very much for all of you, and we are very happy to see you today, and we are very, very proud for this kind of lecture and valuable information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.